Welcome to Basic and Advanced Acting Techniques in Film and Television for Children and Young Adults. This 3-part DVD series was written by your instructor for today, Mr. Frank Rossi. Trained by legendary acting teachers Stella Adler, Oscar winner Bobby Moresco, among others. Frank is a former acting coach of Jim Caviezel, star of Mel Gibson's The Passion. Mr. Rossi has also taught hundreds of other actors, young and old, from around the world. Hollywood mogul manager Beverly Dean, current manager of Jim Caviezel and former child stars Reese Witherspoon, Tara Reid, Jessica Biel, Jason and Jeremy London, to name a few, says this of Frank. This DVD series is a must for all young actors. Frank is a gifted artist with an incredible knack for teaching the basics of acting and beyond. He is absolutely fabulous with kids.
Hi guys, my name is Frank Rossi and welcome to Basic and Advanced Acting Techniques in Film and Television for Children and Young Adults. Now I've designed this series in 3 sections. Part 1 is called The Emotional Tools of Acting. I'm going to show you guys how to relax, how to breathe, how to stretch. Then from there we're going to go into a really cool exercise called sense memory. And after that we're going to play animals and inanimate objects like desks and tables and chairs. And then we're going to do a cool imagination exercise. We're going to be on a toboggan, like 10,000 feet, and go down a hill. And then from there, I'm going to show you guys how to listen with a repeat listening exercise. I'll define subtext, and then show you what personal items can do as far as bringing out emotion. Like this means a lot to me because it's from Niagara Falls when I was a kid up in Buffalo, and it just brings out a lot of emotion for me. Then in section 2, called Building a Character, I'm going to show you guys from an actual screenplay from Hollywood, how to build a character for film, TV, or plays. And then we'll get to section 3, how to break down a scene, audition, and gain the advantage on booking the job, which should be a lot of fun. Now, before we get started, make sure you guys have your workbooks with you and your screenplay, and I'd like to introduce some of these fine young actors that'll be helping us today with the exercises and scenes. With me, go ahead, Chloe. With me for about 1.5 years now, almost 2 years, is Chloe. All right, have a seat, Chloe. And then we got Mikey, who's been with me for about 6-8 weeks now. Mikey's doing a fine job. And then we have Erica, one of my older students, who's been here with me almost 2 years now. Is that about right? So nice to see you again, Erica. And then we got little Sarah, who's been with us about 6 weeks now, and Sarah's doing a great job. And then we got Taylor. Look at little Taylor over there, a cool-looking kid. He's been with me six weeks, almost 8 weeks now. And then behind Taylor, we have Alyssa, 2 years, wonderful actress. And then we got Alex in the back. Alex been there again, 6 months to 8 months he's been with me, doing a fine job. And then a kid we just found a couple of weeks ago, a fine young actor from the performing arts. That's Desmond. Nice to see you, Desmond. Thank you guys all for coming. Thank you guys for coming. And you know what? I think we start now. So everybody stand up. Okay? What I want to start with, in acting, everybody, stretching is important. You want to stretch because you want to get yourself physically ready to act. So what I like to teach is basically the following. Put your hands to your sides, put your feet parallel to your shoulders, and I want you to breathe through your nose, in for 5, out your mouth for 7. And I'll show you one time. I want to go up like this for 5, and then I want to go down like that for 7, and kind of just waggle my arms like that and keep my knees straight. Okay? So let's just try that. Ready? So in for 5 through your nose and put your hands up. And come down, all the way down, 7 count. Come back up from there. Up for 5. And then back down for 7. And just relax. Clear your mind and relax. It's very important as an actor to just be calm and relaxed. And come up one more time. Okay. And then go back down. Okay. And then you can also do a lot of different exercises. I don't want to get in the way there, but you can also put your leg, when you take your shoes off, guys, at home and here too, you can put your leg up on a table or on a chair and try to get your hamstring stretched. You guys all know what that is, right? So you can stretch your hamstrings on a table, on a chair, on the floor. There's several exercises you guys can do to get yourself flexible. Physical flexibility is really critical when you're acting. Okay, now the next exercise we're going to do, everybody sit down. Okay, this is what I call the shaking out exercise. You sit in your chair, you uncross your legs, you get your arms loose like this, get your legs loose, put them out like this. Okay, just like a rag doll. Keep the breathing. Close your eyes, breathe in 5, exhale for 7. And kick your arms in. Well, you can watch me first like this and kick them out like this. And get it all relaxed. Clear your mind totally. Get your head like this, like a swivel. Get everything relaxed. This is kind of just getting yourself ready for acting. Keep going. Keep shaking everything out. Keep breathing. A 5 in, 7 out count. It's good. And then you can do that for 5 minutes, actually. We'll just show you now, but you can do that for 5 minutes at home. You guys at home? Now, just relax, open your eyes, and everybody just go. This is how you get your voice ready. Go like this. Now go. Paul pitter patter, Paul pitter patter, Paul pitter patter, Paul pitter patter. Fast as you can. Paul pitter patter, 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 Paul pitter patter. Same at home. Paul pitter patter, Paul pitter patter, Paul pitter patter. Keep going. Keep going. And relax. Now close your eyes. Okay, relax, breathe. And then any tension you have, put it into your chest area, the middle of your chest. Put it all there and just kick it out all at once with like a sound, like, ha! Try that. Good. Good. All right, so keep doing that. Try that again. It's good, Des. That's it. That's it, Taylor. Good, kids. Good. Breathe. Clear your mind. Stretch out. Relax. All right? Very good. Very good. That's the first couple of steps. We want to stretch. We want to relax. We want to learn how to breathe. Breathe in 5, out 7. In 5, out 7. Okay? Now we're going to go into a thing taught by Stanislavski, Lee Strasberg. One of my teachers, Stella Adler, taught this. This is a sense memory exercise. It's a lot of fun. You guys at home, get into a relaxing chair. Close your eyes. Just listen to my voice. And here we go with the sense memory exercise. Keep breathing. I want everybody to go back between the ages of 5 and 10 when a great event happened in your life with one other person. Just one other person, go back to that specific place. Okay? Could be a parent, one of your best friends, someone close to you. We had a great activity that happened, or a great event. You guys at home, the same thing. Go back to that time. And when you're there, raise your hands. Good. All right? And put them down. And now, Chloe, where are you at?
On the salon.
With whom?
My best friend.
And what's his name? Her name?
Erin.
Erin, and what are you guys specifically doing?
We're getting our nails done.
At your 8th birthday party, getting your nails done? And which nail is getting done?
The middle finger.
That a girl. So how do you feel in one word?
Excited.
Keep exploring that. See the details of around that. We want to use all of our senses, guys. Sight, smell, taste, sound, and feel. So start feeling, tasting what's around you. Good. Keep going. Mikey, how old are you?
I'm 10 years old.
And where are you?
I'm on a tube with my friend at his cottage up in Chautauqua Lake.
Chautauqua Lake in an inner tube going down a hill on the water?
On the water.
And how old are you?
10 years old.
And how old is he?
10 years old.
And how do you feel in one word?
Excited.
Keep exploring that. Use all of your senses. Erica, how old are you?
5.
And where are you at?
I'm in my front foyer in my living room, and it's my first day of kindergarten.
Who are you with?
My mom.
Okay, and what are you guys specifically doing there?
She's taking pictures of me in front of the door for my first day, and I'm in a plaid outfit for our uniform.
Okay, we'll get to that. Excellent, kid, excellent. Now, Sarah, how old are you?
9 years old.
And who are you with?
I'm with my best friend, Sarah.
And what are you guys specifically doing?
We're on the swing set in my backyard, and we're discussing what we want to be when we grow up.
And what does she have on?
She has on a white turtleneck and overalls.
Okay. How do you feel in one word?
Free.
Stay there. Use your senses. Get a sense of what time of day is it, the temperature, what's around you, who's around you, things like that. Taylor, where are you at?
I'm at Hershey Park. I'm 8 years old with my dad, about to go down a roller coaster.
Attaboy. How do you feel?
I'm nervous.
Nervous. Attaboy. Okay. Liz, how old are you?
I'm 7 years old.
7 years old. Who are you with?
I'm with my younger brother, Josh.
And how old is he?
He is 6 at the time.
And what are you guys doing?
We are on the swings, and we came up with a creative game where we tied all the ropes around.
And how do you feel in one word?
Hysterical.
Very good, very good. Alex, how old are you?
10.
And who are you with?
My best friend, Mike.
And what are you guys doing specifically?
We were in the woods and we just found a place where we could create a pretty good fort out of trees we found and sticks, and we're making it.
Very good, very good. How do you feel in one word?
Happy.
Okay. Des, how old are you, kid?
10.
What are you doing?
Fishing with my uncle.
And how old is he?
39.
39. What are you fishing specifically? Where?
At the lake in his complex.
And how do you feel in one word?
Brave.
Brave. Now, keep going back, you guys here. You guys at home, keep going back. Start experiencing what's going around there, okay? Get into that activity. Now, let's just go. I'm not going to call everybody out, but just keep going. I want you guys to get this specific, and you guys at home. Erica, from the top of their head to the bottom of their feet, describe with 2 adjectives and then the noun what we're seeing. Like your friend has curly black hair, go all the way down to her shoes. Ready? Go. Who you with?
I'm with my mom.
First, go with your mom.
My mom has her hair tied back, half up, half down. She has brown, wavy hair. She has a black camera in her hands. She's wearing a black turtleneck and jeans with sneakers. And I have my hair half up, half down, and my hair is long and blonde, and it's kind of scruffy. And I'm wearing a blue blouse with a little dark blue tie, and I have a plaid jumper on that's about knee length, and I have high blue socks on with a little black Mary Jane shoes.
Very good. Now, how do you feel?
Excited.
Can you hear anything around you?
I hear the camera snapping pictures.
Do you taste anything?
I taste the cereal that I had that morning in my mouth.
Very good. Do you smell anything?
I smell the cold, rainy air from outside.
And do you feel anything?
I feel happy.
No, I mean physically. Can you touch anything?
My dress.
Atta girl. Okay. Keep going back. Keep going back. Sarah, describe the person you're with.
My best friend Sarah has shoulder length, blonde, straight hair, and she's wearing a white turtleneck with blue jean overalls over it, and she is wearing white lacy socks with her black sneakers, dress shoes-ish shoes, and I have my hair short, and it's black, and I have bangs.
Very good. Good. You keep going. Do you taste anything?
The gum that I'm chewing, mint.
Good girl. Do you hear anything?
I hear children playing and the swings creaking.
Okay. Can you touch anything?
I feel the ropes on the swings that are holding me up.
And can you smell anything?
Barbecue.
Okay. How do you feel in one word as you keep going back? Taylor.
Excited.
Excited. Liz, describe yourself.
Myself, I have shoulder-length, brown, straight, kind of wavy hair, and I am wearing a bright purple Esmeralda shirt, along with my plaid purple, green, and pink striped capris.
Can you taste anything?
Yes,
What?
I taste like that grassy feel in your mouth after you've been playing a long day.
Good, good. Can you hear anything?
Yes, I'm hearing a ton of laughing from me and my brother.
Okay, Alex.
My best friend Mike has straight black hair. He's wearing a plain grayish black shirt, and he has blue jean shorts on.
Okay. How do you feel in one word?
Happy.
Now, let's just keep going. The whole purpose of this, guys, is to go back and get as specific as you can as an actor. The best actors in the world do very specific things to get ready, and they pay attention to detail. Because when you personalize and you make stuff and you get details, that shows, personalization shows emotion. That's where you get it from. Because remember, talent equals emotional availability. It's my job to get you guys emotionally available and showing you the tools of how to do it with real emotion. This is a sense memory, going back in time and going through that real emotion. Now we're going to go into the next area, stay where you are. Now the person that you're with, you guys at home too, the person that you're with just left you alone. You're all alone at that young age, at that specific place. Let that take you wherever it takes you. As an actor, take it there. Go there. Get your emotions. How do you feel? Go there. You're all alone. They left you there. You're 8, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. Just go there. Take your time. We have time, and go there. And then how do you feel? One word. Erica.
Scared.
That a girl. Sarah.
Miserable.
Taylor.
Scared.
Liz.
Betrayed.
Betrayed. Alex.
Lost.
Des.
Excited.
Okay. Come back up here to Mikey. How do you feel in one word?
Upset.
Upset. And then over Chloe, how do you feel?
Unwanted.
Unwanted. Keep going, guys. You should really feel that emotion of being alone. Really believe that you're alone there. That's it, kids. That's good. You guys at home, the same thing. You're all by yourself. You should be experiencing all kinds of different emotions. Keep going. Good. This is showing range as an actor. Go through this exercise. Atta girl. That's it, Chloe. That's it, kids. Now, how you feel right now. I want you guys to become an animal. An animal that you feel is appropriate here. And what I mean by that specifically is if you're alone in the middle of a crowd or something and no one lets you out, maybe you feel like a caged lion where you can't get out. Or you're a little cat with all these big people around you because you're a small kid. You guys understand that? Raise your hands if you don't understand that. Guys at home, the same thing. Choose an animal that you would feel like based on the emotion you have right now of being abandoned. And when you have that animal, raise your hands. Good. And we'll start up here. Chloe. What animal are you, sweetie?
I'm a black bear.
Why?
Because they're all alone. They don't live with anybody. They're not with anybody.
Very good, kid. Mikey.
Parrot.
Why are you a parrot?
Because it sits in its cage all day while the parents or the people go away and leave it.
Very good, youngster. Erica.
I'm a deer in the headlights.
Why?
Because I'm panicked. I have no idea what to do.
Good girl. Sarah.
I'm a little puppy.
Why?
Because usually they're around people that take care of them, and when the people leave, they're really upset and scared.
Good. Taylor.
I'm a mouse because I'm always looking out for owls and I'm nervous.
You're nervous because you're alone? You're looking out for the owls, or like what? People might come after you being that young? Is that what you kind of mean?
Yeah.
All right. Liz.
I'm a cat who's caught its paw in a mousetrap.
Why?
Because I feel like I'm hurt but betrayed at the same time, because once again this mousetrap is supposed to catch the mice, but I was betrayed.
Keep going with your emotion. Alex, what are you?
I'm a bee who left the hive.
Why?
Because I'm alone and I feel lost. I don't know where I am.
Good kid. Good boy. Des.
I'm a lion.
Why?
Lions run through the safari. They're brave, they're fearless, and they're on their own.
But you've been left alone now.
Yes.
So you feel fearless when you're left alone? How old are you?
10. I feel brave because he left me fishing by myself. He actually trusted me, so.
Good, kid. Good. Keep going emotionally now, guys. Now, let's become that animal. And in your chairs, take on the physical mannerisms of that animal. Do the movement and the sound. And don't hold back. You guys at home, same thing. Do the animal sounds and do the physical movement. Go. That's it, Chloe. That's it, Mikey. Come on, Erica. That a girl. That's it, Sarah. All right, T. That a boy, Taylor. That's it, Liz. Okay, Alex. That's it, Des. That's it. Come on, go with that. They left you alone. I want to see more emotion. More emotion. That's it. That's it, kids. Good. Good. Keep going. Keep going. All right, now they just came back. They just gave you a big hug. You're still that animal. Go. Good. Okay, now come back to present day. Keep breathing. You guys at home, the same thing. Come back to present day. You're in your chairs at home watching. Open your eyes. Okay. Now I'm going to ask several questions about this. Start over with Chloe. How many emotions did you go through? What was that experience like?
I went through happy, excited, unwanted, and upset.
Okay. And Mikey?
Excited to then being afraid and alone, and then upset, and then excited again because they came back.
Good. Erica?
I was thrilled and happy and excited, and then I was terrified and unsure and scared, and then I was relieved.
Good.
When she came back.
Sarah?
I was happy and excited, and I felt free to be what I wanted to be, and then I felt confined and scared and upset and just miserable.
Very good. Tay?
At first I was nervous, and then I was scared, and then I was happy, and then nervous again.
And you were what?
Nervous again.
Okay. Liz?
I had tons of relief. I was hysterical, and then I was free, and then I was betrayed. And it was just tearful.
It was tearful, terrible, but it was fun at the end because you're back here now. It's only acting, right, guys? It's only acting, but it has to be real emotions that we're using. Alex?
I was joyful, and then I was excited, and then I was scared and lost, and then I was happy and relieved again.
Attaboy. Des?
I felt brave and excited.
Okay. And then when he came back, how did you feel?
Excited because he was there with me still, so it wasn't...
Well, you like to be left on your own when you were fishing. Okay. But here's the point, guys, and you guys at home. This sense memory exercise, it's using all 5 senses and your memories from the past. You go back there, right? You go back there in time and you recreate events in your life. Now, each one of you guys had different locations you went to and different things that happened. I'll show you guys later on what I mean by that as an actor. What you do is you plug in that event, like you were where?
In my front hallway.
In your front hallway with whom?
My mom.
Doing what?
Getting ready for my first day of school.
Getting ready for her first day at school. Well, maybe, you know how that feeling felt? Well, maybe she's in a movie and she's playing a part where you're going to your first job in a movie. But you don't know what that means, right? I mean, it's a job you know nothing of. So what you do, and I don't want to get too complicated with it because I'll explain a little bit later, but what you do is you plug in. Going to your first day of school with your mom, you can plug that into a scene where you're going to your first job. Maybe you're 12 or 13 and you're going to your first job. And it might be the same feeling. Or you're fishing with your uncle. Okay? Maybe you're in a movie. And there's a guy that you're working with and you're going fishing with him. You don't know the guy, do you? So how can you make that real? Do you follow me with that? You can't make it real. Use imagination, or what I call, this is substitution. I'll explain that. So what you do, you use the situation we just went through, and you plug it into the scene, and now you've personalized it. It means something to you, and you're using your real uncle. And that's what it's basically sense, memory, emotional recall of an event that happened before. But keep in mind, and you guys at home too, keep this in mind. Look at all the emotions you guys went through. Happy, sad, anger, resentment, abandonment. But all of those feelings are what? Are they real? Of course they're real. Acting is being real. The emotions. You know, parents sometimes, oh, my kid's a great, or this kid's a great actor, this kid's a great actor. They're acting all the time. Acting is being real. Okay? And I'll say this a million times, but talent, and these guys know it because these guys have been hearing it for a while now, but talent equals emotional availability. You have to be emotionally available with real emotion to be talented in our business. You know how people cry on screen and things like that? They have to do it from a memory, or they can use their imagination, and we'll go through that next. But does anybody have any questions about this? Any comments you want to make for the kids at home that you guys may be able to help them with? Erica, anything?
You really just have to be able to go through emotions and be able to go back into your last memory that you had. You really have to be able to know it.
You have to know it, and you have to get specific with it when you go back. Anything from my advanced lists?
Make it personal.
Make it personal.
Because it makes you go through the truest emotions that you have.
Chloe?
Feel good about yourself when you're doing the scene. Make it feel like it's your scene.
Okay, make it yours. Make it personal. Make it your own. And always like the people you're playing. Even if you're playing a bad kid, find something good in them. You have to like the people you play. Okay, so that kind of ends this little test thing on sense memory or substitution, emotional recall. We'll go over it at the end of this section. Now what we're going to do next is an imagination exercise. There's only two ways to act, as far as I know. Using your imagination, where you can imagine the past, the present, or the future. You can imagine yourself married to a really handsome doctor in a couple of years. All right, see, there you go. She's already there. Or you can be a doctor in a couple of years. You can be anything you want to be. You could be running a business. You can imagine anything you want. We use that a lot in acting. But then we use substitution. Or what we just did, the sense memory, emotional recall. We do that as well. So those are two ways of acting. Now the next exercise we're going to do is imagination. So what we're going to do is everybody's going to take these chairs, put them over here, and we're going to all line up. Okay? Chloe first. Sit down on the floor. Mikey behind her. And like you're on a toboggan. Get next in like same order. Erica. And then Sarah. And then who was over there next is Taylor. And then Liz. Alex. Des. Okay, get close. Get close. We're all buddies here. Okay, we're all kids. Well, you guys are kids. I'm not a kid, but I can, well, yeah, most of the time, right, Chloe? All right. So what I want you guys to do, put your legs around them, Des. Okay, we're buddies. Put your hands on the next person's shoulder. All right? Now, close your eyes. Another fun exercise. Close your eyes. Let's continue to do what we did before. Let's breathe in for 5, out for 7. And now we're going to go up on the biggest hill in the world. It's snowing. 4 feet of snow on that mountain. It's 22 degrees below zero up there. Start figuring out what kind of clothes you have on. Get real specific up there. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a snow blizzard. And all you guys are on a toboggan. Okay? And I'm going to ask a few questions. We'll go from Chloe back. I want to know specifically what you guys are wearing. First, I want to know how you feel. Take your time to get there. First, get there. And when you feel you're there, you can raise your hand and then put it down. Okay? You guys at home can do the same thing. Just put yourself on the back row and go on the toboggan ride. All right? And I see you guys are happy to be there. So how do you feel in one word, Chloe?
Nervous.
Mikey.
Freezing.
Erica.
Scared.
Good girl. Sarah.
Excited.
Little Taylor.
Afraid.
Liz.
Fearless.
Alex.
Frightened.
Des.
Terrified.
Okay, now we're at the top of the hill. It's a 10,000-foot drop. The toboggan's going to go down that hill in about 30 seconds. What are you wearing? Now let's do what we did before when we first learned. What are you wearing? Chloe.
A snow white hat, green goggles, a green snow jacket, and different colored striped pants, snow pants.
Mikey.
A green hat, a green snow hat with blue earmuffs, a big red jacket, and black snow pants.
Erica. Good kid.
Brown boots, black overall snow pants, my blue and white jacket with 2 pairs of blue gloves, and my blue hat and my hood on my jacket's over my hat.
Excellent. Sarah.
I'm wearing a white hat with pom-poms and a red, white, and blue ski coat with a different color striped scarf and black snow pants and my snow boots, which are dark green.
Taylor. Good girl.
I have a green snow hat, and my winter jacket is blue, and then I have black snow pants and blue snow boots.
Good kid. Liz.
I have a knitted blue and cream hat on, along with my bubble light blue jacket and black overall snow pants, along with black shiny boots.
Good. Alex.
All right, I have on multicolored pajama pants, over which I have on my really dark blue snow pants. I'm wearing a plain white t-shirt, over which I have on a red turtleneck and a yellow and blue really big jacket. I have on black snow boots, under which I'm wearing 2 pairs of socks.
Very good, youngster. Des.
I have on my black skull cap, some protective eyewear, a black puffy jacket to protect me from the cold. I have 2 pairs of sweatpants on and 2 pairs of socks.
Good.
And some boots.
Okay, here we go, guys. It's 22 degrees below zero up there. It's freezing. Get the cold. Use your senses. Okay, feel the cold. Hear the snow. Taste the snow. Okay? You're touching a person in front of you, and you can hear everything around you. And then let me see the sounds of it. When you guys are ready to go down the hill, I'm going to push you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go! It's faster, faster, faster. Faster, faster. You're coming down to the end of the mountain, the end of the mountain. You've reached the bottom. How do you feel? One word, Chloe.
Excited.
Mikey.
Relieved.
Alive.
Sarah.
Exhilarated.
Tay.
I'm excited.
Liz.
Feel cool.
Good, good, good. Alex.
Terrific.
Des.
Pumped.
Pumped. Okay, guys. You're at the bottom of the hill. Now let's switch it again. There's no way out. You're left alone, just the 8 of you guys. No food, nothing. You're by yourselves. It's about to become the nighttime. You're just on your own, all a bunch of kids. When you feel like you're alone and here's the darkness and it's colder, when you get to that place, raise your hand. And then put it down. All right. And how do you feel? Guys at home, stay with us. How do you feel in one word? Chloe.
Nervous.
Mikey.
Afraid.
Erica.
Freaked out.
That a girl. Sarah.
Confined.
Okay. Tay.
Excited. Scared.
You're scared and you're excited, but you're with just the kids. Well, you like being with kids only, don't you? Yeah, I know. Liz.
Kind of adventurous.
Okay. Alex.
Scared to death.
Des.
A little worried.
A little worried. You're all alone, but you're that kind of kid who's going to be running a company in 2 years anyway, so you like being alone. Okay. So now, you're back to the lodge. Your parents are back with you. Everything's relieved. Come out of it. Open your eyes. Tell us how that felt, one at a time. Start with Chloe.
It felt nerve-wracking when we were at the top, but then I felt nervous when we got to the bottom when no one was there, but then I felt relieved when everybody was back and we were at the lodge.
That a girl. Mikey.
I felt afraid and scared, and I was really cold, so it made it even worse. And then when we were going through it, it was scary, but so cool. And then when we got to the bottom, we were relieved that it was done. But then when we found out our parents weren't there, we got scared.
Good. Very good. Erica.
At first, I was freaking out because I didn't want to go down, and it was a really huge drop, and I was really scared. And then once we were going down it, it was scary, but it was fun at the same time. And then once we got down there and there was no one there, I was really scared and didn't know what to do. And once we finally got back to the lodge, everything was fine again.
So a lot of different emotions. Sarah.
I was happy and excited, and I couldn't wait to go down. And while I was going down, I thought it was really cool, and I anticipated everything. And then at the bottom, I felt really accomplished that I had actually done it, and I was really happy that I got through it. But then I was really scared, and I felt confined because there was no way out.
Good girl. Good. Tay.
At first, I was scared and nervous because we were going to go down a really big hill. And then while we were going down it, I was still scared and excited. And then when we got down to the bottom of the hill, I was relieved and everything.
Good. Liz.
I felt really happy. I was really proud of myself after I went down that hill, and I was very achieved, I felt. And then I got kind of scared, but I knew that everything was going to be okay. And, well, everything was okay, so.
Good. Alex.
I was really cold, but I was getting really anxious, and I felt like I was going to have a good time. And as I went down, I was feeling really exhilarated, and then I got to the bottom, and I was happy, and I felt great. And then I felt terrified, and then back at the lodge, I felt really good.
Very good. Des.
When I started out at the top of the mountain, I was terrified. Going down, I felt pumped and adrenaline. You know, once at the bottom, I couldn't believe I did that, but I still felt excited that I did.
Okay.
And then left alone.
So, do you guys see what imagination can do? Where all those emotions, they're real, aren't they, guys? Real emotions that you can create using imagination, which you just did, and emotional recall, which we were doing before, which is a sense memory, which is the same thing, just recalling an event from before. So you can use your imagination here. What if you were in a situation and what if you had to do something where you had to get really scared? And you wanted to go down on a roller coaster. So you've been on roller coasters before, right? But what if it's the biggest roller coaster you've never been on before? You can use your imagination. You can take that feeling and plug it into something that scares you half to death. Okay, what if you're in a movie? It's just a film, guys. But what if somebody's chasing you? Nobody, and you never had that happen to you. Well, you can use your imagination, can't you? You can imagine that that's happening. And the more exercises you do with imagination, you can be on a toboggan, you can be on a boat, you can be on what do they call those, wave runners? You can be on anything you guys want to be on, or different things you can do. Use your imagination. And just go to different places, because the more times you practice imagination and these exercises on your sense memory and going back, the easier it is as an actor, because those are the tools we rely on. You have to be able to use your imagination, and you have to recall things from before, but you have to practice it. So you can do this exercise. What else might you want to do? So toboggan ride. Okay, but what could you do by yourself? Imagine what? Maybe you imagine you won the lottery or something. Maybe you imagine you got into the greatest school you wanted to get into. You won the championship Little League game. Anything you want to imagine, if you just put yourself in a room, shut the lights off and go there, you use your imagination. And you can use that, you keep practicing that. And that's how that works with imagination. Okay, next quickest exercise. Everybody stand up. Chloe, everybody get parallel. Chloe with Mikey, just like that, like this. Turn this way, like that. Okay, you guys come over here, you two. Right here, just parallel, like this. Spread out, like this. You're there. Let's go like that. You guys are here. No, get closer. Come on over here, you guys. Come on over here. Come on over here. Let's go right here. Move back a little. Okay, that's good. And, all right. Now, here's the next exercise. It's called, look at each other, it's called repeat exercise. No emotion, just repeat the line what the other person does. Identical, physical identical movement, and what they do, no emotion whatsoever. I want you to go red light, green light, red light, green light. That's all I want you to do, but don't do any movement. Okay? And go.
Red light, green light. 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 Red light, green light.
That's it. No emotion, just identical movement, everything.
Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
Okay, move more here.
Red light, green light.
Go over here, straight back.
Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
No movement now.
Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
No emotion. Perfect.
Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
Good. Keep going. Excellent. That's it. Don't do anything except same exact thing. Good. Guys at home, you could use somebody at home to do the same thing. Red light, green light. Nothing.
Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
Now, stop. And I want to use what I'm going to show you guys called subtext. So now, how are you feeling right now at this moment in time? We're here taping this. You're here at this moment in time. How do you feel right now in one emotion? Liz.
Ecstatic.
Ecstatic to be here. Alex.
Excited.
Excited. Mikey.
I was excited.
Excited. Sarah.
Excited.
Okay. So now what we're going to do is this. I want the person I just talked to, all four of you guys, to put that emotion of how you feel into the words red light, green light. Do you follow me on that? Same thing at home, guys. You're feeling what you're feeling. Just start from there. It's like I'm excited, so it's kind of like this. Red light, green light. I'm excited, right? It's not about red light, green light. It's about the excitement underneath it because you're actually here having fun, right? Instead of outside playing or going to the beach. Who wants to be at the beach today? It's only 85 degrees, right? This is more fun. All right, so that's what I want you to do. Start with red light, green light with the kids I said. Use that emotion. Now the other person, like we'll start with Erica. When she says red light, green light, and she's excited, she's going to respond red light, green light on how she feels emotionally because of how she felt what Sarah gave it to her. So when Sarah's excited, then Erica could be excited for her. And then when Erica responds emotionally underneath it, you're going to respond to her emotion. That's called moment-to-moment acting, where you just wait for that person, play off them, I get it back, you play off me, I go back, you play off you. Back and forth like that is the way you do that. That's called moment-to-moment acting. That's what this exercise is for. Okay, so let's just try it. Start with the kids I said had the emotion going. And action.
Red light, green light. 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 Red light,
good.
Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
Play off her, you play off him, moment to moment. That's it. Moment to moment acting.
Red light, green light.
That's the way to watch. What are you getting?
Red light, green light.
Good. Now what are you getting from him?
Red light, green light.
Underneath. That's it. Now what are you getting from him?
Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
What are you getting from him?
Red light, green light. Red light.
Come over here.
Red light, green light.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
Red light, green light.
Red light, green light.
Red light, green light.
That's it. Underneath.
Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
Okay, hold it. Everybody hold it. Now, all you guys, come over here. Come on over here. All you guys, except for these two. Come on over here. Come over here and watch. Stand over here in a line. Okay, ready? Now continue. No, we can't watch like that. Turn sideways. All right. We'll go like that. Okay. Now, I'm going to show you a little bit more what to do. Watch this. Oh, we won't do event yet, but let's go back to, how do you feel right now?
Happy.
Ready? Now, how do you feel?
Excited.
Okay, let's go. Go.
Red light, green light.
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 It should go big. It should go big. Why are you stopping?
Red light, green light.
Red light, green light.
Red light, green light.
Red
Red light, green light.
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 Hug! You should hug now because it's like that. All right, so hold it. Okay, cut there. Now, what I want to tell you guys, get back in, you can get in the line over there now, okay? But the purpose of this is to read what the other person's doing underneath. Red light, green light doesn't mean anything. But it was like, I'm happy to be here, I'm excited. Then you were like, cool, you're excited, I'm excited. Let's give a hug, because we're girls and girls hug, right? Don't you? Okay, so just have fun with it. Then it can go to the other way. You can change the emotions any way you want. We can get into that later. Okay, so that's called repeat exercise with emotion underneath it. And that's the essence of acting, subtext. Subtext is simply what's really going on underneath. Let's go over personal items and why. You guys got them at home as well, I hope. Chloe, tell us about that teddy bear, what it means to you, when you got it.
This is my bunny, and I got him for Easter. And he's really special to me because my mom gave him to me, but my dad didn't want to give him to me. But he's my favorite because they kind of split. They split them. Like sometimes my mom just buys them, and sometimes my dad just buys them, but they both bought them.
Oh, they both bought that teddy bear for you at the same time. And obviously your mom and dad are great people and you love them, right? But when you handle that teddy bear right now, how does that make you feel in one word?
I really like him because
But how do you feel in one word?
It makes me feel happy.
Give him a hug. Now how does that make you feel? No, you can give him a hug. How does that make you feel?
Happy.
And what else? Safe?
Yeah.
Because it came from your parents. Mm-hmm. Good kid. Mikey.
I have a picture of my 2 dogs that passed away.
How does that make you feel?
Upset, but it also brings back good memories and fun memories of them.
But if you need that kind of feeling as an actor, maybe somebody passed away in the movie you're playing. Maybe, watch this, maybe a parent in the movie died. Your parents are both alive. How do you know what that means? You don't, do you? But you could substitute your dog because that emotion, because he's almost crying now, which is okay. Remember, if you can cry, you're in our business, but you don't want to cry all the time. Okay? But you're in our business. But you could substitute those dogs if you had to play a scene where the dad died or somebody died, couldn't you? What's the hockey puck for?
It just it makes me happy. It sort of represents me more than some memory.
It represents you because you're a hockey player.
Yeah.
So you got that puck with you. So if you walk into an audition and you just put the puck down, because you're going to be a little bit nervous. You should always be a little bit nervous. Then when you get in there, it goes away. If you prepare, you get less nervous. But you're always going to be nervous. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I take that hockey puck, bring it with me, because I can bring a football, because I played a lot of football. I put the football down. I got confidence, because that makes me feel like I know who I am, doesn't it? That's what you do with that. Good kid. Erica, what do you got?
I have a note from my best friend.
Should we read that, guys?
No.
You have a note from your best friend when?
This was summer going into 9th grade.
Summer going into 9th grade. And it's personal. And what emotion does it bring out?
Happiness.
Happiness? Is your friend around still?
Oh, yes.
But she's got a personal note from her friend that makes her very happy. So how could you use that in a scene?
If I need to be very happy or excited about something and thrilled, and I couldn't just get it like that, I could have this in my pocket.
Good girl. That's exactly what you could do. Sarah, what do you got, youngster?
I have 2 things, and the first thing is my favorite shirt. I got it with my friend Katie when I visited her in Maryland because she lives there. And so it makes me feel happy, but also sort of like sad because I don't see her.
You miss her?
Yeah, I miss her a lot.
So if one of your parents or somebody in a movie scene took off, right, left you with just, let's say you had 2 parents and one left, you got both parents now. That doesn't mean anything to us as actors. We're playing a scene. I don't know what that feels like. But I have that. And that makes me feel like somebody left. And you substitute. See how you substitute? You get the items that are personal? And what's the other thing?
This is a bracelet that I was given when my great-grandmother died. It was hers.
And how do you feel? One word when you handle that.
Sort of solemn.
Solemn. So if you're playing something solemn, you can use that emotion. It brings that up for you. There's other items you can use to bring the emotion you need. Taylor, it's all right. You're a cool kid. You just don't have it with you. All right. Look at him smile like that. It looks like he's done something, hasn't it? Even though he hasn't. Liz. What do you got?
I have a music box.
Open it up, play it. Now, one word, how do you feel?
It's sad. There's not really any other...
Okay, close it. You feel sad. So if you have to do a scene where something happens and you're sad or you have to cry, that music box is all you need, isn't it? And you can rehearse that and listen to it by yourself in a room that's quiet. And use these emotional tools, because when you get to the scene, when you rehearse this, it'll come automatically if you practice it this way. You just have it with you. That's great. That's a really good one. Alex.
I brought a trophy I got when I did a dance competition.
How long ago?
It was a year ago.
How does it make you feel?
Overjoyed.
Did you win?
Yeah, I won Promising Performer.
Okay. So that makes you feel what? Confident?
Yeah, confident, excited, ready to go.
So you might bring that on an audition. Let's say you go on for a big audition for a big Disney film or some big movie. I got this thing next to me. I can do this, I can do that. Something like that. Des.
My ring.
Your ring from your mom. Because you love your mom and she's real special to you.
Yes.
How do you feel in one word when you have that?
Happy because we were in New York City spending time together, so made me feel good when she brought this ring for me.
Okay. Now, what do you think he could do with that ring if he was playing what kind of scene?
Slip it on.
Well, you could put the ring on. And if you're in a scene and your mom, let's say you're playing a scene in a movie, and you got a mom there, but it's not your real mom, you could put that ring on. And you just can imagine that lady you're playing opposite gave you that ring, but that emotion comes from your real mom. So you just use that emotion from that ring and you plug it into the mom you're playing opposite in the movie. Personal items. See what they do? So now what we're going to do, we're just going to do a recap. What I want you guys to do, we're going to recap this first section, then we'll move on to the second section. Let's go to page 2. We have to go over this because I want everybody here and all you guys at home to understand this. It's something we have to get through. Let's look at the word sense. Any of the faculties as sight, hearing, smell, taste, or touch by which humans and animals perceive stimuli originating from inside the body or outside the body, right? You use your 5 senses as an actor, not all at the same time, but that's what you have to hone in. That's your skill level, your senses. Memory is obviously, you can look at this on your own, but it's your capability to retain facts and create stuff that happened before. Emotional recall. That's the sense memory exercise we did, right? It's simple. Well, not that simple, but it requires the actor to call on the memories he or she felt when they were in a situation similar, or more recently a situation which is similar emotionally, that came on with them, to their character. Stanislavski, which is the father of all modern acting from Russia, he believed an actor needed to take emotion and personality to the stage and call upon it when playing their character, and believed that emotional memory was one way to do it. Personal, use emotion, make it personal emotion. He also believed in objectives, which we'll get into later, and the physical body's effect on emotions. And sympathy with the character. You got to be sympathetic for the character you're playing. And then substitution is kind of the same thing as emotional recall. It's to take the place of, and we'll go through that in the scene work in section 3. Animate objects just means something that's alive. Inanimate objects means something that's not alive. Okay, you guys understand that. A tree is alive, guys, until it's dead. Imagination, if you look at page 3, imagining or forming mental images or concepts. And then listening is to make an effort to hear. Then subtext, the old subtext. The underlying personality of a dramatic character as implied or indicated by a script or text and interpreted by an actor in a performance. The way I like to look at it, what's really going on underneath the dialogue? Personal items we just went over, which was fun, wasn't it? And then private collection means like sweaters, rings, necklaces, perfume, watches, blankets, things of that nature, music, so that you can get the emotion. Then if you turn to page 4 in your workbooks, guys, we've already been through stretching and breathing. And relaxation. I'm telling you, stretching gets your physical body ready to act. Breathing gets you emotionally ready to breathe and relax. Makes all of your senses ready to go as an actor. Whenever you're on an audition or something where you have to go in for something, it doesn't have to be for acting, it could be for anything. Make sure you breathe. Relax. Try to clear your mind. It works all the time. So then if we go over to page 5, that's the sense memory exercise. If you guys at home, if you want to do it again, you can watch the video or go just read through this and go over it again. But we've already been through this, but I want you to understand something. I'm just going to read in the middle of this. Acting equals emotional availability. You have to be emotionally available in all areas. Happiness, sadness, anger, sorrow, grief, jealousy, despair, excitement. The way to do that is using what, Sarah? What two things can we use?
Sense memory.
Or
Substitution.
Well, sense memory is substitution. It's going back and using emotional recall. Or imagination. Imagination, emotional recall, which equals substitution, two ways to act. Okay? And as I said before, all acting is used. You either use your imagination or you use substitution. Now, animate objects. Like I said, with the animate objects, that's on page 6. Anything that is alive. The reason we like to observe and practice playing animals is for their incredible spontaneity and natural instincts. You ever notice that? You guys have animals, right? Pets? If you walk a pet down the street 5 different days in a row, what happens? They don't know where they're going, and they change every time, don't they? They change every time because their instincts take them different places. They don't think, they just react. Actors, thinking is the worst thing you can do. You just have to be. Use your emotion and just let things happen. Little kids are that way too. Little kids, if you watch your little brothers or sisters, when they play Superman or someone like that, don't they believe it 100%? That's what we have to do as actors. We have to suspend our belief and use our imagination. That's why I like to teach young people and older actors to watch animals and little kids, because they're really great for that. And like I have here, by studying and observing and actually physically moving like an animal, we as humans get in touch with our own natural instincts because we are not thinking, we are just being. Reacting, using our instincts to carry us through a scene. Practicing movements and sounds of animals will be helpful when you start playing characters. Let's say you're in a scene. When you have to confront somebody in a space that's not too, available, and you have to push them and you're kind of confined. Now the person knows that you're physically superior to them. So what could you do? You could play an animal. And y'all see animals how they walk like this. They don't walk like this. They walk like this, don't they? And then they walk back this way. They never turn their back. So if you're playing a character that's not stalking, I don't want to use that word, but if you're going to do something, or you're playing somebody that's the other way, like a cat that's scared of a bigger cat or a dog, you start taking on these physical movements of these animals, not literally, but you kind of subtly put them into your acting, and you walk a different way. And that's why I love doing animate objects. If you're a tree going back and forth, if you ever watch a tree do that, and you want to play that, it's like I'm free because I can go back and forth and I don't know when it's going to happen, do I? But I'm still rooted to the ground, so I can't leave, but I still have some freedom. And maybe you're playing that. Maybe you're at home in a scene. And your mom lets you do certain things, but you can't go out of the house. See what I mean? That's how you would use an animate object. Inanimate objects. Okay, we actually didn't get to that part in the exercise, but an inanimate object would be like a desk or a chair or something not alive. Inanimate objects, I like to practice with all that emotion, because let's say you retire and you've been rolled down the hill and now you're at the bottom and you get all these bruises and you're playing that kind of a character. Inanimate objects, you want to start to play like they say, you can play like a chair or a desk. You've seen acting classes where they do that. The reason they do that is because with film acting, what happens is you can't move. It's all in your eyes. You got to show us in your eyes. You can't go moving all over the place. So I like people to practice with simply, I like you to practice inanimate objects because you can have all that emotion going, like when we went on that substitution and we went on that animate object thing. You can have all that emotion going, but you're playing a chair and you can't move or anything, so you feel all that tension and everything, and all you can do is open your eyes and all the emotions coming through here. So inanimate objects like chairs and desks and things like that are great tools to use when you're playing a character in film and stage. It doesn't really matter, so you can show most of the emotion in your eyes. That's where it really counts when we're doing film acting. So that would be an inanimate object. Okay, we didn't get that, but we got it now. Now on page 7. Okay, guys, imagination and substitution. Turn to page 7 if you're not there. The faculty of imagining or forming mental images or concepts what is not actually present to the senses. That's what imagination is. Imagine is one of two ways to act. The other being substitution, as I mentioned before. Remember, Sarah? Emotional recall is the same thing as substitution. All right? Talent equals emotional availability. Equals persistence. You got to work hard too. You work hard and you're emotionally available, you're talented. It doesn't come easy. You got to work for it like anything else. I don't want to sound like your parents, but that's actually true. Okay? The other being imagination fully utilized requires an actor to imagine themselves in a situation both physically and emotionally. The exercise in the toboggan was done for the following reason. It stimulated your imagination, didn't it, guys? Like anything in life, if you don't practice it, you'll lose it. Okay? If you don't practice the piano, how many guys play instruments? You don't play it for a week, what happens? Athletes, when they get to a professional level, a college level, if they don't keep practicing, within 2 days they lose a lot. It's just even you kids, when you do sports, ballet, gymnastics, anything. You got to keep practicing, don't you? Because then you feel more comfortable. And the more times you practice, the more free you feel when you do it because you're more confident, right? Same in acting. So that's what we like to keep, practice makes perfect. That's actually quite true. Sense awareness. When going through the toboggan exercise, you were forced to be aware of your 5 senses and your surrounding. And once you were aware of those senses were heightened, weren't they? That's what we do as actors. We notice everything as actors. When you walk on a set, you see everything on that set. All the items that are on that set, everything that's there is there for a reason. Nobody puts items on a set just to be there. They're there for a specific reason. And you need to study those as an actor because that's what scene you're in. And then substitution. In the exercise, the students use their imaginations to go to the toboggan ride. Let's say, for an example, an actor went on a ride, and I told that actor to recreate when there was a toboggan ride with their dad or something when they were 5 or 6 or 7. The actor would go back to a specific day and time, just like in the opening sense memory exercise. And they would use emotional recall. They recreate the moments, okay? When the occurrence happened. So maybe if you really had a ride, I'm just paraphrasing too. You guys can read it on your own time, but I get going and I just have to say something, so I kind of missed this a little bit, but don't worry about it. Okay? So it's like if you went back there with your dad and it was age 5. Anybody ever go on a toboggan ride with their dad or their mom or their sled when you were 5? What if you needed that emotion because you were feeling so excited? Remember, look at the smiles you get just to do that. So we want to recreate those things that happen with our parents and our friends and bring that emotion into the scene. And that's kind of substitution. So you could substitute that little thing. Let's say you're playing a character, let's say you're 30 years old, and you're with your little daughter and she's 5. See? You want to know how your daughter feels? You don't, because let's say you're not married and you don't have a daughter. How do you do it? Maybe you substitute when you were 5 and your dad, you see how that felt and you just replace it. See what I mean? Because now you know how your daughter felt. You'll know how your daughter feels in the scene because she's going to feel the same way you did when your dad was doing the same thing. And you plug it in. Substitution. Acting is just being real, going from a moment to moment of watch what's going on back and forth. That's what acting is. Being real. Okay, most people don't understand that. You got to be real and the emotion has to be real. And then let's go to page number 8, listening. Repeat listening exercise. To make an effort to hear something. Most of us don't listen. Most of us like to talk. Great actors listen. Okay? You want to listen. Hear what's going on. Don't always want to talk. All right, one of the most common mistakes actors make is is not listening. A lot of times we're so concerned with our own dialogue that we don't even listen to what the other person says. We forget to listen to what they're giving us. We're just thinking about our dialogue. Ultimate actor is the person who doesn't know the next line. They just listen for what you gave, and then my line comes out automatically. Now, the purpose of like I said, the repeat exercise with no emotion is to show you guys how to use primarily your sight and your hearing senses to really see and hear exactly what the other person is saying and physically doing. That way you get used to it, so you really start paying attention. It also helps you to listen carefully because you're forced to repeat what the other person does and what they say exactly. Practice this as much as possible. To identify, just identical. Do exactly what they do identical means you're really starting to use your sight, your hearing, right? And if you touch them, then you'd be using your touch. You got smell, you got sound, and you got smell too, but we're not using that there. But as actors, we want to learn. That's why I love these repeat exercises. Yeah, this is from Sandy Meisner a long time ago. He was a great teacher. But the repeat exercise, just to show that you're paying attention, that you're aware of what's going on. And then the repeat exercise with emotion, that's a little bit more difficult because it's kind of, we still kind of didn't quite get it. But by standing there opposite, I'll just paraphrase this, okay? By standing there opposite a person with that repeat emotional exercise, like Erica, stand up. Let's just do it. Stand up. Okay, stand up like this. Here, let's go like this. She's standing right here, okay? And I'm standing right here. You're just like this. Now, let's just say we'll just do what's going on. Can you guys, here, move over here a little bit so they can see. So let's just say we do this, okay? Ready? So what's going on right now? So how do you feel right now? Watch. I'll show you guys specifically. I'm excited to be teaching because I got all these wonderful kids here and people helping putting this video together to help some kids. So I'm excited, right? And she's a great little kid who's been helping me out. So I just look at the kid. This is all the subtext of what's going on. And I just go, thank you very much, Erica. Or in my case, I'd say, red light, green. And then she sees that. And how do you feel?
I feel happy that you're excited.
So then let's go red light, green light.
Red light, green light.
Red light, green light.
Red light, green light.
Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
Red light, green light.
Red light, green light.
Red light, green light.
She's a cute little kid and I like her. She's my buddy. Red light, green light. Do you see that? That red light, green light is what's really going on underneath it. Sweet little kid. I like her. I know her mom. They're good people. See, so we go back and forth and the kids are here. And that's the purpose of that repeat with emotion. See, then we'll change it later. I'll show you guys how to go all over with it, but that's just for now. Thank you. Have a seat, youngster. And that would be the repeat exercise with emotion. That's what we were trying to do there. Now, the next page, page number 9. The last page in section 1. Subtext. The underlying personality of a dramatic character is implied or indicated by a script or text and interpreted by an actor in a performance. Bottom line, what's really going on underneath. That's all it means with subtext. And we'll go into that in section 3, where I'll show you subtext. In all acting, as in life, the words really don't mean anything. You ever see people talk, but they don't really mean that, and they're hiding it, they're smiling, but underneath it, they're really angry that somebody did something? Like, if your dad, your parent, one of your parents doesn't clean up after themselves, or you see their clothes lying around, what does your mom do? You ever see that happen with your mom, and they'll go, no, honey, that's okay. That's okay. You leave him where you want to leave him. And she's smiling, right? But what does she really mean? You're dead if you don't clean him up, doesn't it? See? That's what subtext actually really is. So the words really don't mean anything. It's what's underneath that counts. The emotional listening exercise was our first experience with subtext. In the exercise, the line red light, green light didn't mean anything. To us as actors, our guys, it doesn't mean anything. What emotion or intent the other actor had going on underneath is what we call in our business gold. The gold is what's going on underneath. Because if you're feeling sad and upset and you want to cry and everything, if you start smiling and you hide it as an actor, you know what happens? The audience that's watching you on film gets to see all the emotion that you're really feeling and you're trying to hide, and they go, no. She's not feeling that. She's feeling really sad, and they start to feel for you. Let the audience discover your emotion. Don't show it all to me. Kind of hide it underneath. And that's what subtext really is. Okay, essentially. And we'll go over subtext more in section 3. I say it a lot because it's critical to us as actors. What's really going on matters, not the line. And then personal items we've already been over. Okay, I'll just go down to the bottom here. We use personal items to stimulate our emotional availability. A stuffed teddy bear, like Chloe said, might bring up great memories and emotions from a day you received it. Is that right, youngster? Of course. A certain picture of your mom, or you, or your dad from a past might bring out certain memories as well. Foods are good, like a food memory emotions. Okay? I remember when I was 8 years old, whenever I smell hot dogs still, I was playing Little League football and we scored a touchdown. And we kind of won the game. I kind of got lucky and scored the touchdown. And I was playing for this little team called the Stingrays. And I remember the hot dogs and I remember the song from the Beatles a long time ago. And I remember my dad giving me a hug. And I remember the coach saying, you can have anything you want, Frank. You know what I wanted as an 8-year-old kid? A hot dog and a milkshake. And we won the championship, see? But that's what food can do, and smell. See how I use my smell and the food to recreate the emotion? Now I can plug that in whenever I want, anywhere I want. So that's what can make you cry too. Certain gifts you get, they might make you cry. But smell and taste, guys, are really, really good for emotional stimulation. Think about it. Smell, perfume. Okay? Say your dad lets you wear his shirt once in a while. What kids like, they do that? Your dad lets you do that? Your dad? But doesn't that smell like your dad? It smells like your dad, right? But that makes you feel safe, doesn't it? Because it's your dad. Okay, what do we do as guys? What do we wear? Do we wear our dads who give us a shirt, right? I want to wear my dad's shirt. I want to be like your dad, don't you? Of course. But then that smell makes you feel like, I'm happy, I feel safe, don't I? That's what smell does. And taste. Because anybody remember? What are we going to have for lunch today? Meatball. So what about the memories of that? See, taste and smell are really, really critical. Now, before we start section 2, I want you guys at home to go get your script and read through it once. And then the boys read through it a second time, highlight Big E, his name, and all the dialogue. And as you girls read through it a second time, you highlight Danny, her name, and all the dialogue throughout the script. And we'll see you on part 2, building a character for a feature film. 7 steps. It'll be a lot of fun. And welcome back to part 2 of acting techniques in film and television for children and young adults. Okay, now in this section, guys, we're going to learn how to build a character for a feature film. Now, this can be good in anything. Feature film, television, play, monologue, it's all the same. You build the character the same way. And there's 7 steps. So everybody take your workbooks out. You guys at home, take your workbooks out and turn to page 10. First, we'll go through it just briefly, and then we'll go through it in detail. If you look at the 7 steps to building a character on page 10, the first step, step 1, read the material over once through with no thought to anything. If it's a scene or monologue or sides or a script or something of an audition, you can read it over a couple of times because it's quicker. But a script is normally 114 pages, 110, 105, 114 pages is pretty much a Hollywood script for film. TV scripts for an hour are usually 62 pages. Sitcoms are 30 minutes, so they're like 32 pages. It's usually a page a minute. So, like I said, read it over with Bakerstown, the script that's in your DVD. You're going to read that over once. Step 2, as I mentioned to you guys at home at the end of section 1, read it through a second time, highlight it. Use the colors you like. I like yellow. Maybe the girls like pink, blue. It's up to you. Yellow's kind of a cool color in pink. Kind of use that all my life as far as highlighting. Not pink for me, but yellow. And then you guys use whatever color you want. Okay, that'll make it easier. When you highlight it, it's easier to watch. It's easier to see your character, the dialogue you're on, if you highlight only your character, not the other person's. Then you know your eye automatically goes to that. So that would be step 2. Now, step 3. You read through the material very closely, using a pen or pencil to make notes in a separate notebook. These notes are your first impression of who your character is and who you guys are going to play. You should find clues throughout the script, scene, or monologue of whom you're playing through the dialogue, which will tell you that, physical descriptions, activities, reactions to other people, events in the scene, events in the script itself. Write down the character traits. Now, what we're going to do, which should be a lot of fun, I'm going to actually show you guys how to read a script and build a character and take down notes for Big E, for all you guys at home, all the boys here, Big E. Then we're going to go over Danny. So we're going to go in detail of how to build a character looking through the script. Okay? So you guys, what we're going to do next is we're going to turn to page 11 in your workbooks. We're going to start with Louis Big E Tobias. Okay, guys? And what I've done is I've put the pages of the script in the workbook. So you can just follow along with me. I've already done this for you. Then you guys can add a little bit if you want. So let's say we're building a character for Louis Big E Tobias. See where it says in the front that says scene 11. Every scene in a script is marked. 1 all the way up to how many scenes there are. Every time there's a change of location, there's a scene change. Okay, that's what I want you guys to understand. EXT means exterior. INT means interior. When you look at the scenes, and cut to means you're cutting to a different scene, different place. Dissolve simply means it's like a dream. You know how you have a dream and time goes like slower, longer period of time? That's a dissolve. So that's kind of the phrases for a script. But let's start with Louis Big E Tobias. So on page 7, or we're on page 11 of our workbooks, but on page 7 in the script, but stay with the workbook, it's exterior city streets day. Suddenly up ahead, a slew of young boys on bicycles sprint through the red light at the corner. The Lincoln swerves to avoid them, plowing into the curb in front of the church. Martin's forehead bangs hard into the side window. Angelo rushes to assist Martin, who has exited the vehicle. And then Angelo's dialogue, "You okay, Mr. Ross?" Angelo checks the front wheel. It's flat. He immediately delivers expletives towards the boys. All continue on but one. Reveal, a dark-haired, athletic-looking boy around 12. The boy's attention is drawn toward Martin, who glares at the flat tire, shifts his anger toward the youngster. And then what I have in your workbooks, for you guys here and you guys at home, note, what have we learned here? The kid's dark-haired, he's athletic. He's courageous and he's responsible. Why? Because the boy stayed back while the other kids took off, didn't he? And he wanted to see if Martin was okay. So that makes our kid Big E, if you're playing him, I want all you guys that are playing Big E, start getting into him. Okay, start getting into Big E. You guys at home too. Start feeling like you might want to play this kid. All right? And then you girls will do Danny next. You'll be playing Danny. So, anything else you guys can see from that beginning? Anything else you guys want to mention? At home, just think about it. It's pretty much self-explanatory. I just wanted to do it one time through so you guys know how to do this. Then, scene number 12, which is between pages 8 and 10, because sometimes scenes can go more than one page. We're at the exterior city streets, same. Same means it's the same time. So it's just going from one scene to the next, but the time hasn't changed much, like for a couple of seconds. Same time. Racing to the front of the group, the athletic boy who glared at Martin. Reveal, Lou Big E Tobias, 12. We learned the kid's name here, didn't we? We learned the kid's nickname. We also find out on page 8 that he had just won the race. So that tells us he's the best athlete in both groups of the boys, doesn't it? Now we have a great athlete. So you write that down. We've got a great athlete. Then on page 9, the kid challenges Big E from his own group. Frankie says to him, "You're going to let him dish you like that?" That's the kid who's his buddy, Frankie. What does Big E do? He walks away. He's cool. He doesn't have to show everybody he's a tough guy. He just walks away. You add that to the character. And then page 9 as well, Big E can't be bought. Money doesn't mean that much to him. He says to Frankie, "The money mean that much to you? You race him." So our character, Big E, for you guys at home and get you guys here playing Big E, money doesn't mean anything to him, does it? So he doesn't have to, you can't buy the kid. He's not going to be, there's nothing that matters except keeping his integrity. He's got his integrity. Priorities are right for a 12-year-old. Y'all guys know what that means, right? Priorities. The kid is a stand-up guy. Then we turn to page 10. Halfway down the page, Big E exits. His group follows. Tommy glares at Mush, then calls out to Big E, talking about his mom. Big E loses it and attacks Mush. Big E then grabs his bike. In rage, he goes up the hill to race him. All this because his mother was dissed. Strong emotional ties to his mom, right, guys? You've all read Bakerstown. You guys at home at this point, you've all read the script. So you know that the kid's got strong emotional ties to his mom. Why? Because his mom was with him in New Orleans, but she sent him up here to the foster home. Kind of dissed him, but he still loves his mom, doesn't he? And then we go to scene 13, pages 10 and 11. Exterior railroad tracks. Big E prepares for the race on the tracks. Gets on a bike, then heads full speed for the train. Game of chicken. He will not back down first. The other kid backs down. Big E, because of his athletic skills, jumps off his bike, slides down the hill, not getting any injuries. So what does that tell us about this guy? Alex, he's what?
He's fearless.
Right.
He's courageous. He's brave.
Mikey.
He's very competitive.
Very competitive. Alex, right. Erica.
He's a little crazy.
He's a little crazy. Chloe?
Strong.
Strong. Anybody else want to say anything? Feel free to add some stuff in. I mean, that's what he is, because he doesn't back down. So when we're building our character, we know that he's tough. He's courageous. He's confident. So you start building that. You write that stuff down as an actor. Scene 14, page 11, railroad tracks, same time. His guys join Big E. His clothes are ripped a little after the race has happened. Kids look up to him for his athletic skill and courage. Our guy leads by example. Doesn't have to talk a lot, does he? He just leads by example. So that's the kind of guy we're talking about. Scene 16, page 11 through 14. On page 12, right there. You see it there? Big E's going full go on his bike. He slams the car into Martin's car. Remember that scene where he slams her into Martin's car with his bike? Flips over. When Martin recognizes Big E goes for his bike. It's ruined. But what does he do? He runs off into the woods. He just flipped over the car. But we just learned now this kid's tough, isn't he? He can take a punishment. So we learn that about our character. Then scene 17, page 14 through 17, inside the living room at dusk, also there on page 12. Here we see the man in charge of the foster home confronts Big E. Big E tells Mr. Hitchcock the truth. I race mush in a game of chicken. The kid's honest. He's sincere. He doesn't make anything up, does he? What you see with Big E is what you get. So we start building a character that way. Then when he's asked who started it, Big E realizes it doesn't really matter, because these kids at the home are getting blamed anyway, doesn't it? So it doesn't really matter to him. So he's kind of cynical, like it doesn't matter anymore, even though he's only 12. And cynical means it's just like it is what it is. And then we turn our workbooks over to page 13. And here we see after the page 17 there, workbook page 13, but in the script it's page 17 at the top there. Here we see after the group of kids begins to leave, knowing the home is going to close, Mr. Hitchcock approaches Big E in the corner of the room. He tells him, this whole thing can disappear, Lewis. Can disappear what, guys? If he plays. If he plays and they win the championship, he plays football, that guy Hitchcock's going to keep the home open, isn't he? So that's what we're learning here. And then Big E is honest, sincere, and he's fearless with the truth. He tells Hitchcock his guys won't play football for him, that nobody likes him. He also shows that he has knowledge of football, knowing who Coach Lombardi is. Because in the script, Hitchcock doesn't even know who that is. And he repeats what Hitchcock said about how he and the boys are a bunch of bad seed problem children. Here we see the kid is sensitive, don't we? He's also a little defensive. So what we're doing, guys, is we're building a character, aren't we? We're writing these things down. No matter what we're playing, if it's Danny, you want to do the same thing. We're writing down who this guy is. And on scene 33, pages 32 to 33, exterior backyard same. There we go. Here we see Big E officially meet Martin for the first time. Now, who's Martin? Martin's the guy that comes back. The guy that comes back that went to the foster home. But he's a coach, and he's like a mentor. In the backyard, Big E is practicing his quarterback skills. He's dedicated and he's hardworking. You can write that down. That's what you get from that. He's practicing all alone back there. His stands firms with Martin, telling him, look, mister, I don't have enough money to pay for that door. Because he thinks he did something to the door. He thinks it's his fault. So if you want to go tell Miss O'Leary, I know I did it. I admit I did it. I can't pay for it. I'm a stand-up guy. You go do what you got to do. So he doesn't hide from anybody, does he, guys? Doesn't hide from anybody. Stands his ground. And then also Big E realizes how good Martin really is in this scene. Remember? Because what happens in this scene? Martin throws the football and shows how good he is as an athlete. And Big E gets all excited about it. And then we learn that Big E's we know that he's from New Orleans, don't we? We learn that he's from New Orleans there. And then scene 36, pages 37 to 40, inside the dining room at night. Page 37 there. Here we see boys, Miss O'Leary, eating at the table. All have their chores. Kids say their prayers. Big E is Catholic in this film, okay? Because they're saying their prayers and they believe in the saints and things like that, so they're Catholic. It's okay, you play whatever is written. Do you know what I'm saying? You play who the character is. If he's Catholic, he's Catholic. If he's Christian, he's Christian. If he's Jewish, he's Jewish. Doesn't matter. You play what's real for the character that's there. So we find that out about him. Then page 38 and 39. The boys are learning that in order to keep the home open, they have to play football for Hitchcock. And also, Martin would be coaching them temporarily. When Frankie questions Martin's athletic skills, Big E sticks up for him. You know, Big E sticks up for him and says, save your money, used car coaches got game. So Big E knows coaches got game, and the guys want to challenge Martin. So Big E's kind of like a teammate. He's a cool guy, isn't he? Starting to become a cool kid. He respects authority. He respects Martin. Why? Why does he respect Martin, Alex?
Because he knows what he's doing.
That's right. Right? He knows what he's doing. That's why he respects him. And then page 39 at the bottom there. Here we see the boys doubting they can win any games based on their own non-existent skills. Those guys most of them aren't athletes. They all look to who? Who's the best athlete?
Big E.
Big E. So we learn that in the script. With Mr. Ross coaching us, we got a shot. Big E is way beyond his years, guys. He understands football really well because he's so good. He gets the respect of his teammates. Do you see how we're building a character for Big E? Anybody else want to add something for that with the Big E character? What are you seeing, Liz?
He takes responsibility for all of his actions.
Takes responsibility for all of his actions. What else does he do? Go ahead, Alex.
He doesn't respect adults who don't know what they're doing.
Doesn't respect adults who don't know what they're doing. We're learning this at this point. Okay, what else?
Stands up for himself.
Stands up for himself. What else?
Yeah, he definitely stands up for himself. He's not afraid to take care of his responsibilities.
Take care of his responsibilities. What else?
He stands up for others.
Stands up for others. Exactly. That are not as good as he is. Stands up for others. Alex.
I think he's kind of modest.
He's also modest. That's true. Chloe.
I was going to say he stands up for others.
Stands up for others is a good thing.
And he's different. He's not imitating anybody else.
He's an individual. He's an individual. So when the other kids go drinking and doing the drug thing and all that, he's not going to do that. Because it takes a lot more for a young person not to do that stuff. I respect the kid a lot more who doesn't do it because that's harder, isn't it? Those are the kids you want to hang out with. Not that I want to give you a lesson in that because I don't really want to do that, but that's true. I like this kid, Big E, because he just stands on his own. What else?
He's also not afraid to speak up.
Not afraid to speak up when he's right, but he has integrity. I am who I am. He just is what? Himself. You know, everybody always says just be yourself. Well, this kid is, isn't he? Now who likes this kid? Guys at home, you like this kid, Big E? Because you're going to be playing him. So let's go. We're still on page 14, scene 40, pages 45 to 47. Page 45 there. He shows up in a Terry Bradshaw football shirt. Shows more of who he is and who his hero is. He also says 10 sets of jumping jacks on a 4 count. Starts to doing that. He's clearly a leader. Now, Terry Bradshaw, most people don't know who he is, right? He was a great football player. Your dads probably know. You kids at home and your dads probably know. He won 3 Super Bowls. Terry Bradshaw was from New Orleans. Great athlete. He's on Fox all the time presently. He's a really good announcer. Great football player. That's his hero because he was from New Orleans and he identifies with him. So as a character, building a character of Big E, if you're playing him, in his room, what does he have? Posters, memorabilia from Terry Bradshaw. Not from him personally, but of Terry Bradshaw. So if you're going on an audition, you may want to bring some stuff or wear a Terry Bradshaw shirt that other kids wouldn't do. But we'll get to that later. And then scene 41, pages 47 and 49, inside the bedroom. See that? Page 47. A great scene to learn about who Big E is when building a character. Big E's bedroom walls are decorated with Pittsburgh Steelers memorabilia, instructional videos on football. That's what the kid has. So when you're reading a script, guys, and you see that, you know that this kid knows football. So if you're going to go audition, and you better understand football. Or go online and start to learn about it if you're going to play him. And this equates to, like, let's say Danny's a really good football player, isn't she? Danny's a great football player. So you better learn about football if you're going to go audition for Danny. And how do you do that? Online. Books. Go seek out. Well, we'll get to all that later. Just having a little fun here. Now, let's look at page 48 there. We also see now an old oil painting of Father Baker. Now, Father Baker is actually a real priest who lived who had a foster home for boys, world famous guy. So he's actually a real guy. Picture of so Big E has a picture of Father Baker. He's got a picture of his mom, and he's got a playbook. More suited for a college team, guys, right? So now we know he thinks Father Baker's pretty cool. He's got a playbook, so we understand he knows football. And what else we got going on here? We learn our character loves football, extremely bright in that area. He also adores Father Baker, and more importantly, we see now that he set up a shrine for his mom, hasn't he? He's got his mom's pictures there. It's in a certain spot. When Martin goes to touch that picture, what does he do? He puts it right back to where it was because nobody messes with his mom. And when that kid dissed him before, when we read that scene, what did he do? He went after him, didn't he? He said, we're going to race. Nobody disses his mom. So that's personal. Okay, page 48. This is great. Here we see on page 48, Big E has not given up hope on his mother's return because he asked Martin in that scene. And you guys can review it. When you just take this workbook, go back through the script, look at this page, look at the script, and see how it all comes together. You can do that on your own time. But Martin hasn't given up hope on his mother because when they get the bike, I'm sorry, not Martin. Big E hasn't given up hope on his mother. Because when Martin gets the bike for him, he says, there's a present out there for you. What does Big E think? Do you think it could be from my mom? This kid's a foster kid. But kids that have been abandoned by parents or people like that, they kind of never give up hope. Do you guys know people like that? Do you know kids that have been foster kids or that their parents left or something? Do they ever give up hope? Mm-mm. See? Do they? You know single parents and the father's not around? Everybody always wants to know who their parents are, don't they? That's what this kid wants to know. And then scene 42, page 49 to 52. Big E delivers a strike over the middle. This isn't a practice when they're practicing outside. So if the guy's back there and he's delivering a strike over the middle, what does that mean?
He's good.
He's got game. What you young guys say, right? He's got game now. So that's what he's got. And he can play. And then the other thing, page 51 there, scene 42, bottom of the page there, page 51. Here Big E says, you heard Coach, let's go. He says, we're going to let those rich punks diss us like that? See? Big E doesn't like wealthy kids, does he? Not so much wealthy kids. He doesn't like the rich kids because the rich kids are always making fun of these kids because these kids are poor. So it's almost like the haves against the have-nots. It's like the kids who have something and the kids who don't. Like in Bad News Bears or name some movies. Sandlot. It's the kids who have stuff against the kids who don't. So Big E is that kind of blue-collar guy, common guy that says, I don't want to have all that. I want to have integrity. So it's like the Sandlot. That's absolutely true. So that's where we go. Now if we turn our workbooks to page 15. How are we liking this guy? Are we liking this kid? Why are we liking him now? Chloe?
He takes charge.
Takes charge. Alex?
He sticks up for people.
What else? Now add stuff.
He sees the brightness of all sides.
Sees the brightness. I like that. Sarah?
He immerses himself in things that he loves.
He's passionate.
Yeah.
We got a passionate kid here. Does well in school. Doesn't do any drugs, this character, does he? No drinking, no drugs. Plays, got a game. Does well in school, is respectful. Misses his mom. Doesn't even know who his dad is, does he? See how good this kid could be? What do you got, Al?
He's confident and brave in himself.
In himself. What else?
He's committed and serious about what he does.
Committed and serious. Now we're building a character, guys. So what you're going to do is when you're building this character, you're going to start becoming this character. You're going to start walking, aren't you? A certain way. You're going to start talking a certain way. That's how you build characters for film or anything. And then we're still on page 15. Look up there, scene 43, pages 52 to 53, exterior field day, page 53. Here we learn a little bit more about Big E. Learn that his mom abandoned him after the Hurricane Katrina, took off with a guy, they moved down to Mexico. See what I mean? Mom sends him up here to Western New York or where the Father Baker place is and moves to Mexico with her boyfriend. How does that make that kid feel? What kind of character are we building now? How does he feel about that? How would you feel if someone did that to you? See what I mean? He's been abandoned, so he has issues with abandonment, doesn't he? How would you feel if that happened to you? So you add that to that character. Scene 45, pages 54 to 55. We were inside the Lincoln that day. We see Big E cry and tell Martin his mother's coming back for him, no matter what. See? Martin tries to tell him Mom's not coming back. He's very emotional in that car. He actually cries. He says, I'm sorry that it happened to you, Martin, but my mom's coming back. So this character at this point in the script still believes what, Alex?
That his
mom's coming to get him. So as an actor, when you're playing this, and whatever scene you're playing, my mom's coming back and I'm ready. And she's coming back and nobody's going to tell me differently. At that point in the script. Scene 46, page 55, 57. Exterior football field day. Big E tells Martin of the quarterback, tells him about the quarterback on the other team. Talks just like a coach, goes over how smart of a player. Big E's football speech is at a very high level. He starts talking on that page, doesn't he? He starts talking about, he sounds like a college coach. The kid's got this weakness, he's this, he drops back in the pocket. All these different things he tells Martin. So now we know if we're going in there to play that guy, we better learn about football, shouldn't we, if we're going to try to play that. And that would be, now we go to page 57 and 58. Here we learn, this is really cool, and I know for you kids it's embarrassing too, but it's cool. Could be boys or girls. Here we learn how embarrassed a 12-year-old can be over a girl, isn't he? On that particular page, he doesn't want to go over there because he likes her and and everything, but he doesn't want her to do what? Play on the team with the other boys. Maybe he wants to protect her. He really wants to protect her because that's his best friend. So it's kind of an embarrassment thing, but it's really he wants to protect her against, from the other kids too. So we learn that on that page. And then scene 47, page 58, 59. Exterior group home day, we see page 58. Big E asks Martin when he's going to take off. He's really starting to get attached to Martin, isn't he, at this point? But he's going to take off, and he's scared of him taking off, isn't he? So if he's scared of him taking off, he's starting to feel that a little bit. And then scene 50, page 62 to 64, the backyard morning. Let's turn our pages to page 16. Big E looks at his teammates and says, anybody touches her, you're dead. This shows how protective he is of who, Liz?
Danny.
Of Danny. He's protective of Danny. On the same page, Big E shows his loyalty to his guys when he says, remember that? I'll just tell you, when he says 2 of his players are missing because they're playing pool somewhere else, guess what? He ain't telling. He's going to be protective of his guys, and it's going to be fine, but he's going to be loyal. We got a couple of more to go. Scene 54, page 66 to 69, exterior field morning. Page 69, here we see a very lonely Big E. Watch Martin leaving after the big fight that he had with Frankie. Remember when Frankie told him off? When Frankie tells him off on the football field, Big E watches Martin leave. It's almost like his father that he never had. He felt like this, now he left him. And he's very lonely about that. So we build that character with him. And then scene 57, pages 70 to 72. Page 72, here we see that Big E's character, has insight to Father Baker. Well, he knows why Martin was sent here. Big E has a little psychic ability, guys. He kind of knows. He says to Martin inside that little place down at the Father Baker place, he says, you can almost feel him in the room, can't you, Martin? Big E stands there. That's because he's here, coach. He sent for you. He sent for both of us. So now, guys at home too, when you're playing this character, it's almost like you have a psychic or ability from heaven where they've given you that little gift where you kind of can see what's happening. And he's trying to tell Martin that he knows why Martin is here. That's a 12-year-old kid telling him. And that's pretty cool. So we see he has insight, he has foresight, he has intuition. And then as we're on scene 61, page 75 to 76, page 75, Big E and Martin are in the room going over plays. Allison comes in, milk and cookies. Martin's becoming like a father figure to him. Character's really attached, and he's defensive about Martin now, isn't he? And then the last scene on this page, page 66, page 85 to 88, inside the locker room. After having lost a football game because of a fight that Frankie caused. Remember the fight that Frankie causes on the field because they were dissing his dad? And now they're having Martin taken away from him because that's when Martin takes off with that lady, that rich lady who came to get him. So what happens then? Big E joins Danny in the locker room. Here we learn a lot about Big E, and actually Danny, guys. He really cares about Danny. He defends Martin. He still loves his mom. Big E carries Danny's equipment bag out of the locker room. He's a gentleman. Do you see that? This kid has really got some integrity, doesn't he? What else has he got? Liz, how are we doing now on this character build-up? And I know this is long and everything, but let me tell you something. You got to learn it. So I want to go through these characters, just the first 2 characters, so you guys pick up everything that you can see in a script, because you need it. What else we got? How are we doing with this kid so far?
He's proactive about everything.
Proactive. He's loyal. He likes the lady. Excuse me. He likes the. I mean, not the lady. He likes the girl. Okay. He misses Martin because Martin's gone now. So let's. What else, Alex?
He can stimulate other people to work harder.
Yes, he can. And then what else, Chloe?
He's a gentleman.
He's a gentleman. Scene 76, page 91, inside the group home night. Turn your pages to page 17. On page 91 at the top of 17. A frustrated Hitchcock hands Big E a piece of chalk and eraser because Martin just left. Big E proceeds to erase nearly all the plays on the board. The boys cheer. Hitchcock sneers. Big E is the leader. Everybody looks up to for approval. He's the man. And that's what we're learning from there. Then scene 92, page 97 on the sideline. The quarterback throws a pass that is intercepted by Danny. There you go, girls. She runs it back and is slammed out of bounds by the Stingray players to end the game. Big E wrestles the players to the ground. Frankie and then the other boys jump on him. Martin and Allison and the Stingray coaches separate the players. Big E really sticks up for Danny here, doesn't he? He goes and he says, "You're not touching her." He's a knight in shining armor, so he's got the integrity, doesn't he? We use that to build our character. And then scene 96, page 102, right there. Walter Payton and Emmitt Smith are the only 2 players in NFL history to rush for more yards than him. Big E knows knowledge of game even more. Not than Big E. I think they're the 2 guys that rush for more than anybody. I don't know who the other guy is. But those are the 2 guys that have rushed for more yards than anybody else. And Big E knows this. And then pages 110 to 112, guys. The players meet at midfield. Big E, Frankie, and Danny for Baker. That means they're all captains. Big E is captain along with Danny. He is the man in charge of the team. And then page 116 at the bottom, Martin catches a pass and is tackled by Big E and Allison. Big E has his new family, doesn't he now? And that's how, and I know that's tough, okay? But you got to do that. And I want you guys, all right, you write notes down. I have it written out for you because you guys at home, you read the script. You highlight the character. You highlight your dialogue. Then you go through the script page by page and you take out information on your character so you can have an advantage over the other actors going in. Because isn't that why you guys do this? You want to make a difference. So let's start with Danny. Page 18 in the workbook. Scene 25, page 21. Exterior group home day. Frankie Fats and summer school play cards on the front porch, pulling up on a very expensive 10-speed bike. Reveal Danielle Stevens. Excuse me. Danny removes her helmet, revealing an attractive 12-year-old girl with a boyish countenance, which means what? What's countenance mean? Alex?
She kind of acts like a boy. She's like a tomboy.
Countenance is like a disposition, like a personality. Exactly. Good, kid. Good. So Danny is dressed in a dark blue, high-end T-shirt, designer blue sweats, and high-end Nike sneakers. She approaches Frankie and Fats, her closed fists raised in the air, like that. Like, what's up? What's going on, right? That's what she does. Pretty cool, huh? Both boys close their fists, tag hers, and nod. She looks at them, she says, "Lewis around?" Frankie points toward the backyard. Danny nods a thank you, then exits as Martin's Lincoln pulls up to the curb. So what do we know about this kid, Danny, immediately? Guys, go.
She's wealthy.
Right.
She has has a boyish content. What's that word?
Countenance. Counting like her personality.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's tough.
Tough. I knew the girls would be raising their hands now. Same with you guys at home. When it's the girls' part, you like that, don't you? I can just see it. Go ahead.
She's accepted as one of the guys.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. All the guys like her, and she's definitely one of them.
One of the guys.
And you also have clothing just from that brief snippet.
Clothing. But look what I wrote down here. Again, you guys at home, you guys here, when you go in on a script, you have to do these notes. I just want to show it to you so you know how to do it. But you have to make your own notes. They don't do this for you. Family has money. She's got a bike. She's got Nike clothes. She's a hip kid, the way she dresses. She's independent because she came by herself, didn't she? Maybe she lives around not too far away. She's athletic because she dresses in style. She's one of the guys. You guys know anybody like that at school? You know, like a kind of a Tom. Who do you know at school?
There's this girl named Asia. She goes to my camp, though.
Asia, she's an athlete. Anybody at home know people at school? Or maybe you're like that at home. Maybe you're the athlete, which is okay. It's great. Okay, women can be just as good as athletes as men, can't they? Nothing a man can't do, a woman can't do. Do the same thing, right? Anything else that you see with this girl?
She is not afraid. She knows that she's a tomboy, so she's not afraid to show that she's not afraid to be who
Not afraid to show it, but she's still got style. Look at scene 46, page 55, 58, page 56 there. Martin jots down some notes. His attention then shifts to a pickup game on the practice field. Martin observes one of the players make a spectacular diving catch over the middle. What does he say? Who's playing over there? Big E says, it's just a coach, it's just a pickup game. Martin observes that same player make another great catch. Turn to page 19. I think we just found our 11th man. So Martin's on the field where the West Seneca kids are playing. And over there on the other side of the field, who's over there? The other kids. They don't know it's Danny. But here we see how great of a football player Danny is. She's very athletic. We see her make the catch. But Martin doesn't see her yet. Big E knows it, doesn't he? Now he's scared, isn't he? Because he's scared. Oh no, coach. Page 56, 57. Martin approaches a group of players. Hey, 25, you got a second? The players approach Martin. Those are some nice catches you made. Listen, we're putting a team together. We need a tight end. You 12 or under? She nods, right? What that off nod means, she nods. You 12 or under? She goes like this. Yeah. Interested in playing? No. See, she nods no. Why not? Because your team won't play with me. And why is that? The player takes off her helmet, revealing Danny Stevens. Danny's hair falls onto her shoulders. Because I'm a girl. Now, from looking at part of this scene, what do we learn? What do we got? Here's what we got. She's a great athlete, right, guys? What else?
I don't think she's not confident that she can actually play on a team.
No, she's confident because she's playing with the boys now. But she's not going to play on the foster home kids team because those are tougher kids. Those are different kind of kids. What else?
I think she accepts who she is, and she's like, well, it's the truth. I'm a girl, so.
Okay, she accepts who's... Yeah, but she's playing with these kids, so how does that work?
They're just playing around.
Well, they're playing around. She's a little insecure about being a girl playing with the Baker boys. See, the kids here don't care. The kids she's playing with in West Seneca area, they don't care, do they? Because they're used to her playing, but she's scared of the Baker boys because those are tough kids. And she doesn't know how that's going to go over because they accept her when they high-five her, they give her the fist thing when she shows up, but she's confident. She doesn't think they want her to play. And she's probably right. But she loves football. Agrees to play because she really likes Big E. Big E's her buddy, isn't he? What else can we know about her now? What else do we know, ladies? Mikey?
She has a little crush on Big E, sort of.
Kind of, yeah, all right. Little crush on Big E. There you go. Anything else? Write down some of your stuff. You guys at home, too. Something you may think of that I didn't say, write it down. Because each actor brings in their own interpretation of a character. So you bring in stuff that you guys think of that I may miss. We don't know everything. Everybody has their own approach to it. Not approach. I'm teaching a specific technique. But start using your creativity. Use your imagination. So let's go to scene 62, page 76, 79. Lackawanna Stadium Day. Let's turn over to page 20. On the next play, Fats tosses his blocker aside, tackles the ball carrier, 2-yard loss. The play after is then a sweep. Danny stops the ball carrier for no gain. We see Danny is a part of the team. Better player, isn't she? Than all. Big E. She's tough. She's smart. She plays. Okay, that's on as the script gets going along. So we see what kind of an athlete she is, don't we? That's what we're starting to learn, what kind of athlete she is. Scene 66, pages 85 to 88. Interior locker room day, page 85. Sitting on one of the benches, dressed in a dark T-shirt, shorts, and cleaning off her spikes is Danny. Big E stands at the doorway, notices her, moves to enter. Imagine this, guys. Just imagine being in that scene. Girls, be Danny. Guys, be Big E. Same thing at home. Just visualize that you're on the scene. You're in the scene. There's the locker room. You're coming at the door. You girls are already in there doing the set. Let's just go there. You're doing your spikes. Big E says, hey, Danny. Danny quickly wipes her tears. She's been crying. Continues cleaning her spikes. We smoked those spoiled rich losers. Got that right. Took them to the cleaners. Big E stands there, not sure what to say. Finally, he says, and that catch you made in the end zone was really awesome. Danny is very upset about the loss, isn't she? Because what just happened is they lost the game, didn't they? They lost the game. Martin just went back with the wealthy lady from New York. Danny's mother's outside waiting for her, and this is it, isn't it? She's not going to see Big E anymore because there's no reason to, is there? Everything's over. Everything's been canceled on them. So we find out here that she's upset about the loss. She hates to lose. She's crying. She's a rich kid herself, but she separates herself from the other wealthy kids, doesn't she? She identifies with the Baker boys because she understands real people. The Baker kids are real kids, aren't they? What else are those Baker kids that we've learned? Anything else you can tell us about the Baker kids? It's tough on these kids. A lot of them don't have any parents, so they've had to survive on the street, so to speak. But they're real. People like that are real in this particular script. And then we also, she likes Big E. She really cares about Big E, doesn't she, guys? Girls at home, she has a crush on Big E, right? And he's got a crush on her, okay? Page 86, Danny's really upset with Martin. Character feels betrayed, angry, and hurt. Martin is a sellout for the money, just like her dad. Because when you guys at home, when you guys here have read the script, you know that her dad does what? Travels a lot. Doesn't spend any time with the family because he's always making money. She's just making that the same thing as Martin, isn't it? So in her mind, she can substitute. See how that comes into play here? You guys at home? Write that down. Substitute. She can substitute her dad at home, leaving her all the time for Martin. And as a young actor, you would plug that in, wouldn't you? You'd plug that in. Now you're using substitution because Martin doesn't mean anything to you, but your dad at home really does. See what I mean? That's how you do that. She's upset. She feels abandoned. And then we find out she knows what it's like to be abandoned because her dad takes off on her. He buys her whatever she wants, then travels all the time. So what does this kid do? She manipulates her parents. You know kids like that? Anybody know kids like that with their parents? Yeah, look at everybody's hand goes up. Where the parents don't spend time with them. Kids at home, you know kids at school like that? Parents don't spend time with them, so what do? They buy them whatever they want, and then they keep traveling. You know, I'm not making a judgment call on that. I'm just saying those are the characters we're playing. It's not good or bad. It's just the character that we see here. And then on page 21, at the top there, it says pages 87 and 88. Danny finds out about Big E's mom. And she tells him about hers. Defensive for Big E, calls his mother and her boyfriend losers. Angry, manipulative, telling Big E how she plays her parents and gets what she wants. In this scene, what do we learn, guys? What do we learn about Danny? She knows how to play her parents. She doesn't like that loser guy and Big E's mom for dissing him and sending him to the foster home and going to Mexico. So she's upset about that. But she's also upset about what? What did you want to say?
She's upset that her mother and her father don't spend time with her.
Exactly. And then scene 90, page 95, 96, exterior backyard morning, page 95 right here. Let's keep going. Big E drops back in the pocket. Half the team runs blocks. The other half pass blocks. Danny, Frankie in summer school, collide on going for a pass down the field. A huge fight ensues. Danny steps in front of summer school, pushes Frankie back. Hitchcock and Allison rush to the scene. Frankie screams out, "That was my ball." I'm pretty sure it was meant for him, or for me. And then Danny to Frankie, angry. It was. See? Danny is fearless. See how she's fearless like Big E? Think about it, guys. Who's close? Isn't Danny and Big E? Aren't they just the opposite versions of each other? Think about that. Isn't that interesting as young actors trying to discover the character you're playing? You guys at home, the same thing. Danny is the female version of Big E, and Big E is the male version of Danny. So if they switched roles, they'd be each other, wouldn't they? They'd switch characters, and that's kind of cool. That's kind of the way I wrote it, but that's the way it is. Danny is fearless. She's protective of the weaker kid. Remember summer school in the script? Summer school is kind of like a little frail type kid. She protects them. And she has excellent character. She stands up to Frankie like Big E stands up to Frankie and the other kids from West Seneca. And that's what you like about Danny, right? What else do we know about her now? Ladies, you guys at home, girls at home, what are we learning about Danny? Do you like her? Do you like her? Why?
She's fearless.
What else? Go ahead.
She knows how to overcome her problems.
Overcome her problems.
Well, both her and Big E would make good friends. They have like characteristics of a good friend.
They're good friends. They're best friends. That's your buddy. Anything? Okay. Guys at home. Scene 92, page 97, on the sideline. There it is. 53. Kenny, Brent, Danny, move over back 15 yards. Move back 15 yards. The quarterback throws a pass that is intercepted by Danny. What does that tell us? This girl's got game. She can play with anybody. She's tough. She understands football. She understands what's going on. And then she runs it back and is slammed out of bounds by a Stingray player to end the game. Big E wrestles the player to the ground. Frankie and the other boys jump in. Martin Allison, the Stingray coach, to separate the players. What are we learning here? She's an excellent athlete, intelligent, she's tough, she's a team player. But what do we know now about the character at this point in the script? What?
She's been accepted.
Good job, kids. She's been accepted by the group because they're sticking up for her, aren't they? Got that at home too? They're sticking up for her. They're a team now. If she's a girl or a boy, it doesn't matter. What really should matter is not if you're a girl or a boy or whatever color you are. It should be based on what you can do. Isn't that right? That's what this character is. It's all about performance. Nothing else matters. What can you do? That's what it's about. So she's, Danny's an excellent athlete, intelligent, team player. She's cool. She's accepted. We turn to page 22. You guys like this character, don't you? I can see that. A little excited, ladies? Yes. How about Big E? Isn't he cool too?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Scene 96, page 102, 104. Inside the Den Night. This is page 102 on 22 in your workbooks. The boys and Danny are watching the movie The Dirty Dozen. Again, none of you guys know what that is, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll explain it. But if you were playing the character and you were going in on an audition and these were the sides are just pages of the script that you're going to read for. Like if there's a scene between Big E and Danny, which there is in this script, page 85 to 88, the sides would be pages what, Erica?
I don't know.
What would the sides be? 85 to 88. That's the sides in a script. The sides you have to read for. That's what they are. So on page 102, so what would you guys do? You'd go rent what movie, Alex? The Dirty Dozen, so you can understand it. Well, first of all, you'd go ask your parents if it's PG or past it. You do that first. Okay? Then you go rent it. Okay? Now, page 102, the boys and Danny are watching the movie The Dirty Dozen. Again, because she doesn't whine or complain, because she sticks up for her fellow players, because she's a great athlete, she's now watching the game or The Dirty Dozen with whom?
The guys.
She's one of the guys. She's been accepted. Why has she been accepted? Guys at home, why is she accepted too? Why is she accepted?
Because she's a good athlete and she's staying cool and she's not...
Because she's got game and she can deliver. That's why. Okay? Scene 99, pages 107 to 108. And write down if that's it. There you go. Start writing down your own stuff. That's good. Write down stuff that I may miss. It's not that I miss it, but you guys all have to be individual actors. Individual actors come up with their own ideas. Then when the director says yes or no, when they say no, listen to this one too. Director says no, you say yes, sir, or yes, ma'am. You come up with an idea, director's the boss. That's the way it is. You do what they tell you. But it's fun coming up with ideas. They don't mind, but they got to be consistent with the character. We'll do that in part 3. I'll show you some really cool ideas on how to do a scene. So scene 99, pages 107 to 108. Inside the van day. Martin drives, Allison sits in the passenger seat. The boys and Danny fill up the remaining seats. 1. Then the boys and Danny, Frankie and Speech, flank to the right to have some fun. 2. That's what Martin says. Danny drags over the middle. She's no fool. See? They're kind of making up rhymes. Outside the van, we see the basilica in the background. Again, Danny's one of the guys, singing a song to learn the plays for the game. Character is so comfortable, confident, rides with the other guys in the van, doesn't she? And the other players don't even see her anymore as a girl, do they? She's just a player. She's personality, she's talent, she's loyal, she's got all this stuff going on. And that's what you do. That's how you start building your character. Then scene 101, pages 110 to 112, exterior field day, pages 110 to 111. The crowd is considerably larger than we've seen before. The players meet at midfield, Big E, Frankie, and Danny for Baker. Tommy and the other 2 players for West Seneca. So now that punk Tommy that caused all this grief, remember before Tommy the punk? They're coming to midfield as he's the captain. And now Danny's the captain. And now Big E's the captain. So now it's them against that. That's cool. We got that thing going on, the competition thing. Then the official says, Baker, call it in the air. Tails never fails. That's what Big E says. I just wrote that because that's the way I always used to say that. That's like an older phrase from way back. Tails never fails. You guys don't say that anymore? Not like anymore? All right. We'll take the ball. Danny is team captain. That's a very big deal for acceptance. She's a captain. Any of you guys captains of your teams? Any of you guys at home captains of your teams? You are. Doesn't that a big responsibility? No, it's okay not to be the captain. Okay, it's not a big deal. I don't like to call it a competition thing. But if you're the captain, it's fun. Right? You'll have fun being a captain? Okay, what are you the captain of? Your rowing team?
I used to be my soccer team.
Your soccer team? Good. Okay. So, now, scene 103, page 112, inside the locker room at halftime. The Baker players are about to mutiny. Coach, I'm giving 100%, but aren't we at a slight disadvantage here? Yeah, why'd we stay up all night if you're not going to change what's going on? You're not going to switch offenses. Hey, guys, it's 0-0, Martin says. We didn't come here to tie. That's what Danny says. We didn't come here to tie. What does that tell you, ladies?
She has a goal.
She's got a goal, but what else does it tell you? Guys at home, what does it tell you? What? Oh, here too, what?
She's a little snotty to the coach because she wants to win.
We didn't come here to tie. That's not snotty, that's confident. We did the work. A little difference, yeah.
Losing or tying is not an option in this game.
Okay, that's not an option, okay.
She's really competitive.
Very competitive. Good. Okay, that's what she is. Now, ultimate competitor hates losing. We didn't come here to tie, she says at the top of 24. Scene 106, pages 113 to 115, inside the stadium at Day. Page 114, on the next play, Biggie yells out, 8. Danny's got a date. The ball is hiked. Danny takes the handoff, heads around the end, runs 50 yards for a touchdown. West Seneca 16, Baker 14. West Seneca returns the kickoff to midfield. After 3 plays, they punt. Baker takes over on their own 45. Danny has speed. She has quickness. She has toughness, doesn't she? And that, guys at home, is Danny. What else do we learn about Danny from reading the script? Anything else? What?
Even though she pretends it's kind of cool that she gets what she wants from her parents, she hates them because they always leave her alone.
That's true. She does. Now, okay, again, we're building a character. This is a little tougher part, takes a little longer. But as you do it, you pick it up quicker. I just wanted to go through it thoroughly. Do you understand why? Why is that, Mikey?
So you can get it down your best, or so you know how to do it when you actually have to do it.
It's my job to teach you guys, how to do this the right way. If you have the 7 steps down and you follow those steps, as you do it repeatedly, it's going to get what? Natural, easier, quicker. Take notes. Write notes. Whatever you can to learn about your character. So now we're going to go into, let's turn to page 58 in our workbooks. Guys at home, page 58 workbooks. This, most of you guys haven't seen. Nobody at home, most of you guys have. Who's seen a breakdown? Yeah, okay, so everybody has seen it. So, okay, so I guess I was wrong, Erica? All right. This is a breakdown of a feature film the same way it would be written in Los Angeles or New York. So when you know those shows you guys watch, your Disney shows, your favorite shows, whatever TV shows, whatever film things you guys see, they usually put out a breakdown. Let's just go through the breakdown. See at the top it says Bakerstown. That means what? What is it? Name of the movie. 4 roles. What does that mean?
There's 4 roles.
4 roles available on this particular breakdown. Could be more roles to come later. Feature film. Hello, what does that mean? It's a feature film. Draft. First draft. First draft. They're going to do a rewrite because scripts are always rewritten a lot. Then it says executive producer. That's the person in charge of everything, executive producer. Okay? They usually find the money. You don't really need to know that, but executive producers are like the money people. Writer-director would be the guy writing and directing. That would be myself. Casting director is who, guys?
She holds the auditions and she...
Right. Doesn't matter where you are. You can be in L.A., New York, any place in America. This applies to everybody. The casting director can be in any city. Wherever you guys go, whether it be upstate New York, whether it be Connecticut, anywhere. The casting director holds the auditions. And then it says auditions. Usually it'll have the date of the audition. See where it says TBA, that means to be announced. Start date means start date of what?
Shooting.
When the film starts. But that's to be announced. Location. This particular film would shoot in Lackawanna, New York. Then you look down there, you see where it says submit electronically? In LA or New York, you go on a list with agents, and then they have your picture and your resume online, and then the agents, they submit it. They just click it. When they see that you're right for something, they click your picture and your resume and send it off to the casting director. That happens in Los Angeles. It's different around the country. Sometimes you have to mail it to them. See where it says submit hard copy? That would mean you mail in your script. I mean your headshot and your resume. Or, like I said, if you're around the country in smaller sections of the different states, different cities, you're still going to have agents. You're still going to find ways to audition. In your local papers, It's always great to do grammar school plays, musicals, anytime you get on stage. Anytime you get on stage, it's going to be helpful. There's a lot of great stuff that goes on around this country that you guys should, be involved in. Then it says Sherry Rhodes Casting. It gives you the address, Beverly Hills, California. So when this film casts, she will be the lady doing it. That's where her address is. Then it says below that, to download a script, go to www.screenplayonline.com and use the script code. That's the code. That's if you're auditioning and you have an agent. You can actually download the script online. If you have an agent and you're one of the people that they're representing. I'm just showing you guys the way it's done in LA and New York, so you know. There's also dozens of other ways people get material to read for. Somebody could come to town and you could hear about it through a local agent. And they call you, come on in. Say, well, now you're going to say this, guys, you guys at home. Is there a breakdown out? And I'll show you why. Let's go to Louis Biggie Tobias. 11 to 13, what does that mean? Age. A natural-born leader. And a great athlete. Biggie is tall, wiry kid with a solid athletic build. Possessing a quiet demeanor and strong presence, Biggie commands attention on the field. Never having met his father and sent by his estranged mother to a foster home in upstate New York, this New Orleans native entire existence revolves around his mother's return one day to bring him back home to Louisiana in football. A big fan of former New Orleans native and Hall of Famer quarterback Terry Bradshaw, Big E is extremely knowledgeable in football and knows every stat of his hero. Big E quarterbacks his team to the Little League Football Championship. Then it says lead. That means he's one of the stars. He's one of the leads. That number 7 means his character comes in on page 7 of the script. Now, what have we learned about Big E if we don't have a script? Does this tell you a lot? What does it tell you? What do we got on this kid, just from the breakdown? Go.
His look, what he looks like.
What he looks like.
He knows a lot about football.
Knows a lot about football. Personality.
Solid kid.
Solid kid. What?
Good athlete.
Good athlete.
Leader.
His favorite football player.
Favorite football player. Al.
They talk about his parents and where they are.
That's right. Talk about his parents. Talk about he never met his father. So, if they don't hand you a script and they give you this breakdown, is this enough? The best way, guys, the best way to audition is to get a script, read it, go through the 7 steps. But if they don't have a script available, this is the next best way. Get the breakdown. Yes, Chloe.
He's also the quarterback of his team.
Quarterback of his team, loves Bradshaw. Possesses a quiet demeanor and strong presence. Quiet demeanor means he leads by example. That's what it means, demeanor. So you'd have that. Now let's look at Danny. Daniel, Danny Stevens. See, we got the nicknames in there too, don't we? 11 to 13, 5'1", and tall for her age. This young, affluent young beauty is a tremendous athlete. Born of privilege, Danny befriends Big E and the other boys from the foster home. Eventually playing tight end on the Little League football team. An intense and very independent young girl who hates to lose. Danny has no problem playing on a team with all boys and getting her hands dirty. Big E's best friend, Danny will stop at nothing to protect her best friend's back. Lead, page 20. It says lead 20, that means page 20. See what we got on her? 11 to 13, 5'1". Now remember something too, guys. You're not held bound to this age thing. In our business, it's not how old you are, it's how old you look. Okay? And usually older actors play younger. That's the way it works. Because you know more and you want to play younger. I mean, that's what they want you to play younger. Unless they specifically say, I need 5'1", she can't be any less, it has to be exactly 5'1", there could be a reason for that. Maybe the actor they already have is a certain size and they need that. So here's the other thing. You can even give a great audition. Your job, and I'm throwing these things in as we go, same at home, but your job as an actor is to do the work, to prepare properly, go in there, give the best you can on the audition, so you can walk away and say, I gave it all I had, and then you forget it. If you can do the best you can, don't worry about the rest. Because it may be the wrong hair color. It may be a lot of different things that you guys don't know about. Just like the auditions the other day. Too young. If you're too young, you're too young. See what I mean? So do the best you can, do the work, and walk away. And don't be offended if you don't get something. Now that's a breakdown for those two characters. Obviously, Frankie Used Car Sorrentino and Martin Ross are the other two characters, right? But you can look at those on your own. And the same thing, the breakdowns of Frankie, Used Car Sorrentino, and Martin, to read through the script, they're in your workbooks. You guys at home, they're in your workbooks. You can read those on your own time and get some more information about those specific characters. And all four of those should help you out a lot. We're not going to go through that now, but you can read those on your own time. Now let's look at the bottom. It says storyline. Nicknamed the Shark, mega Wall Street oil trader Martin Ross returns home to upstate New York for his estranged mother's funeral. Sent to a foster home as a child, Martin attends the funeral, and then is guided to his old foster home by a former priest who died over 70 years ago. Martin visits the home, and then after falling in love with the home's guardian, is forced between money, the trophy wife, and coaching a bunch of abandoned kids, ultimately helping them win the Little League Championship to keep their home open. That's called the storyline. What does that mean? That's telling you what happened in the story. That helps a lot when you're building a character, doesn't it? When you're auditioning, so you know what's going on. So if you're Big E in a scene with Martin, you know who Martin is. See? That's how the storyline helps you guys. And that's a breakdown. That's actually what a breakdown is. Now comes the next thing, page 59, interviewing the character. Okay? Now, this would be fun, because you guys can all do it. What if who knows a Big E at school? You guys at home, who knows a Big E at school that they go to or anywhere? Raise your hands. Who knows a Danny? Okay, so between the two of them, you guys know just about somebody at school, or maybe you're it. Maybe you're it. This is a great tool. You interview the character you're playing. That's another way to basically, that's going to be, that step. What do we got? Step 4 in the 7 steps that I'm teaching here. Interview the person. There's nothing better than that if you can find them. A day in a life, I like to call it. Always a great idea if you can spend a day in a life with your character you are playing. Or somebody similar to that. Not exactly the character, but somebody similar. Here's what you guys do. You eat breakfast with them. You see what they eat. You see how fast they eat, how slow they eat. How are they when they first wake up? Doesn't that tell a lot about you guys? How do you wake up? Slowly or fast?
Pretty fast.
How about you?
Slow.
Slow. How about you?
Slow.
Slow. How about you? How about you?
Slow.
Slow. Who's another fast wake-upper? Is that a first way? You, huh? How do they act at the breakfast table when you're playing kids? Their mom and their dad. How do they act around their family? That tells you about a character, doesn't it? How are they dressed at the breakfast table? How do you dress at home at breakfast?
Pajamas.
Pajamas. How about you?
Pajamas. Pajamas.
Pajamas.
Pajamas.
I'm already ready.
She's already dressed when she goes to bed at night.
Oh, yeah.
For the next day. At home, same thing. Pajamas usually. Now you visit the room where they sleep. Look through the closet, see what types of clothes they have. How the character dresses is a big deal, isn't it? We all dress, however we dress kind of shows who we are, doesn't it? So I like to tell young actors, any actor, just see what kind of clothes they have in their closet. Shoes, shirts, coats, special jackets, sweatshirts, things like that. Get a Nike thing or something like that, something you can identify with. And then you look through the closet, you observe photos, posters on the walls, dressers, computers, and cell phones. This tells you how special certain things are for people. You all have cell phones, don't you, nowadays? All the kids got cell phones. Pictures on your cell phones, ringtones, music on your cell phones, right? You guys all have that. And your certain song tells you who you are. What's the song on your cell phone?
Rockstar.
Rockstar. I have no idea what that is. What is it?
I don't even know.
Who's it by?
Hannah Montana.
Hannah Montana. Hannah Montana kid. Who else has got a song on their cell phone? What do you got?
It's Here I Am. It's a Christian song.
Here I Am, Christian song. Okay.
We Will Rock You by Queen.
We Will Rock You by Queen. Teenage kid, young teenager. That's music from when I was a kid.
Good song.
No, it's a great song. But it shows your personality. See the personality differences right there? I like that. Now you also games, sports equipment, musical instruments, DVDs, buddies on the internet. What's in their room says a lot, doesn't it? If we go to your room, who are your buddies on the internet? What DVDs do you guys have? See, what do you have on your walls? What posters? Things like that. To see if they got a game room. What games do you guys play? Check the games of that character you're playing. Maybe there's a special room of theirs in the house that may be a special place outside, out in the garage or something, or a special place that your character goes to. You can learn all of that. Then look at their bike, their helmets, what fun things they like to do on their property. You can do that too. See if they have any pets. How many of you guys got pets? There you go. How many of you guys at home got pets? Almost everybody. Says a lot about someone when you have a pet and how you treat the pet. And see what chores these kids got to do. The character you're trying to play. You start to build a character that way. Then go to school with them. Who they hang out with. Says a lot about them. Good kid, bad kids, athletic, smart kid, not so smart kids. Depends who the character is you're playing. If you can find somebody like the character you're playing, you go to school, you hang out with them. Favorite classes, how much they like school. How do they act in front of girls? Or if they're a girl, how do they act in front of boys? You can learn all that about somebody. How they dress for school is a big deal, isn't it? And how they feel about themselves. Physical appearance and how they dress and how they walk is something that you study in a character. We'll get to that. Who is their best friend? That's another big one. Find out who their best friend is. Extracurricular activities after school. See what your character may be involved in. Go to practice with them. Go to after-school band, after-school athletics, chess club, glee club, whatever it is. And see who they walk home from school with. That's also another one, isn't it? Do you walk home with the hip group? Or do you walk home with the unhip group? I used to walk home with the unhip group. So you could do that as well. Then you go back to your character's house after school. See what they do after school. Video games. What time do they eat dinner? Do they help cook dinner? All of those things you can do. Who hangs with them after dinner? When do they do their homework? Do they do their laundry? Does their mom? All those stuff you can do. All that stuff you can do with your character if you find somebody that's kind of like that. That's how you build a character. That's called interviewing a character. All right? And then page 61. Or, what are we at now? We're at step 5. Online research. How many guys know how to use online? Everybody in here. Great tool to research characters. Traits on the character. See what it says here? A great way to learn about your character is to go online and do research. An example for Big E. Here I've shown you guys how to do a Google search. Father Baker. That's the guy the priest that died, right? That's the place they're going to. You do a Google search on Father Nelson Baker. Look at all that information on 61. So what would you do? You do a Google search, you go see Father Baker, you learn a lot about Father Baker, don't you? So when you go on the audition, what might you do? You might bring something of Father Baker. You might bring something on the audition that shows that you've done your homework on Father Baker and you know about him. That gives you an advantage over another actor, doesn't it? That would be on 61. That's kind of Father Baker. Continues on page 62. And then on page 62 there we see Google search toward the bottom. Hurricane Katrina. See that? The kid went through Hurricane Katrina, didn't he? You guys at home. The kid went through Hurricane Katrina. How do you know what that is? You only heard about it, right? But if you do research and you do a Google search on Hurricane Katrina, you can get a sense, if you're going to play Big E, of how he felt. What was going on? You get a sense of that, don't you? So you search Hurricane Katrina. Then you turn to page 63. It's more Hurricane Katrina with special reports. All kinds of different stuff you can find on Hurricane Katrina. You may be able to find some video on it. So if you're going to play Big E, you could actually start to experience it using your imagination. You can see that what he went through. And then we had a Google search for, on page 63, foster homes for kids. What a great way to find out about foster homes by looking it up online. See what I mean? Then you can do research on that, and you start getting ideas. What idea might you get, Liz, if you looked up foster homes for kids?
Well, you could get all sorts of different emotions that they could go through and different personality traits.
Or you could see, you could see how they live. What is it like to live in a foster home? Maybe if you're going to go audition, you go to a foster home and see if you can go in there and walk around. But you can find this stuff online. And then you can also go there if you have to. So that's what we do with step number 5, with going online. You see how valuable, guys at home, you guys here, it is to go online? You can do a lot of stuff online. And then let's go to step number 6, watching other movies. Let me say this. Don't copy other actors. That's not why I'm saying this. But you can look at some people, what's that, Chloe?
To get an idea of what the character is like.
Yeah, because you guys seen Pirates of the Caribbean with Johnny Depp?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, took part of, I think there was a movie called Arthur. None of you guys know what that is, but it was an old movie. It's kind of very similar to the character. And then he was the old rock star from the Rolling Stones. He put that together. So Johnny Depp is a great actor, obviously, isn't he? Wonderful actor, but he does a lot of work. So he studies different movies, he studies different people, and he puts a character together. Because that character in Pirates was really cool, wasn't it? It's a great movie. The guy's great in that. But I know how the process he did to get there. He starts studying people, starts melding different people together, so you might see a couple of movies. And then here's the thing now, a lot of times the character you may be playing has been played before in another movie. Now you can watch the movie to kind of pick a few mannerisms, okay, Mikey? Guys at home, don't copy it. I recommend this as a kind of last resort if steps 1 to 5 are not available to you. But you might even add that, too. For example, let's take a look at Big E. In this case, you may want to look at a film called Boys Town. There's an old film called Boys Town from a long 100 years ago almost. But they're in a foster home. So you go look at Boys Town, and you see how they kind of lived. Then you might look at another movie called The Mighty Ducks. How many of you guys seen that? Everybody. And see what those kids are like. And maybe you identify as Big E or Frankie or Fats or somebody else. You identify with one of those kids. And you can add a little bit of those characteristics. Or The Sandlot, right? A favorite movie. Look at those kids. See, watching this movie will help you understand the relationship between the characters in the movie that you're in. Okay, so that would be watching other movies. Anybody have any comments about watching other movies that I may have missed? So you want to watch other movies as well. That'll definitely help you. And then what we're going to do next, step number 7, literary regression. A very, very, very big step in acting, building a character. Love it. Think it's a great opportunity for you guys to really build a character. And we're going to go through that, okay? So what we're going to do now is we're going to turn, let's start with literary regression, page 65. This is the final step in building a character in a film, step number 7. Literary regression, here's what it is. Psychological investigations of creativity have often focused on the relationship between characteristics of creative or answering questions about your character's past and present that will help you understand him or her better. All it means is this. Let me just cut to the chase for you guys. Okay, you guys at home. It just means going back in their life from ages 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, and finding out what was important to them, just like you guys. No different. Literary regression means going back to their past and learning about what things motivated them. And as you look, literary regression, I like to say discovering your character from the inside out. Some people like to teach from the outside in. I like to teach from the inside out. You have to know who you are first as the character and then go outside of that. Understand who you are emotionally first. Now, let's just go through these different things. Look at page 65. The first thing, number 1, goals. What's the most important thing to your character? At ages 5, at ages 10, at ages 12, 13, 14, or 15. 5, 10, and 15 I like to do. Depends how old you are. But in this particular class, 5 to 10 to 15. Motivation. What's the character's deepest longing? At various ages. What was the character's longings when they were those ages? What singular longing has been with them from childhood? What do they always wanted? What's Big E's single longing? We'll get to it. But what?
Wanting his mom.
Yeah, we're going to go through that. But his mom. Then number 3, positive trait, which is proudest moment. What's the proudest moment of their life? What would the character's friends say the most shining moment is for them? That's number 3. Step 4, negative trait, greatest weakness. What is the character's greatest weakness and worst personality trait? We'll get to that. I just want to go over this, guys. I want to go over this at home just to give you just an overview of it. Then we'll get into the 2 characters. Nickname. What's the nickname and why? Nicknames are real big, and I'll show you why. Self-concept. Now, you guys are all kids, but on his tombstone or on her tombstone, what words would you like to see on a tombstone? And how best would your character want to be remembered? Fear. What's your character's greatest fear? Trauma. Number 8. What's the most traumatic experience in your character's life? Number 9. What's the secret? What's something you don't want anybody else to hear? You guys all in that situation, right? There's something you don't want somebody to find out. I don't care how old you are. There's always a secret we all have, isn't there? What disclosure about your character would he or she like to keep secret? Who's got secrets in here? Anybody? That's what I thought. At home, everybody? All of us. Number 10, power. When the chips are down. What is your character's greatest weapon? The ace up their sleeve. Number 11, adversaries. Who's against them? People against them. What person has blocked your character's success? And then number 12, allies. Friends that they can count on. And we'll go through this with Big E and Danny. We'll do this next. I'm just going over it briefly. Darkest hour, which is the worst day of their life. Lowest point during his or her, this says teens, early 20s, but this would be teens, anywhere from 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. Shining moment, number 14, greatest day of their life. Okay? Legacy, what message would you like to leave the world? Physical description, what's unique about your character? Intense eyes, physically fit, they walk a certain way, all of that stuff. And then number 17, tags, physical tags. You know how some people have a flick of the wrist, they have a nervous habit, they blink, right? Some people have to drink a soda a certain way. Some people have to drink a soda at a certain time. All these, some people won't step on cracks. You guys still do that nowadays? Where you don't step on cracks because you get bad luck? How about walk under a ladder? Still, you guys will walk under a ladder too? All right, well then we'll think of some. Now, number 18, sociological and environmental factors. This is important. What country are they from? What age? Generation means where their parents from. Are they from here or from another country? Marital status is for the parents. Income and social status is for the parents as well. Work and education, that would be for the parents, because you really, when your kid's your age, all your parents' stuff is kind of reflective on you, isn't it? You're in the same situation. City, state, neighborhood, we'll get into that. Religious background, political affiliation. You're kind of what your parents are. How many Republicans? How many Democrats? See, it's kind of what your parents are, which is fine. Again, I don't care whatever you are, it doesn't matter. And then volunteer work. Does your character do any volunteer work, guys? That's important. And then we go to number 19. Cultural values. Knowledge of other places. That's what culture means. An attorney may love square dancing. A garbage collector might like opera. Music, art, architecture, books, movies, plays, interior decorating, cars, clothing. That's all determines culture. And your character could probably have culture as well. He will or she will. And then emotional and psychological traits. Phobias. Anybody afraid of anything? That's what I thought. What are you afraid of?
Spiders.
Spiders. Spiders? Spiders.
Sharks.
A big one for sharks. All right. We're all afraid of sharks. Guys at home, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
Spiders.
Spiders and snakes. So that's checking door locks. This could be other stuff, not owning a home. That's not for you guys. And then every person put under enough stress. If you're put under a lot of stress, you react a certain way to that, don't you? And I'll teach you guys about that. And then personality disorders make trouble for our hero, but they can be a gift. And I'll go over that as well. Okay? So, that's just an overview on literary regression. Now, what we're going to do next, guys at home, what we're going to do next is we're going to go over literary regression for Big E, and then literary regression for Danny, and then that'll give us our 7 steps for building a character in part 2 of our series. Next up, we're going to go to Big E on page 67. Goals, most important thing. At age 5, the most important thing would have been to what? Stay with his mom and not let her leave him. Is that right? Mm-hmm. At age 10, most important thing, his mom, but now that he's 10 and he's older, what could that be? Football. Anybody else? What?
Maybe sticking with the guys, make sure that he has enough friends.
Because he's still back. That's a good point. Maybe it's sticking with the guys to make sure he has enough friends. Again, as young actors, you guys at home, same thing. Add your own stuff that makes sense, that's consistent. You're not too young to do it. You guys are creative. You know how to do it. At age 12, because that's what he is, what's the most important thing to him right now? What's that?
Winning the football championship.
Same thing you were going to say? Same thing at home? Okay, that's what it is at age 12. Motivation. Do you have something to say about...
I would also say that he probably wanted to get his mom back at age 12.
Still wants to get his mom back at age 12. Okay. So you write that stuff down. You write that stuff down when you're doing literary regression. Age 12, winning the championship. Now, motivation. What's the kid's deepest longing? At age 5, his deepest longing may have been to do what? Now, I'll say my thing, and then you guys can add to it. I say it might have been to meet his dad, to have a real family. Anybody say anything differently? Got any other ideas? It's kind of a good one, right? How about at age 10? Long for a home with his mom after the hurricane came. Anybody else think of anything? Those are pretty good, right? So that's what we have. You guys at home, same thing. That's pretty much solid for him. At age 12, what's his deepest longing? Be back with his mother. Anybody else have something they want to say? Go ahead, Alex.
Maybe become a pro football player when he grows up.
Again, he's starting to become a young man. 12 is not a kid anymore, like a real young kid. Maybe he's starting to think about playing professional football. Okay. Young guys that play sports, I know I did at age 12, wanted to play in the NFL. 12, 13, 14, absolutely. Good point. Then we go in, we write that down. So we start to learn. Positive trait. What's his proudest moment? Age 5, most proud that he and his mother were together. Make sense? So we add that in there. Maybe at age 10, he had a job to help out a family and was proud of how well he was doing in football. See? Maybe that's the proudest moment. Maybe he, back in New Orleans, had a job to help out his mom. You kids have paper routes, things like that. You go work at different places. Why couldn't he do that? As a young actor, it's your job to add this stuff in, to build a character. And then at age 12, very proud of his football collection. His football collection is very important at age 12 with Terry Bradshaw, isn't it? He's real proud of his mom's picture, isn't he, guys? We start adding that in. And then negative trait. What's the kid's greatest weakness? At age 5, Big E's greatest weakness was the real terror that his mom would leave him. That's a weakness. He's insecure about that because his dad, he never met his dad, did he? Doesn't know who he is. Maybe he's afraid his mom's going to leave now. At age 10, now his weakness is he doesn't trust people. Why doesn't he trust people now? Why?
Because after he meets them, they leave him.
Exactly. After they meet him, they leave him. That's right. Anybody else? That's a good point. What?
He probably doesn't want anyone else to leave him, just like his parents did.
Just like his parents did. So as young actors, you pick that up, you build a character that way. So he's got an abandonment issue. We all know what that means, right? So you act a certain way when you feel abandoned. You don't trust people. You don't get close to people, do you? You understand that, right? Yeah. So that's at age 12. Weakness is living in the world where he thinks mom will be coming back. That's a weakness. Because he really thinks his mom's coming back, doesn't he? Is she coming back? Probably not. Nickname. These are always fun. Big E. Given to him by his mom back in Louisiana after he scored 3 touchdowns in one football game. I add that as doing the literary regression. You can add that. You guys at home, add it yourself. You can bring stuff into your character that's not in the script. I scored 3 touchdowns back in Louisiana. Let's say you're playing Big E. You guys are playing Big E. You can say, look, I scored 3 touchdowns. When I scored 3 touchdowns back in Louisiana, my mom gave me the name Big E. What's that for? Big Easy, which is what a nickname of Louisiana is. Big Easy. So it's Big E for short. So maybe that's why nicknames are so cool. Who's got nicknames? What's your nickname?
The Closter.
The Closter. Who gave you that? Your mom?
Yeah.
You like that name?
Yeah.
What's your nickname?
Ike.
Ike. Like for Ike Eisenhower, the president from a long time ago. Maybe Ike and Tina Turner. I don't know. Okay, what's your nickname?
Fred.
Fred. I have no idea why. Why is it Fred? I wouldn't tell anybody that your nickname's Fred. Fred, fine. That's her nickname. Okay, that's good. What's your nickname? Got one?
Sarah Liz, but it's not really a nickname.
Okay, but that's all right. What about you?
Not really.
Oh, you'll find one. What about you?
Nina.
Nina. Why?
My older brother couldn't say Alyssa, and he ended up...
See how you get a nickname? It means a lot. See how everybody smiles at their nickname? What about you?
Rossi.
What?
It's not your name. We went over
No, it is my
last
name,
time.
kid. I know it's my name. So he's got my last name for his nickname, and I don't know the
It's a
kid.
different reason, though.
What's your nickname?
D.
D for what? Short for Desmond. D, what's up, D? So now you feel cool. All you guys at home, what's your nickname? Doesn't it make you feel cool when they give you a nickname? So that's what nicknames do. And same self-concept, number 6. That's on page 67. What would you want on this tombstone? Now, I know everybody here is really young, but you can visualize that, right? You can envision that. Here lies a kid who gave it all he had in football. Does that make sense? What else might he have on his tombstone? What?
Here lies a kid who really cared about his mother.
Okay. Who's to say he's right? We're both right. Add your own stuff, guys. What?
Or the Baker boys leader of the team.
Something about being a leader of the team for the Baker boys.
Here lies a kid who was abandoned many times in his life.
Could do that. Who's to say that's wrong? See my point? Build your own characters. That's good, Closter. Now, number 7, fear. What's the greatest fear this kid has? That his mom will never come to get him. Who's got a different idea? What?
Same thing, kind of abandonment.
Okay, that's it.
That Martin will leave.
Good point. Maybe Martin's going to leave. Guys at home, same thing. What?
Something happens to Danny.
Something happens to Danny. That's another great fear. See how you guys are starting to think as actors now? Not that you weren't before, but go ahead.
He'll lose the championships.
He'll lose the championships. That might be his greatest fear.
He gets a football career-ending injury.
Wow, see? See how that's different? See how everybody has a different idea? Are any of these wrong? No. Because why? They're consistent with the character. Use your creativity. Use your imagination. Use all your tools when you're building a character. Trauma. Most traumatic experience is living through Hurricane Katrina and having mom send him to New York from New Orleans on a plane by himself. That's what I figured his biggest trauma was. Anybody else got something? That's pretty good.
Sending him away by him.
Sending him away. That's sending him away. Exactly. Secret. What do you got?
The fear of Hurricane Katrina and just...
Well, living through that would be very traumatic because we don't have those up here. But secret. What doesn't he want anybody to find out? That he cries himself to sleep every night because he misses his mother. What do you say?
He doesn't want anybody to find out he likes Danny.
Good point. Very good point. Now, that's from a girl's perspective. And see, from a guy's perspective, it's different. He doesn't want anybody to find out he cries at night. See? And you're both right. I mean, I'm right and you're right. Good, kid. Anything else? Let's move on to number 10. When the chips are down, Big E's greatest weapon is his ability to never give up hope. Mom's always coming back. He always feels he can win the big game. That's kind of a nice thing to have, isn't it, for power? What's up? What do you got?
He has a lot of friends behind his back.
A lot of friends. That's cool. Okay. Now, number 11, adversaries, which are people against you. Blocking this kid's success is his mom's boyfriend. All Big E wants to do is be with his mom. Agree? Makes sense. Allies, number 12, friends that he can count on. He can always count on who? Allison. She's there for them all the time. He feels really good about having Allison there, doesn't he? What else can he do?
Can always count on Danny.
Can always count on Danny. Anybody else? Alex?
Martin.
Okay, he feels that he can always count on Martin until Martin leaves. So when Martin's there, maybe he feels he can count on him until he leaves. Maybe he starts to trust him. Then he leaves. Once Martin leaves, what'll happen to the character? He'll start to trust people, what?
Less.
Way less. Darkest hour. What's the worst day of this kid's life? I say when it's his mom, send him away. What do you say? Send him away. Anybody else have a different?
When Martin, because it was his father figure, and he just...
Again, it's interesting. I appreciate that. But darkest day is if your mom leaves because it's your blood. It's his real mom. See that? Martin's not his real dad. So his darkest day would be with his mom and dad because you're always closest to your mom and dad. That's okay. You keep thinking. You guys at home, you keep thinking, finding ways. Shining moment, greatest day of his life. I put when his mom went to this football game that one time and gave him the nickname Big E for Big Easy. 1 second. And that's because I add it as building the character because why can't we? Who says you can't add that in, right? You add it in yourself. I scored 3 touchdowns. My mom, that's where I got the name from. Because it doesn't say in the script specifically where it came from, does it? No? Guys at home, does it? No. What did you want to say?
Maybe one of a shining moment was when he met Danny, his really good friend.
We mean the greatest day of his life? Okay. That's another good point. Maybe it was when he met Danny because he feels that close to her. Yes?
It could have been any time that he stuck up for someone.
Well, it's got to be real specific now, remember. The more specific, as I teach you guys today, the more specific you are, the better it is. So number 15, legacy. What message would he like to leave the world? That every kid should get to live with his mom and dad. That's how I see his legacy. How do you see it?
No matter what life throws you, you gotta keep your hopes high.
Okay, now that would work too, wouldn't it? That would work as well. See how you guys can come up with your own things? Number 16, physical description, page 69. Unique quality. Intense eyes, physically fit, walks a certain way. He's a great athlete, isn't he? He's a great athlete. I kind of like this. He's a great athlete, so he kind of walks how do athletes walk. He's got like sometimes if somebody gets him upset or something, he just stares. See? Maybe he walks like this because he knows that he can play. But does Big E walk that way or Frankie? Or does Big E walk just like this? Just normal. I know I'm cool. I don't have to show it. How does he walk?
Probably walks normal.
Second line.
Normal. Doesn't have to show it. That's consistent with the character. Frankie, the other kid in the movie who's a punk, right? They call him used car. He may walk like this. What's up? See? Just a little walk like that. How you come in on an audition makes a big difference to the director if they understand if you understand the character. So a swagger, he doesn't have that. Frankie would. Tags, remember the physical thing? Big E, every time he scores a touchdown. Maybe he does this, makes a big L. Goes like that. You know how all these athletes do that nowadays? They do these different signs. Maybe he goes like that. Right? Maybe he goes like that. For what? Louisiana. Figure out something. Same with Danny. When she scores a touchdown, what may she do? You guys come up with stuff. What else may they do? Mikey?
Big E might make the sign of the cross or something.
He might. Nothing wrong with that. What else? Anything? We'll get to Danny in a minute. Now, country of origin. Obviously, Big E was born in the States. City was New Orleans. Now, foods he may like, as it says there on 69, Google. Figure out what kind of foods the kid likes because he's from New Orleans. See what kind of foods they have down there. Big E's number 2, he's 12 years old because it's in the script. Generation, as far as we can tell, Big E's mom was also from Louisiana, don't we? That's what it says. We don't know where his dad's from because we don't know anything about his dad. Marital status, that's with the parents, as I said. We learned that Big E's mom is a single parent. We also learned that he never met his dad. Remember that? Mm-hmm. He doesn't have any brothers or sisters because it doesn't say that he does. Feel a certain way because of not having a dad and having his mom leaving him. That kind of has an effect on a kid, doesn't it? Income or social class. Here we learn that Big E and his mom lost everything in Hurricane Katrina. Mom left with her boyfriend, went to Mexico, very low income, and not very educated her mom is from what we get a sense of. to do something. Well, I shouldn't say that, but to leave like that and send him to live somewhere else and not pay for him or take care of him. She doesn't have much money. Work, education. Big E is a hard-working kid, isn't he? Education came through the home, but we know he's very smart. Why do we know he's smart? How?
Because he knows the football plays.
Brilliant kid with the football plays, and he does well in school. It says something about that in school, in the script. Again, city, state, neighborhood, number 7. We know where he's from. In New Orleans. Religious background. It doesn't say for mom, does it? We don't know where Big E goes to church or what happened when he was down in New Orleans. We now know that he goes to a Catholic church here in upstate New York. So that's his religion at this point. Political affiliations. Again, we don't know what his mom is. You don't have to answer all these questions, guys. They don't all have to be answered. Volunteer work. At this point, does Big E do any volunteer work? Or is he just trying to take care of himself? What's that?
Watch out for himself.
Watch out for himself. What else can he do? The poor kid's on his own, pretty much. Then turn the page to number 70. Cultural values, which is like knowledge of other places. Well, obviously the kid knows New Orleans cuisine, doesn't he? He knows what he's doing in New Orleans. He understands the Creole. It's called the Creole ritual. He probably knows foods. He probably knows a lot about that because he comes from there. And that's what you mean culture. Culture is like he has etiquette. He understands music, fine art, things of that nature. Emotional and psychological traits, number 20. What's the biggest fear this kid has? Abandonment. He doesn't get close to anybody anymore. He starts to trust Martin, like Alex said, but what happens when he starts to trust him?
Martin leaves.
He leaves. So when the guy leaves, what happens now?
He doesn't trust people.
Now he doesn't trust anybody anymore. Now, maybe you guys as young actors, you guys at home as young actors, put some more phobias in there. How about this? He has a fear of water. Because of what happened in New Orleans. Maybe he almost drowned. Add it in. Make it up. It could be right, correct? Could make sense. Doesn't it make sense? Maybe he's a fear of a bridge because he was on a bridge when New Orleans, when the hurricane came, and he was on a bridge and it fell in front of him. You can add all these things as young actors or any actor. I teach this to actors 35 or 40 or 50. It's the same thing for all of us. And that's how you build a character with literary regression for Big E. So now what do we know about Big E, guys? What do we know about him? Go ahead.
He has a fear of abandonment.
Fear of abandonment? Go ahead.
He doesn't trust anybody.
Doesn't trust anybody?
He cries himself to sleep.
Cries himself to sleep?
He sticks up for others.
Sticks up for others? We know a lot, don't we? Now, do we think we can play? We know how he walks. We know how he talks. We know what kind of clothes he wears. Don't we? Terry Bradshaw stuff. We know what kind of athlete he is. We know how much he works out. We know what he eats now. Because maybe he has a special Creole dish from New Orleans that he wants to do. You can bring this all in as a actor. If you're doing a film or a TV show or a play at school or a monologue, anything, you can bring all these elements to the character, can't you? And that's what I'm teaching today. Basically, that's what literary regression does. And step number 7 of building a character. Now we're going for Danny. Okay, now I see all the girls get excited. Let's talk about Danny. Most important thing at age 5, let's turn to page 71 in your workbooks. At home, 71. At age 5, the most important thing would have been to probably see your dad more. He leaves a lot, doesn't he? What else may have been? Age 10, let's go to 10. How about football? Is that the most important thing to her? What else may it be?
Seeing her dad.
Seeing her dad some more? No.
Being accepted.
By whom?
By the Bakerstown, everyone.
Maybe being accepted by Bakerstown. That's a good point. Taylor.
I was going to say Big E and stuff.
If they know each other. She's only 10 at that point. She's not quite 12 yet. How do we know she met Big E for the last 2 years? We don't know that yet, do we? But that's a good thought. At age 12, what's the most important thing to her? Making sure Big E is going to be okay, isn't it? That's her buddy. She's looking out for him, isn't she? Motivation. What's the kid's deepest longing, Danny? At age 5, maybe it was, again, to see her dad more. At age 10, long for a home with her mom and dad together. Because they're always separated, aren't they? At age 12, maybe she longs to see more of her parents. Anything else you guys can think of? All right, let's go to number 3, positive trait. What's the proudest moment Danny's had? at age 5. I added in. Maybe her most proud moment at age 5 was when her dad used to play sports with her. You follow that? Add it in. It makes sense. It's consistent with the character we're creating. At age 10, maybe she's super proud. That's when she first started being able to play with the boys football. Maybe she could hang with them. Maybe she was proud of that. I'm saying, add it in. What else do you guys think she may do? She may have done. Kind of makes sense with that. And then at age 12, because now she's almost a teenager, and a couple girls in here are teenagers, she's proud of her skill level now, isn't she? She's got game. She knows it. She's proud. What are you most proud of?
Acting, writing, and soccer.
Okay. What are you most proud of?
Hockey and acting.
Hockey and acting. See how that's a parallel? Sports, a lot of that's sports. How about you?
Soccer and
Soccer.
Singing, acting, and dancing.
There you go.
Singing, acting, and field hockey.
Field hockey.
Being Christian, acting, singing, and dancing.
A lot of singers and then athletes in here. Negative trait. What's her greatest weakness? What's Danny's greatest weakness at age 5? Real terror that her dad would be leaving for good. If you really think about it, how many of your kids' parents have gone away for like 2 or 3 weeks when you were younger, you didn't think they were coming back? Anybody do that? Where they were going on a trip or something, you got worried? Yeah, there's one. Or do you know of people that worry about that? Same at home. Do you know people like that? If it's not you, who do you know like that? Maybe at age 10, weakness was she began using guilt trips on her parents to get what she wanted because she understood how to do that now. See that? We could do that to build her character. And age 12, Danny plays her parents for nearly everything she gets. Anybody know kids like that? Anybody know kids? Anybody at home know kids that play their parents to get whatever they want? Right. That's what maybe Danny's one of her weaknesses. What's her nickname? Danny. Why is she called Danny? Because she can hang with the boys and play. And she got game. Number 6, self-concept on her tombstone. Here lies a kid who gave it all she had in football. Who's to say she can't feel that way? What else might she have said? Anything? You like that? For her? What?
Here's a kid who longed for more time with her parents.
Here's a kid who longed for more time with her parents. That's a good idea. Fear. What's that?
Here's a girl who lies who has been accepted as one of the guys.
Okay. And then number 7, what's the fear? Greatest fear is that one day her dad may leave and never come back. That's a fear, isn't it? What other fear might she have? What?
She might not be accepted by everybody.
Accepted?
She can't play football.
Can't play football again?
Martin will leave.
Or Martin would leave, but maybe Big E would leave. Maybe she'd never see Big E, her best friend, again. Trauma. Most traumatic experience might be the first or second time her dad left her alone for a single period of time. Remember, always go with the biggest trauma. Families first. Mom, dad, brothers, sisters. Then you work out from there. What's the secret? She doesn't want anybody to find out. Maybe she cries every night when her dad's away. Liz?
But she likes Big E.
She likes Big E. Alex?
Same. She has a crush on Big E.
Mikey, same thing? Okay. Power. When the chips are down, she never gives up hope. Does she? We didn't come here to tie. She's not a quitter, is she? When the chips are down, you can count on her because that girl just tries harder and harder. Doesn't know no for an answer, does she? Doesn't even understand it. Adversaries. People against her. What's her adversary? Blocking this kid's success is her mom and dad giving her everything she wants. Isn't that an adversary? You give a kid everything that they want, is that helping them or hurting them?
Hurting.
And you guys know it as kids. Because you really don't want everything handed to you, do you? And if your parents do that, how does that make you feel? Unwanted, doesn't it? Think about that as actors. Who can she count on? Big E, right? That's who she counts on. What's the worst day of her life? Again, I go back to maybe when her dad left her for the first time. Shining moment. When her dad came to see her that one time, she scored a winning touchdown. Make it up. My dad came to see me play one time and I scored the winning touchdown. And he gave me a hug. Why can't you make that up as the character? Of course you can. Message to leave the world. Legacy, number 15. Every kid should get to see their mom and dad on a regular basis. See? That's what she would want to do. Unique qualities for this kid. Number 16, physical description. Again, maybe how does she walk? Right? How do you walk normally? How would she walk? Go ahead.
I would say she kind of walks like a boy.
What do you think?
Same, but a little more on the insecure side.
A little more on the insecure side. She might walk like a boy a little bit, but she's insecure because she knows she's still a girl. That's a good point, and that's coming from a girl's perspective. So that's very interesting. So that could be a physical description of her. And number 17, tags physical, flick of the wrist. Maybe when Danny catches a pass and she catches a touchdown, she does a certain ritual. What might she do? Could be a million different things. What do you girls do when you score soccer? What do you guys do when you high five each other? How do you do it? What do you do?
We put our hands up in the air and we grab our hands and just bring it down.
Grab a hand, link it, bring it down. Right? That's what you do. You guys at home, what do you do when you score a touchdown? What do you do when your team scores and when you score on your soccer team? Girls, talking to girls there and boys. And then number 18, sociological and environmental factors. Danny was born in the States. She's from the West Seneca, where the West Seneca kids come from. So she's from there. She's 11 to 13. But what does it say how old she is in the script, in the breakdown? It says 11 to 13, but in the script, about 12. She's 12. Generation. As far as we can tell, Danny's whole family's from upstate New York. Number 4. Doesn't mention brothers or sisters, does it? She could be a single child like Big E, but she comes from, her parents are together. Income and social status. Number 5. Wealthy family. See that, guys? See that at home? She comes from a wealthy family. A lot of money. Her parents enjoy hanging out with a lot of rich people. It's okay. Nothing wrong with being wealthy. It's not a sin. But her parents like hanging out there. She prefers to hang not out there. Work education. Here we see that Danny's family works around the country. So consequently, her parents are probably well educated because they're always traveling around the country making a lot of money. Then we go to city-state neighborhood. Again, we know that she's from West Seneca, New York, which is kind of an affluent town somewhere in upstate New York. Religious background? What? It never says anything. Political affiliation. Again, you could lean towards Republican because of the wealth issue, but we don't want to stereotype. We don't know. You have to feel that one through. And then volunteer work. Like Big E, she's too busy going to school and playing football all the time. She doesn't do any volunteer work. But what volunteer work might she do? What might she do, volunteer-wise? What?
Maybe give any extra toys she got from her parents to Toys for Tots.
Toys for Tots, good idea. Obviously, she's hanging out with the kids at the foster home. Maybe she donates to charities because she has so much. Maybe she takes all her toys when no one knows and takes them down to the city mission, anonymously, and just hands them in. Because that's the kind of girl she is, isn't she? If you really think about it. How about you? Okay, Chloe.
She gives food and things to the foster home that Biggie's in because she cares a lot about the people there.
Good point. Mikey.
She's having fun, but she also is volunteering to play on the team for the foster home because she's... Well,
it's not kind of a volunteer because they're playing Little League, and she's kind of having fun. Volunteer work means something that you wouldn't normally do. But that's okay, good answer. Cultural values, knowledge of other places, very extensive. Remember, her mom and dad travel where? All over the country. So chances are she's been traveling on occasion with them, so to speak. So she probably has a lot of culture from different places around the country and or world because they can afford it. Same thing. You guys know at home, you know people around your area, wherever you guys live, they have culture because they travel a lot. Some people stay right where they are. Doesn't mean anybody's better than the next person, just means that they happen to travel more. It's just a gift that they can enjoy. Emotional and psychological traits. Again, just like Big E. Again, just like Big E. She's a fear of abandonment. She has that fear, doesn't she? Why? Because her dad leaves all the time. And that's how we build on Danny. Now, do we have a better understanding of Danny now from that? And that's Big E. and Danny from literary regression. So now, let's just go back over this again for step 2, or part 2, building a character. You guys at home too, building a character. You got your workbooks. On page 10, it has all 7 of the steps. Step 1, read the script. Step 2, highlight. Danny, highlight your character and highlight your dialogue. Big E, highlight your character and highlight your dialogue. Step 3, we went through the script. Remember that? For Big E and Danny. You go through it, and I know it's not the most fun to do, okay, kids? But when you do it, you learn a lot about your character, don't you? And then I have step 3A on page 58, which would be to look at the breakdowns. If you can get breakdowns, that's gold no matter where you are. Those are always great. Step 4, interview. If you can find that kid, if you know that kid you're playing, no matter what city you're in, go try to hang out and interview them. Spend a day with them. That would be a lot of help to you. And then step number 5, online research. Use that internet for a good tool instead of playing games all the time. What you do, right, Eric? I know you do.
Oh, yeah.
Go research the character you're playing. It could be a monologue at your school. It could be a play that you're in or a musical. It could be anything. Start learning who the characters are. Step number 6, Step number 6, you can watch other movies. They're fun. Watch them. You can learn a lot by that. And then step number 7, literary regression, as we just went through. What is literary regression really? Finding out about a person from when they were born till now. What their habits are. What their traits are. What were you like at age 5? What was your favorite thing to do at age 5?
Play with tea parties and marble.
At home, at age 5. Girls, what was your favorite thing to do? Boys, what's your favorite thing to do?
Hockey.
At 5? Okay, 5. He's a hockey player. How about you?
Play with my dog.
Dolls at 5.
Soccer.
Soccer at 5.
Sing and dance.
Sing and dance at 5. That's unusual. Singing and dancing at 5. Des? Singing at 5.
Read Goosebumps.
Say that again?
Reading Goosebumps.
You mean on your arm?
No, it's a book. It's a book series.
Book series Reading Goosebumps. How about you?
They were good books.
They were good books. So she was reading his books. But the point is, at age 10, what was the most important thing to you at age 10? You're 10. What was the most important thing? Right now, what's the most important thing to you?
My best friend and my family.
Okay. Right now, what's the most important thing to you?
Soccer and my family.
Okay.
My family.
Theater.
Theater.
Or when I was
10.
Dancing and
Now, what's the most important thing?
my family and theater.
Guys at home, at age 10, what was the most important thing? At age 15? At age 5? What about you right now? What's the most important thing?
My religion, my acting.
Religion is acting. What's the most important thing to you right now?
Acting and dancing.
Acting and dancing.
My family and future.
Family and future. See how this is all changed? So if you guys look at it this way, you take the character, because the character is really kind of a combination of us, isn't it? Because the character, just like you, had to go from 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15 at this point. You know, some people are 10, 11, 12, but I'm saying you can go up to 15 if someone's 15. But all the things we're studying on them, you're getting from real life, aren't you? Real people. That's when you're playing characters. You're playing real people. So you have to build the character as a real person. And literary regression is a way to do it. So now we have, let's go back. We have the emotional tools of acting, don't we? Guys at home, emotional tools. You know how to breathe. You know how to relax. You know how to do substitution, sense memory exercises, going back. You know how to play animate objects, inanimate objects. You know how to listen. Repeat exercises. You know what subtext is. You know how to use personal items. You follow all of that, guys? Then, in part 2, we just built a character. Let's say you're playing, what's your favorite character to play in a movie? Sarah? If you're going to play somebody, who would you play? Anybody?
Ferris Bueller.
Ferris Bueller. Ferris Bueller. Let's say Ferris Bueller was 14. You can use part 1, right? Emotional tools. Part 2, build a character with the 7 steps. Then you're ready for part 3, which we're going to go into next, which is how to break down a scene. Audition and give yourself an advantage on booking the job. That's what we're going to do next. Do you see how it all comes together now? Emotions, because you need emotional tools for acting. Build a character. Now let's put it into play and figure out how to break it down, how to audition, and how to play the character. Welcome to breaking down a scene, auditioning, and gaining the advantage on booking the job. My favorite. This is the one I like. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun going in there and getting jobs. How many people have worked in the business before? How many people are excited to work in the business? That's what I want to hear. Same at home. You're doing this because you want to work. It's fun to work. And you should work, especially if you want to do this. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to break down a scene first. Scene in a film, scene in a play, scene on a TV series, monologue, musical, anything you could ever do gets broken down the same way. So let's go through it. Let's turn to page 80 in our workbooks. Each scene, no matter what genre, is broken down in the following manner. Event. Remember this, guys. An event is the actual physical occurrence that is happening in the scene itself. Talking to your friend in the living room, sitting here, helping out on a DVD video. The event is me talking to the class and having you guys at home go along with us. That's the event, the actual physical occurrence. Each scene, as Stanislavski said in part 1, has an objective. What's an objective? Whatever it may be, you must have an objective. Something you need in the scene. What do I need out of the scene? Why am I doing the scene? What do I want from this? Here's my objective in teaching this. I want for you guys and you guys at home to learn specifically how to act for film and actually have tools that are very advanced that you can use no matter what city you're in. I don't care if you're in LA, New York, or wherever. That's my objective. Urgency, which simply means in our business something has to be at stake in the scene. You got to have something at stake. There's got to be conflict. Something's got to be at stake or there's no fun in it. Nobody really cares to watch it unless there's something at stake, and we'll go through how that works. Why does it have to take place now instead of tomorrow or yesterday? We'll go over this, like I said, when we go through the scene. Critical, guys. Here, home, everywhere. When you come in, you always have to be coming in from somewhere when you do a scene or a monologue or anything. You can't just start at the beginning. You have to be coming from someplace. In each scene that you perform, you're always coming from someplace else as the character. You must come in with emotional results of what just happened before as the character. To help you start the scene with some great emotional life and urgency, you're always coming from someplace. Because when you guys came here today, you guys at home, you put the DVD on, but what was happening before you did that? You came from someplace. Maybe you came from someplace you just won a game. Maybe you just lost the game. You're not feeling too well about it. That's the kind of life you're coming in with. That's coming from someplace. Do you follow that? You as regular people come from someplace, so does your character. So is your character. You understand that, right? Going to. When you're done with the DVD, you got someplace to go. This is just a stopover in between of where you came from and where you're going to. Same with you guys. You have someplace to go. So it's just a stopover point on your way to someplace else like in real life. You must include this work when you're preparing to work in anything. Film, TV, play, monologue, I don't care what you're doing. This works for everything. Now we're going to have some fun. We're going to turn to page 81 and we're going to break down the scene between Big E, all you Big E's out there, and Danny. That's everybody. So now everybody in here is going to pay attention to this because we're going to break down the scene on pages 85 through 88 in the script, I believe it is. Okay? What's the event in the scene with Big E and Danny? Page 81. They're talking in the locker room after the game while Danny is gathering her equipment to leave. Agree? Mm-hmm. That's what they're doing. So that's the actual physical occurrence that's taking place, correct? What's Big E's objective? He'll stop at nothing to make sure Danny, his best friend, is okay, will he? Big E never had a true friend his own age, has he? Until now. He has to see her again. He's afraid he may not because the home's going to close. Martin left. So what's his objective? To make sure he sees Danny again. Do you understand that, guys? Yeah. Same at home. Understand that. Now, what's Danny's objective? Big E is her best friend. And her objective is to make sure she's going to see him again, isn't it? She needs to see him again. Martin messed that up because he took off. Now she can't see him to play football. She must figure out a way to see Big E again. Now that the team is finished, so what's she going to do? I'll show you what she's going to do. But she has an objective. What's the urgency for Big E? Danny's about to leave. Go her own way, isn't she? She's about to leave. Her mom's waiting outside for her. There's no more football. Big E must figure out something before she leaves so he can see her again. He's got to figure out something. She must figure out a way to see him again. With football over, the urgency is it's now or never. Do you see that? That's what it's about. Now, urgency for Danny. Danny really cares for Big E, doesn't she? He's real cute. For you girls out there, he's real cute. They are best friends. They have done a lot of cool things together. Mother's against all this from the beginning. Now Danny knows this is it. Unless she can figure out a way or something else before she joins her mother outside in the car, she's got to figure out something. There's the urgency here. How am I going to see Big E again? She has to figure that out, doesn't she? That would be urgency for Danny. And then Big E has his urgency. With football over, it's now or never for him, isn't it, with her? You turn, where are they coming from? Page 81, bottom, then go to top of page 82. Big E. He just saw Heather, that is Martin's girlfriend, fiancée, leave. Show up, go outside with the limo, and take away his coach, his mentor, his father figure, as Desmond said. Big E's very sad about this, isn't he? As an actor, you recreate in your mind what just happened before the scene starts. So you can be coming from someplace. In this case, the emotional life for Big E is tremendous. Football is over. The kids all went back to the home, which is about to close. He just watched the limo exit. They just lost the game. And his best friend in the whole world's mom is outside waiting for her. He walked by the mom and she just dissed him and didn't say anything. All that happened before he came into the locker room. You following me on that, guys? Now, you can add that. It's not all literal. You can add that as an actor. I didn't put in the script because I wrote it that when he's out in the hall, he's out there, that his mother just looked at it, her mother looked at him and just dissed him. You can add that as an actor so when you come in on the audition, you have some real life going on and you're going to impress the director or casting person because you're thinking as an actor. Where's Danny coming from? She just saw Martin leave the rich lady. Not impressed, is she? She just came in, saw Martin leaving with the rich lady. She knows about Rich because she's that. She's not impressed. She's more upset about what? That they lost. She feels betrayed by Martin, choosing money over helping the kids. She also saw her mother diss Big E by not saying hi on the field. She comes into the locker room after just being yelled at by her mom. And that's what she's doing. She comes in the locker room, she's upset about it. The mom dissed the kid. That's her best friend. She doesn't like it. And she's crying because the scene says she's crying. Why is she crying? Could be a couple of reasons. Because her mom just dissed Big E, because they lost the game, and she'll never see him again. See how you can do that as an actor? You bring all that into it. You don't start from the beginning. Now, where's Big E going to? Back to the group home, which is going to be closing. After this, what happens? They close the group home. What's going to happen when they close the group home? These kids in foster homes go back to central lockup, they call it, where they actually go in and they have not bars on the windows, kind of, on the windows, not on everything, but on the windows, and then they get shipped off somewhere else, they get separated. That's where his life is going. See, as the character? So now you're coming from someplace, you're going to someplace. What's Danny doing? She's going back to her life, guys. Guys at home, back to her life with the family. That's never there anyway, is it? So why is she even excited about that? Maybe her dad's about to leave on another trip tomorrow. So what does she have to look forward to go home? Anything? Not really. This is like it for her. Maybe she's going to have dinner for the last time with her father. See what you can add as actors, guys at home, guys here? You can add that. I'm going to have dinner with, oh my God, Big E. I'm leaving with Big E. He's leaving me. And I'm going to go home and have dinner with my dad. And then my dad's going to leave me too, like Big E did, and everything's over. Maybe that's where she's going to. Do you see that, guys? So if she's going there, when I teach young actors and when they're doing scenes in movies and things, I say, you're going to a place which is worse than where you're at now. So you really don't have any urgency to go there. Your urgency is to stay here. And you'll figure out any way you can. And when I teach acting, like we're doing now, biggest things, event, actual occurrence that's taking place. Objective, what do I want of the scene? What do I need? Urgency. Why has it got to take place now instead of tomorrow or the day after? Okay? Where am I coming from? Where's the character coming from? Add to it if you have to. And where's the character going to? The scene itself is just a stopover from where you're coming from to where you're going to. Any questions on that? Any guys have any questions on that? Now we come to, page 83. Subtext. My favorite thing in the whole world, subtext. In all acting as in life, on page 83 in your workbooks, the words really don't mean anything. It's what's underneath that really matters. The emotional listening exercise was our first experience with subtext. In the exercise, remember the line, red light, green light? The line didn't mean anything to us as actors. It was what was going on underneath, the emotional intent. The other actor had going underneath is what we call in our business gold. That's what I call it. I call it gold. If you really know what's going on underneath it, that's gold for us. The subtext is the essence of all acting, as what people really mean is the essence of all life, not what they say. You ever hear that? It's what you mean, not what you say. Now, we're going to go through the scene between Big E and Danny, and I'm going to show you guys at home, specifically how to do subtext. Okay? Let's go. Let's just visualize that we're in the locker room. Everybody, you guys at home, just sit in that chair. Visualize that you're in the locker room. Interior locker room day. Sitting on one of the benches, dressed in a dark T-shirt, shorts, and cleaning off her spikes is Danny. Big E stands at the doorway, notices her, moves to enter. So visualize that. Big E, where is he coming from? From outside where he just saw Martin leave, and maybe Mrs. Stevens dissed him by not looking at him, and maybe one of the kids from the other team said something mean to him. That's where he's coming from. Now, as an actor, you come from that place, you go over that in your head, you may talk it out loud a little bit about how you feel. Like, you might say something to Tommy, who was dissing you. You might say to him, you might start the scene off, Tommy, I don't care what you said. Okay, you beat us this time, but we're going to beat you guys next time. And that's the way it's going to be. And you can actually rehearse that, talking to him. So that if you rehearse it over and over again out loud, by the time you get to the scene when you audition, you don't have to say it out loud. You just come into the scene. And it's already there. And it's like, we're going to get you next time, Tommy. Oh, hey, Danny. See how I continued it in? That's coming from someplace and actually saying those lines, the subtext from what's going on before. Now, once he goes from outside to inside and he sees Danny, now the subtext here, where he's coming from, changes. Where he's coming from is one thing, right, guys? You understand that? Now the subtext is what's going on in the scene he's in. Oh, my God. Let's look at that, page 83. Oh, my God, she's there alone getting ready to leave. What do I say? I'm so nervous I can't let her leave. Say something. See what I mean with subtext? So you would practice it like, oh, my God, I can't let her leave. Say something. Hey, Danny. See how it continues? I put in there, now say the line. So when you guys rehearse this at home and when you guys do it with your workbook, say the line after you say the subtext. And you can practice that way. So that would be the first line. Hey, Danny. Now, Danny, where's she coming from? Wiping tears because she realizes that her mom is out there waiting for her. There's no more coming here. It's over for her. She also lost the game. The boys from the other team dissed her and the guys here. Plus, this is the last time she thinks she's going to see Lewis. At this point in the scene, guys, she has no idea she's going to see Lewis again, does she? She's got to come up with something. So as an actor, you play it moment to moment. You don't think ahead. So Danny quickly wipes her tears, continues cleaning her spikes when she sees Big E come in and go, hey, Danny, doesn't she? Because she doesn't want him to see it, does she? She doesn't want him to see her cry. Now, what's Danny's subtext? Oh, my God, I can't let him see me crying. I'm tough. You know what, Lewis? We kick butt out there, beat those punks. Fat boy Tommy, they can't hang with us. See what I did? Then they can't hang with us. Then she comes back and says, we smoked those losers. See what we're doing there with subtext, guys? Oh, my God, I can't let him see me crying. I'm tough. You know what, Lewis? We kick butt out there. We beat those punks. Fat boy Tommy, they can't hang with us. Then you say the line. But before that, there's a little more subtext. First, she can't let him see her cry, can she? So you got to start with that. So, oh, my God, I can't let him see me crying. Once you establish that with the subtext, then you continue on. And then you get into that line where you're about to say, we smoked those losers. But before you say that, you say the subtext we just said. And then it's back to Big E. He says, subtext, great, she just gave me something to talk about. We're a team, both of us, you and me, Danny. Tommy, these guys can't hang with us. See, Big E doesn't know what to say, does he, guys? So he's got to figure out what's really going on underneath. What's really going on underneath is that, oh, my God, thank God she saved me. Because I didn't know what to talk about, did I, Mikey? Had no idea what to talk about. Tommy and his guys can't hang with us. I agree with you. You and me are a team. Then he goes like this. Tommy and his guys, they can't hang with us. Got that right. Took them to the cleaners. It's you and me against them. Do you follow that, guys? You guys at home, you follow that? And that's the subtext for that. Big E stands there not sure what to say. Then finally, because she has no lines, Big E has more subtext. Because we smoked those guys, that's right, took them to the cleaners, now he doesn't know what to do next. So he goes like, oh no, she's not saying anything, because she isn't, is she? She's not saying anything. So what does he do? I don't know what to say. Come on, Louis, you idiot. You know how you kids are with that? Come on, Louis, you idiot. She's cute. What do I say? Oh, my God, I think of something to say. Oh, by the way, you know what? That catch you made in the end zone, that was awesome. He can't think of what to say. So he figures out that catch that she made in the end zone was awesome. See? And that's what the subtext is before he says that catch you made in the end zone was awesome. You guys following me on that? You guys at home following that? Now it's back to Danny. She says subtext, hey, he noticed me finally. He thinks I'm really good. Did he really say that? Did he really say what I thought he said? I better ask him. See? I better ask him. You really think so? See how that line fits now? And then Big E's back to his subtext. Yeah, but don't take my word for it. So did Coach and so did Allison. I may not know a lot about football because I'm a kid, but they do. They're adults. And I saw them high-five each other. I'm out watching out for you, Danny. You and me are cool together. Yeah, you think so? Yep. So did Coach. He high-fived Allison on the sideline. I saw him do it. Do you see the subtext underneath it, guys? Not only do I think it, they think it, and I saw the adults think it. That's how much I'm watching out for your back. And that's what we call subtext. And Danny's back. With all due respect, Louis, appreciate you watching my back. But how I did doesn't matter. It's all about winning. Nobody cares about the losers. Then she goes, line, a lot of good it did. We still lost. Thank you for helping me out. Thank you for watching my back. But it doesn't matter because we still lost. You see the subtext there? And there's the subtext. Big E, back to Big E. Yeah, but so what? We're not quitters. People like you and me, Danny, we don't give up. We never give up. We keep coming back. And then he goes to the line. We keep coming back. And he goes like this. We'll smoke him again next time. We didn't get him this time, but we'll smoke him again. We got him this time. We'll get him again next time. We'll smoke him. And that's what you did. Now back to Big E. Subtext, we don't have a prayer, Louis. Our only chance was with Coach Ross at the helm. But that's gone. See? And that's Danny saying that. Excuse me, that's Danny saying that. And she goes, we don't have a prayer because I know it. Coach Ross, we don't have a prayer. And then she says, we don't have a prayer because that's gone. And let me tell you something, Louis. There isn't going to be a next time. Not with Coach Ross dissing us like that. See? She knows more than he does because she knows this Coach Ross left because her mom leaves like that or her dad leaves like that. You follow me? She knows more than he does. And that's the subtext. And then Big E says, wait a second. Coach didn't do anything wrong. What are you talking about, girl? He's my buddy. There's nothing he did wrong. See? What are you talking about? Dissing us like what? That's the line. Dissing us like what? You see how easy it is to say the lines when you understand the subtext? Danny says, are you blind, Louis? Coach Ross is a selfish, non-caring person who, when he got what he wanted, he just left. When he got what he needed, then we go to the line. He abandoned us, Louis. Got what he wanted, he abandoned us. Kicked us to the curb like leftover clothes in an estate sale. What are you talking about? See that? Subtext, line. Back to Big E. With the subtext, he went way beyond the call of duty, Danny. He did more than anyone else has ever done for us around here. See, the kid really appreciates it. He did more than he should have done. He did way more than he was supposed to do. And guess what? It was time for him to go, Danny. See that line, how it's delivered when you have that subtext? Now Big E sits next to Danny because he feels like they're becoming closer, doesn't he? He feels like they're becoming buddies, so he feels comfortable to sit next to her. And then Danny has some subtext. What are you talking about, that lady? Are you talking about his meal ticket? Because she understands who that lady is because her mom's kind of like that. So she goes, are you talking about that meal ticket? And then she goes, with whom? That rich blonde lady? See how it's the same inflection about understanding who she's talking about? And then Danny has more subtext for her next line. Coach came by out of guilt because he feels bad about all that money he has. He probably got it, not even working for it. Our boy, then she goes, no, Frankie was right. Dude just came by to clear his conscience for all that money he's making. See where we're going with that, guys, on the subtext? Coach came by out of guilt because he feels bad about all that money he has. Probably didn't even work for it. Oh, no. Frankie was right. Dude just came by to clear his conscience for all that money he's making. See the subtext there, guys? Always, you guys at home, always do the subtext before you say the line. You'll always understand the lines you have to say. Then Big E, subtext. Coach Ross is a stand-up guy who's worked for everything he has. You're wrong. He's saying, you're wrong, Danny. He would never do that. See the subtext? You're wrong, Danny. He would never do that. Line, not Coach Ross. See how that line sounds like the subtext? Do you hear that at home, guys? It sounds just like the subtext, the line, and it should. And then the last thing on page 85, Danny's subtext. You are so naive, Lewis. I know about the whole guilt thing. You know why I know about the whole guilt thing? Because, turn the page, my dad does the same thing to me all the time. See the subtext, guys? See the subtext? And then my dad does the same thing to me all the time because she understands it. Guys at home, do you see that? She understands what Martin's like because she understands it with her own dad. Write those notes down. It's here now, but you can write some additional notes down, and then when you do your own characters, you can just use this format. So my dad does the same thing to me all the time. And then we got more subtext with Big E. Wait a second. Did you lie to me about your father? You told me your dad spends time with you. See that? The subtext is, wait a second, did you lie to me about your father? And the line is, you told me your dad spends time with you. You see how it sounds the same? That's what the subtext is of what that line, you told me your dad spends time with you, means. Danny finishes with her spikes, puts everything in her bag. And now Danny's subtext. Well, maybe I over-exaggerated. Let me just say, as far as spending time with my dad, he does sometimes. Again, subtext, guys, subtext. He does sometimes. And then Danny has more subtext for the next line she's going to say, but that's not because he loves me. See where I'm going with that? It's not because he loves me. It's because why? Say the line, Erica. It's not because he loves me. Why is it?
But that's just out of guilt. It makes them feel better.
That's right. Just it's out of guilt. It makes him feel better. Now I'm going to let you guys say the lines because I've showed you enough. Now we'll do them. Okay? Because that makes him feel better. Danny, we have more subtext. This next line's for Chloe. Right here, I need to really hide how badly I feel. So let me fake it by saying...
But the cool part is he always buys me whatever I want.
Good. Now the reason that works is what? She said right here, I need to hide how I feel and everything by faking it. Do you guys understand that? You guys at home? So she said the line. And you guys at home, you can play Biggie or Danny. We'll start doing that now. Danny, now more subtext. This will be for Alyssa. Subtext is, let me test Lewis and see if he wants to hear about my real problems with my dad.
I just don't like what comes after.
See that, guys? Beautiful subtext. That's the way to do it. You guys at home, now you understand how to do it. So we're going to continue on with this, and we're all going to take lines. Now, Big E, it's going to be Mikey. Subtext. Oh, my God, I hope he doesn't hit you like my mom's boyfriend hit me. I'm afraid to ask, but I have to because I care.
What comes after?
See what he did? He doesn't know if she gets hit or what her dad does she? Do you? You don't know what happens, so you're nervous about it and you want to know, you get a little scared. And you ask apprehensively. That's a nice way to deliver that line. The next Danny's going to be Liz. Subtext, he really cares about me. I'm going to tell him the truth of how bad I feel when my line.
My dad always goes off to some place far away to make more money.
See what she did? She tells him how she feels. She's letting she's pouring her soul out to him. Your girl's at home. You're pouring your soul out to him when you say that line. And it makes sense, doesn't it? Big E. That'd be Taylor. Subtext, okay, so your dad's a jerk. How can I help my best friend Danny? I know. Line.
What's your mom think about it?
See? I got an idea. Maybe her dad's a jerk, but maybe her mom's on her side. They don't know for sure, and that's the way to deliver that line. Back to Danny, that'll be Sarah. Subtext, I really appreciate you helping me try to solve my problems, Louis, and I love you for it. But my mom's worse than my dad.
She's the one who keeps telling him to go. Mrs. Danielle Stevens enjoys the finer things in life.
Excellent. See, it's a continuation of how she feels in the subtext, isn't it? Guys at home, did you see that? And then we go to Big E again. This will be Des. We really don't have a lot in common. And now, we really do have a lot in common. And now I'm going to tell you about my mom because I feel really comfortable. Line.
My mom's the same way.
See what he just did? Nice job, kid. My mom's the same way. And it made sense for the subtext before, didn't it? We'll just keep going. Danny, that'll be back to Chloe. Subtext, I'm not sure what you mean, Louis. Your mom's the same way with the finer things. No. Do you mean?
With your dad?
Exactly. See, your mom's not the same with the finer things. I thought that was it. What are you talking about? She's the same way with who? With who?
With your dad.
See how she asked that question? Excellent, Chloe. Good girl. Big E, Mikey, I feel very comfortable to tell you about my most personal moment. I've never said this to anyone before, but...
No, I never met my father.
He finally told somebody that he never met his father. Nobody else knows that. See that with the subtext? Good. Erica. More Big E subtext first. That'd be Alex. Oh no, she's feeling sorry for me. Let's get back to talking about something we have in common.
My mom's a lot like yours. Likes expensive things and traveling.
That's it. Stay on the subject to get off of the too personal thing. Good. Now Danny's subtext. Erica. I don't get it. If your mom has money and expensive things, I don't understand that. Why are you in a foster home? Then
Where's your mom now?
Exactly. She just doesn't comprehend that if your mom likes the finer things and money and everything, then where's she now? Back to Big E subtext. Taylor. She used Hurricane Katrina as a lame excuse to send me up here to live with a relative. But I'm going to stick up for my mom anyway, because I still love her. Go.
After Hurricane Katrina, she sent me up here from New Orleans to live with my grandfather.
Exactly. See that at home, guys? Send me up here to live with my grandfather. He's sticking up for his mom, even though that's happening. You can write these notes down as you feel like it. Then Big E, more subtext. That'd be Alex. I love my grandfather. He really cared about me. Say the line.
He died.
So it's like after Hurricane Katrina, she sent me up here from New Orleans to live with my grandfather. I love my grandfather. He really cared about me. Then you say the line. Live with my grandfather. He died. See, that one little line shows how you feel about your grandfather because you did the subtext before that, didn't it? And then more Big E subtext for Des. To this day, I really can't believe the thing that really hurts the most, my feelings, is...
My mom and her boyfriend moved to Mexico.
Excellent. See how they just said that? He really feels badly about it, doesn't he? Then Danny, more subtext with Danny. Sarah, there's no way I just heard what I heard. Your mom took off with some guy? No way. Line.
And they didn't take you with them?
See that? Nice delivery. See how that's working now, guys? You all getting that at home? You understanding that? Big E, subtext. Go back to Mikey. I've been struggling with the real reason she took off with me. Maybe it was something I did wrong. I don't really know. What was it? Line.
She told me the guy didn't like kids.
Okay. She told me the guy didn't like kids. What did I do wrong? I really don't know. You struggle with it. Well, she told me the guy really didn't like kids. You really don't know, do you? Okay. Now, back to Danny. Over to Chloe. Subtext, don't stick up for that selfish jerk. I know she's your mom. And that guy...
I think your mom and her boyfriend are big losers.
Beautiful. They're big losers. It just follows with the subtext, doesn't it? Then Danny's got more subtext. Erica, Oh, I know we're buddies now, Louis. And you just high-five me, but I can see that she's still your mom and you feel bad. But you know what? The heck with her. I just figured out a way for us to see each other again.
Hey, do you want to come over to my house for dinner? Our maid's a great cook.
Exactly. See that? I got an idea. I just figured out an idea. Hey, you want to come over for our house for dinner? Our mom's a great cook. That was the way that she figured out to keep Big E, to see him again. It just came to her now. And that's where that subtext comes from. Big E. Back over to Taylor. Wow, oh my God, I would love to do that, to keep seeing you, Danny, because you're so cool and you understand me, but there might be a problem.
I don't know, I'd have to ask.
See, I don't know, I'd have to ask. He's concerned he's going to have to ask who? Danny's subtext. This will be for Sarah. There's only one person responsible for you, Louis, and that person loves me. And I love her because she's a great lady and she knows there's something you would want to do. This is something you'd want to do. So, who are we talking about?
Who? Allison? She'll be cool with it.
Perfect. See how that was done? You guys at home, you see how that was done? Perfect line for that subtext. Good job, kid. And then Big E, back over to Des. She would, but your mom just dissed the orphan kid in the parking lot. I know she hates my guts, so...
What about your mom?
He's concerned, isn't he? Because she just dissed him. Her mom just dissed him in the parking lot. Then Danny's subtext. Over to Liz. Louis, I don't think you heard me correctly before, but I like you, so that's okay. I got my parents on a string, and I use it to the fullest, so...
Louis, my parents do whatever I tell them.
That's right. Don't you know that? Didn't I tell you that? They do whatever I tell them. I'm in charge. That's good subtext for that. Danny, again, the next line, Chloe. They feel so guilty about being away from me so much that's their own hang-up. I take full advantage of it.
It's part of that whole spending time away from their daughter guilt thing.
Yeah, I got it down. I'm an expert at it. I know that they got guilt, right? You guys know people like that? You guys at home, you ever see people that do that? Kids do that? Yeah, it's part of that whole spending time away from their daughter guilt thing. I got them right where I want them. It's not my fault. They're the ones spending time away. And that's that line. Then, Danny, Erica. Again, at the bottom there, I'm so confident she'll do what I say. I'm going to defy even more by bringing you home to dinner with us. Get back at her a little. Plus, I like you.
Come on, my mom's waiting out for us.
Exactly. Come on, my mom's waiting outside for us. And there you go with subtext. Okay? Now let's go back over that because that's so important. What is subtext? Go ahead.
It's the emotions that are underneath the line that you don't actually say.
It's the meaning along with the emotion of what's underneath the line. See? I'm really scared to say anything to you. Okay, I'll play like Biggie, you play Danny. I'm really scared to say anything to you. I don't know what to say to you because I'm so frightened, but you're so cute. I don't know what to say. Oh, say something, Biggie. Say something. Oh, hey, Danny. See? What's really going on underneath what I just said is the subtext. Then you're like, oh, you are? He's so cute. He's really cute and everything. And I don't think he really likes me or anything like that, but he just said hi. I can't talk to him yet because I'm still scared to talk to him, so I'm going to change the subject. I'm going to say, you know what? We smoked those losers. I'm changing the subject. And then you come back and go, oh, now I can say something with her because we're both on the same team and I have something to say. As Big E, I go, oh, that's great. I love the fact that I got something to say now. You got that right. You got that right, girl. We took him to the cleaners. Now we're on the same team. That's what subtext is. I spent a lot of time on it, you guys at home. I spent a lot of time on it because that can help you significantly as actors, understanding the subtext. Okay, and that would be that's up to page 89. Now what we're going to do next is I'm going to teach you guys how to audition and have the advantage on booking a job over other actors. You guys at home too. All right, so let's turn to page 90. How to audition and gain the advantage on booking the job. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the audition for Big E and then Danny 3 separate ways. I'm going to show you guys and you guys at home how to really give yourself an advantage. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the sides. These are the sides, like I said before, pages 85 to 88 from the script for Big E and Danny. Okay? And we're going to have one actor come on stage at a time, and then the other actor is going to be off camera, but I'll show you guys how we're going to do that. But what I wanted to touch on before we go into this is, what have we learned? Emotional tools of acting. We've got all of that now, don't we, guys?
Right.
We've also, in part 2, done what? Built a character with our 7 steps. Now we have the emotional tools we need, guys at home. We have the 7 steps to building a character. And then in section 3, what have we done? We now know how to break down a scene. We know how to get the event, the objective, the urgency, where we're coming from and where we're going to, don't we? We have all of those tools at our disposal. And even more importantly, what else do we have that we learned just before? Subtext. The critical element in acting. Okay? So we got all of those on page 90, A through D. Keep those in mind. And then when you audition for the camera, the actor, when you audition for a camera, or for film or for television, anything actually, think of 3 things you can do in a scene that nobody else will do. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. Use the room and its familiarity to determine your physical movement on the audition. Plug in the character you've created. When you have an audition scene, I might as well tell it to you now, read this out loud several times. Read it out loud. Rehearse it with somebody, even if it's your mom, your dad, one of your best friends at home, anybody. Reading this out loud with anybody else is better than not reading it out loud. There's a big difference when you read a scene out loud as an actor. So make sure you do that. And then subtext. We did the subtext for Danny and Big E, but when you guys have auditions at home for whatever you have, when you guys have auditions, do your own subtext. Like 15, 20, 30 seconds I put in here. Then say the line. Then you'll understand the scene and the character a lot better. It really is a critical tool to understanding what the lines mean. You know how sometimes you go on auditions, you don't understand what the lines mean? I still do it. Okay? I don't understand that line. But when I do the subtext, I figure it out. Then, here's my 3 things here before we get into this actual scenes. You must always go over your scene out loud with another person. I can't stress that enough. Use the sense memory, substitution, imagination, or a combination of all of that to start building characters. You guys know how to do it at this point, don't you? You guys at home, you got the tools now to start it. Acting, my friends, is telling the truth in a moment-to-moment fashion. People always say, oh, they're just acting, he's just acting. Good actors tell the truth in acting. They bring up real emotions. If you're excited, it's because you're really excited. If you're crying because something's painful, that emotion you bring out has to be real pain from somewhere. Could be imagination, imagining what if this happened to a loved one, or something did happen to somebody that passed away, like your grandmother, your grandfather. You got to bring real emotion into our scenes. That's what good actors do. Moment to moment is what we did on the repeat exercise. I look at you, I see that you're happy and excited to be here. I'm happy to be here. I like you. So it's a moment that I say, oh, that's great. You say, oh, I like you too, Frank. Then I say, oh, I like you too, Erica. So we go back and forth, and it's moment to moment, then it changes. See how you go moment to moment? It's a lot of fun to do these exercises. Okay, so always remember that the more work you do on these scenes too, the more spontaneous you can be. What do I mean by that? That means if you do your homework and if you practice, it's like playing sports. If you run the plays a lot, if you run your hockey plays, your soccer plays, if you do the research on it, but if you rehearse it, if you play an instrument, doesn't it become easier? More spontaneous because you don't have to think as much? It's the same in acting, guys. Same in acting. Do the work. And my final thing before we actually go into these scenes is you must always take risks. You can't go in like everybody else, and we'll show you the 3 different ways to read a scene. I want you to get to the last part. Do it the 3rd way. Take a chance on these scenes. Make some creative choices so they go, wow, I never thought of that, Sarah. That was pretty good. How did you think of that? Well, I did my homework. All right? So now, next thing we're going to do is we're going to do the Big E and Danny scene. 3 different ways, and we'll show you the difference. Now we come to the section on how to audition. So what we're going to do now is simulate an actual casting session. I'm going to play the casting director. I'm going to have an actor, which in Los Angeles, New York, typically they may hire an actor to actually come in and read opposite the person auditioning. This actor doesn't have the role, but there's a lot of actors out there that actually read. They're pretty good. And they can read off camera with the actor coming in. Or maybe the casting director reads with the actor. It changes all the time. The point is, you're set up in 15-minute increments. You come in, you get to ask questions if you want, and then they just start. For now, we're just going to simulate like there is no camera watching anything. They're just coming in on an audition normally. All right? So you're just going to read with the next kid who comes in, right? Just read with them. Just read normally. And then I see the next person on my list, Mike's coming in. So, how you doing? Nice to see you, young man. Have a seat. This is Chloe. She'll be reading with you. All right? Now, you're reading for Big E?
Yep.
So, tell me about yourself, Mike. What have you been up to?
Working on my lines.
Okay, on your lines, yeah?
Doing some research about the character.
What kind of research you do?
Well, I looked up some things on Father Baker.
Oh, you did?
And a lot about Terry Bradshaw.
Uh-huh. Do you have any questions about the scene?
No, I feel pretty confident.
Feel pretty good about it? So why don't we just try it? Okay? You'll be reading for me today. I'm just going to watch you, and you can read it with Chloe, and we'll see what happens. Okay? And whenever you're ready.
Hey, Danny.
We smoked those losers.
Got that right. Took them to the cleaners. And that catch you made in the end zone, it was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah, and so did Coach Ross. I saw him high-five Allison on the sidelines.
A lot of good it did. We still lost.
We'll smoke him again next time.
There isn't going to be a next time. Not with Coach Ross dissing us like that.
Dissing us like what?
He abandoned us, Lewis. Kicked us the curb like leftover clothes in an estate sale.
It was time for him to go, Danny.
With whom? That rich blonde lady? No, Frankie was right. Dude just came by clear as conscience for all that money he's making.
Not Coach Ross.
My dad does the same thing to me all the time.
You told me your dad spends time with you.
He does, sometimes. But that's just out of guilt. It makes him feel better. But the cool part is, he always buys me whatever I want. I just don't like what comes after.
What comes after?
My dad goes off to someplace far away to make more money.
And what does your mom think of it?
She's the one who keeps telling him to go. Mrs. Danielle Stevens always enjoys the finer things in life.
My mom's the same way.
What, with your dad?
No, I never met my father. My mom's a lot like yours. Liked expensive things and traveling.
Where's your mom now?
Well, after Hurricane Katrina, she sent me up here from New Orleans with my grandfather. He died, and my mom and her boyfriend moved to Mexico.
And they didn't take you with them?
She told me the guy didn't like kids.
I think your mom and her boyfriend are big losers. Hey, do you want to come to my house for dinner? Our maid's a great cook.
I don't know. I'd have to ask.
Who? Allison? She'll be cool with it.
What about your mom?
Lewis, my parents do whatever I ask them. It's part of that whole spending time away from their daughter guilt thing. Come on, my mom's waiting outside for us.
Okay, that was good. Very nice. Thank you for coming in. Okay. We'll be in touch with your agent.
Okay.
Take care. Now, that's one way to do it. You just come in and you just do it. Don't ask any questions. Just give it your best shot. Now, Chloe, we're going to switch. Mikey, come on over here. You come in. Ask any questions you want. Okay, so the next person coming in is, let's see, Chloe's coming in. Now, you're just going to read with her. All right, you're off camera reading. And next person, please. How are you, young lady? Nice to meet you. I'm Frank. Nice to see you. This is Mike. He'll be reading with you. Okay, Chloe, what have you been up to?
Well, I've been memorizing my lines.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing a lot of acting.
Oh, what kind of acting?
Well, I do some voiceover work, and then I do some regular acting with my agent, like just working in the classes.
Mm-hmm. What do you do for fun?
Acting.
Fun? That's what nothing else?
I do soccer,
Uh-huh.
and I go to camp.
Okay.
I just finished camp.
Oh, you did. Do you have any questions on Danny?
No, not really.
All right, well, let's try it and see how it goes. Okay? And whenever you're ready, are you ready? Mm-hmm. And then you start, so go.
Hey, Danny.
We smoked those losers.
Got that right. Took them to the cleaners. That catch you made in the end zone was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah, and so did Coach Ross. I saw him high-five Allison on the sidelines.
A lot of good it did. We still lost.
We'll smoke them again next time.
There isn't going to be a next time. Not with Coach Ross dissing us like that.
Dissing us like what?
He abandoned us, Lewis. Kicked us to the curb like leftover clothes in an estate sale.
It was time for him to go down.
With whom? That rich blonde lady? No, Frankie was right. Dude just came by clear his conscience for all that money he's making.
Not Coach Ross.
My dad does the same thing to me all the time.
You told me your dad spends time with you.
He does. Sometimes. But that's just out of guilt. It makes him feel better. But the cool part is he always buys me whatever I want. I just don't like what comes after.
What comes after?
My dad goes off to someplace far away to make more money.
And what does your mom think of it?
She's the one who keeps telling him to go. Mrs. Danielle Stevens enjoys the finer things in life.
My mom's the same way.
With your dad?
No, I never met my father. My mom's a lot like yours. Likes expensive things and traveling.
Where's your mom now?
Well, after Hurricane Katrina, she sent me up here from New Orleans to live with my grandfather. He died, and my mom and her boyfriend moved to Mexico.
And they didn't take you with them?
She told me the guy didn't like kids.
I think your mom and her boyfriend are big losers. Hey, do you want to come to my house for dinner? Our maid's a great cook.
I don't know. I'd have to ask.
Who? Allison? She'll be cool with it.
What about your mom?
Lewis, my parents do whatever I ask them. It's part of that whole spending time away from their daughter guilt thing. Come on, my mom's waiting outside for us.
Very nice, very nice. Well, we'll let your agent know. Thank you for coming in, young lady. It's a pleasure. Yeah. Okay, then she takes off. Now, guys, that was pretty good from both standpoints. They did a nice job. Now we're going to add some of the techniques that we actually have learned over the course of these past two and a half videos. All right? This is how I want you guys to do it, or close to it. What he's done, I'm going to get up here and help you along here. Come on up. Get up. Here's what he's done. He's come in with his uniform on. Like he just got done with the game. That's a good choice. He's got rubber spikes on. So rubber spikes is okay. You don't want to wear steel. You don't want to have mud on them or anything like that. But he's coming in as the character because where did he just come from? Outside. So then we got this. Now he's got his bag with him. So you can come on an audition, come on over here, with your bag. So he's coming in like this, and if you come over here, because I'm just going to show you, watch, so you could always put it over your shoulder like this. Now go stand over here for a second, right here, turn around. Now, you got the bag, he's got his clothes on, he's got the spikes there, and where's he coming from? What's the subtext?
Just coming from losing the game.
But what did I say in the subtext on there? Where's the subtext say on that? It says this. He's coming from where?
Just
like this. Oh, my God. Right? He's doing this. He's going, wow, Danny's mom just dissed me. It's terrible. Danny's mom just dissed me, and everything's going wrong. And then, Tommy, I'll tell you right now, Tommy. I'll tell you right now. I don't care. We'll beat you next time if you ask me. Yeah, we'll beat you next time. I'm just going to go in here now. I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to go talk to, I got to see if I can find Danny. Danny's got to be somewhere around here. Danny's got to be somewhere around here. Oh, hey, Danny. See? I wanted to start with that. Here, take that. So what we're doing, guys, pay attention. We're going to go moment by moment. So as an actor, you do the subtext before you're coming in. Okay? Do the subtext. Go ahead.
Man, can't believe you just dissed me like that. Man, I can't believe you. Martin, thanks for leaving like that. Shut up, Tommy. You know, we'll get you again next time.
And then come in.
Hey, Danny.
All right, stop right there. You can come into the audition. Let's say you come up there and say, hi, nice to meet you. Like, come on and sit down. Hi, nice to meet you and everything. You can bring this stuff with you. Then we say, all right, you ready to audition? You say, yeah. Stand up. Take your stuff, because it's your audition. You go over there. Stop right there. If there's a door there and you're auditioning live with the door, you do this. You open the door, and you go like this. The door is open, you go, you know what, Tommy, we'll take care of you next time. Can't believe, Martin, you dissed us like that. That's terrible. Yeah, Tom, we'll get you next time, Tommy, don't you worry about it. Then you turn around. See what I mean? Then you turn around and you go, oh, then you see her there. That's how you can start your audition. See what I mean? That's how you start this scene off. Let's try it. You can do it, guys, on an audition. You can bring something to it like that. If they let you come in, and we're not being put on tape here, it's simply just going to be a live audition. So go ahead, do that part.
Thanks, Mrs. Stevens. Nice to see you, too. See you, Martin. Shut up, Tommy. You know, we'll smoke you guys again next time. Hey, Danny.
We smoked those losers.
Got that right. Took them to the cleaners. That catch you made in the end zone was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah.
Okay, hold it. So now, like this, right? We're going to go through it. Let me see that. See you later. That's right, Tommy. That's it. Stand back over there. See you later, Tommy. That's it. So now you come in like this, right? Now I want you to see him. You got to see her. You can't anticipate her. You just got to come in and go, yeah, we'll get you next time, Tommy. Whoa, hey, Danny. You don't go any farther. You stop here because you're not sure what to do. And then give me your line.
We smoked those losers.
That means she gave you an introduction to get closer, didn't she? You go like this. We got that right. Took him to the cleaners. See what I'm doing? I'm moving closer because she let me do that. And then what's the next line? Go ahead, come on, follow that line. What's the next line?
Got that right. Took him to the cleaners. And then that catch you made in the end zone was awesome.
See, now it's like this. Got that right. Took him to the cleaners. Now watch. You could go like this. She liked you, right? That catch you made in the end zone was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah. See what I'm doing? That allows you guys, let's try that much up to that point. That allows you guys to move in and show the directors, that guys at home, it shows the director you know what you're doing. See? Try it again. We'll go through it step by step. Go a little louder. Yell at those guys. No swearing, but yell at them.
See you, Martin. Nice to see you too, Mrs. Stevens. Tommy, be quiet, man. We'll smoke you guys again next time. Hey, Danny.
We smoked those losers.
Got that right. Took them to the cleaners. That catch you made in the end zone was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah, and so did Coach Ross. I saw him high-five Allison on the sidelines.
A lot of good it did. We still lost.
We'll smoke him again next time.
There isn't going to be a next time. Not with Coach Ross dissing us like that.
Dissing us like what?
He abandoned us, Lewis.
Okay, hold it. Okay, let's try it again. This is how you do this. That's right, Tommy. We'll get you next time. No problem. We beat you. We'll beat you again. No problem with me. That's what I said, too. Oh, hey, Danny.
We smoked those losers.
Got that right. Took him to the cleaners.
Got that right. Took him to the cleaners. You still stay here. Got that right. Took him to the cleaners. Go ahead. What's the next line? Give me another one.
That catch you made in the end zone was awesome.
That catch you made in the end zone? That was awesome. You don't go anywhere. You stay here because you're not sure you can go to her yet because you're still nervous about it, right? Well, go ahead.
You really think so?
Yeah. Give me a line.
And so did Coach Ross.
Yeah.
I saw him high-five Allison.
And so did Coach Ross. I saw him high-five Allison on the sideline. It was really pretty cool.
A lot of good it did. We still lost.
We'll smoke him again next time.
We'll smoke him again next time.
There isn't going to be a next time. Not with Coach Ross dissing us like that.
Dissing us like what?
He abandoned us, Lewis. Kicked us to the curb like leftover clothes at his estate sale.
It was time for him to go, Danny.
With whom?
Hold it. So now at that point, right, I'm not saying, like, guys, at home, I don't know exactly when you're going to sit down, but here it feels like you're going to go, what was that last line you said?
With whom, he abandoned us, Lewis, kicked us to the curb like leftover clothes in his estate sale.
And then you say?
It was time for him to go.
Like this. It was time for him to go, Danny. See, because now you're moving into her. You see why, guys? You're moving into her because why? You can identify with that. It was time for him to go, Danny. He's my friend, and I'm sticking up for him. But now she's got you in a conversation which allows you to do that. Most actors, guys, you guys at home, are going to do this. First of all, they're not going to bring the bag. They're not going to bring all the equipment. They're not going to say the lines out there, but my guys are. We're going to do that. We got the football. We got this. We do that. We walk all the way over to here. We don't get there till we have to. Absolutely sit down. Then we finally sit down when we have to. Not Coach Ross. Then you can sit down. Then you can go into the scene. Okay? Try that. Go get him, kid.
Nice seeing you too, Mrs. Stevens. Thanks, Martin. Bye. Tommy. We'll get you guys again next time. Hey, Danny.
We smoked those losers.
Got that right. Took them to the cleaners. That catch you made in the end zone was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah, and so did Coach Ross. I saw him high-five Allison on the sidelines.
A lot of good it did. We still lost.
We'll smoke them again next time.
There isn't going to be a next time. Not with Coach Ross dissing us like that.
Dissing us like what?
He abandoned us, Lewis, kicked us to the curb, but leftover clothes in his estate sale.
It was time for him to go, Danny.
With whom? That rich blonde lady? No, Frankie was right. Dude just came by clear his conscience for all that money he's making.
Not Coach Ross.
My dad does the same thing to me all the time.
You told me your dad spends time with you.
He does. Sometimes. But that's just out of guilt. It makes him feel better. But the cool part is he always buys me whatever I want. I just don't like what comes after.
What comes after?
My dad goes off to someplace far away to make more money.
And what does your mom think of it?
She's the one who keeps telling him to go. Mrs. Danielle Stevens enjoys the finer things in life.
My mom's the same way.
What, with your dad?
No, I never met my father.
So now we do this, right? Now we take it a step farther, guys. We come in, we go to here, we bring this over here, we bring the bag over to here, and then we put the bag down here, and we sit down. See? It goes there now. It's just a it's a process to figure out how to do this the proper way. So now we come in, you walk in, and she gives you an invitation to sit down. You sit down, and you sit here, and then you start talking a little bit. Then when you feel it, you go for the football. Because what you're going to do in the end is you're going to give her this football as a gift. Because when you were 6 years old, or when you were 8 years old, remember when you scored the 3 touchdowns? This is the football that you scored the 3 touchdowns with. And you want to give it to her because you think this is the last time you're going to see her. You see that? So at some point, you go reach for the football, you don't reach for the football, then maybe you have it in your hand, and she goes, come on, Lewis. She'll go, come on, Lewis, let's go out there. My mom's waiting for us. And then you can do this. You can go, okay. You can go like this at the end of the scene, guys. At the end of the scene, you can add this. Like, I want you to have this. It's real special to me. My mom gave it to me when I was 10, but I want you to have it. See? Then you do this. You take your bag, and you start walking out like this, and you walk out, and that's your audition. See what you do on that audition? See what I'm saying? Now try it again. Here we go. Now do it when you feel. You understand that, guys? Come in as you feel it. Now look what we've added. Start the beginning. Go. Go get them.
Nice to see you too, Mrs. Stevens. Thanks, Martin. See ya. Shut up, Tommy. We'll smoke you guys again next time. Hey, Danny.
We smoked those losers.
Got that right. Took them to the cleaners. That catch you made in the end zone was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah, and so did Coach Ross. I saw him high-five Allison on the sidelines.
A lot of good it did. We still lost.
We'll smoke them again next time.
There isn't going to be a next time. Not with Coach Ross dissing us like that.
Dissing us like what?
He abandoned us, Lewis. Kicked us to the curb like leftover clothes at an estate sale.
It was time for him to go, Danny.
With whom? That rich blonde lady? No, Frankie was right. Dude just came by clear his conscience for all that money he's making.
Reach for the football. Keep going.
Not Coach Ross.
My dad does the same thing to me all the time.
You told me your dad spends time with you.
He does, sometimes. But that's just out of guilt. It makes him feel better. But the cool part is he always buys me whatever I want. I just don't like what comes after.
What comes after?
My dad always goes off to someplace far away to make more money.
And what does your mom think of it?
She's the one who keeps telling him to go. Mrs. Danielle Stevens always enjoys the finer things in life.
My mom's the same way.
What, with your dad?
No, I never met my father. My mom's a lot like yours. Likes expensive things and traveling.
Where's your mom now?
Well, after Hurricane Katrina, she sent me up here from New Orleans to live with my grandfather. He died, and my mom and her boyfriend moved to Mexico.
And they didn't take you with them?
She told me the guy didn't like kids.
I think your mom and her boyfriend are big losers. Hey, do you want to come to my house for dinner? Our maid's a great cook.
I don't know. I'd have to ask.
Who? Allison? She'll be cool with it.
What about your mom?
Louis, my parents do whatever I ask them. It's part of that whole spending time away from their daughter guilt thing. Come on, my mom's waiting outside for us.
Danny, I wanted you to have this. My mom gave it to me when I was 8. Just something to remember me by.
Thank you.
And good. You could even do this. See, stay there, because now you guys did it. I want to show you how I want it specifically. But this is very advanced, but you can handle it. Tommy, I'll dish you next time. We'll get you next time, buddy. No problem. Oh, hey, Danny. See, I got that breath going because I'm still upset about that. Hey, Danny, now give me a line. We'll just go. What's the next line?
We smoked those losers.
Now watch this. Watch this, kid. Throw me that bag. Well, just slide it over. Okay? Go ahead. Say that. Watch. Go, get you next time, Tommy. I don't care if you did that, Mrs. Stevens, because it doesn't bother me. Yeah, it does. But I'll get you, Tommy. Oh, hey, Danny.
We smoked those losers.
Got that right.
Got that right. Now watch me, kid. Got that right. Took him to the cleaners.
And that catch you made in the end zone.
And that catch you made in the end zone, that was awesome.
You really think so?
Mm-hmm. So see what I'm doing now? And so did Coach Ross. I saw him and Allison high-five each other on the sideline. Stand over here. What?
A lot of good it did. We still lost.
Give me a line.
We'll smoke them again next time.
That's the way you sit down. We'll smoke them again next. See what I'm doing, kid? We'll smoke them again next time. See what I'm doing? Mikey, grab the foot. We'll smoke them again next time. Now go.
There isn't going to be a next time. Not with Coach Ross dissing us like that.
Dissing us like what?
Dissing us like what?
He abandoned us, Louis. Kicked us to the curb like leftover clothes and an estate sale.
Danny, it was time for him to go.
With whom? That rich blonde lady?
Now, see what I'm doing, Mikey? Now, if you brought the props, you got to play with it a little bit, right? And you got to just maybe you don't find the football right away, you search for it. With whom? Okay, you do your line. See what I'm doing?
With whom? That rich blonde lady? No, Frankie was right. Dude just came by clear his conscience for all that money he's making.
See? And you can use the football. Not Coach Ross. He wouldn't do that. Nope.
My dad does the same thing to me all the time.
You told me your dad spends time with you.
Now, see what I'm doing with the football? It's like, I'm doing the same thing with the football. Can you guys see over there? You guys see? I'm doing the same thing with the football. Not Coach Ross. He wouldn't diss us like that. How you feel, you can use the football to show emotionally. Not Coach Ross. He wouldn't diss us like that. Now, what's the next line?
Believe me, Louis, I know. My dad does the same. Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah. My dad does the same thing to me all the time.
You told me your dad spends time with you.
Then you go like this, guys. Watch. You go like this. Wait a second. That takes priority over this. Well, you told me your dad spends time with you. You see how I'm seated now? I'm seated. See this? I'm seated like this. The bag is here. It's still in between us. You told me your dad spends time with you.
He does, sometimes, but that's just out of guilt. It makes him feel better. But the cool part is he always buys me whatever I want. I just don't like what comes after.
Wow. You don't have to look at it the whole time. Wow, what comes after?
My dad goes off to someplace far away to make more money.
What does your mom think of it?
What'd your mom think about that?
She's the one who keeps telling me to go. Mrs. Danielle Stevens always enjoys the finer things in life.
Okay, let's try from the top again. All right? One more time. Now, kid, use the bag. Come in, you know what I said? Come in like I did. Put it over there when you feel comfortable. Take out the football. Play with the football a little bit while you're reading. And however you feel emotionally, you should use the football, the prop. You can't bring stuff in that you're not going to use that's going to make sense. So if you're feeling sad or something, if you're feeling angry, you can hit the ball harder. Or if you're feeling like you want to say, high five, if you want a high fiver, then you know what you do then? You kind of caress the ball a little bit, you see? Let's try it again. This is what you guys can do. This is what you guys at home can do on an audition. All this stuff you can add just for these few lines. We don't have to go through the whole scene, but go ahead. Try it.
Yeah, Tommy, I'll get you again next time. Shut up. Hey, Danny.
We smoked those losers.
Got that right. Took them to the cleaners. That catch you made in the end zone was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah, and so did Coach Ross. I saw him high-five Allison on the sidelines.
A lot of good it did. We still lost.
We'll smoke them again next time.
Attaboy, keep coming.
There isn't going to be a next time. Not with Coach Ross dissing us like that.
Dissing us like what?
He abandoned us, Louis. Kicked us to the curb with leftover clothes in an estate sale.
It was time for him to go, Danny.
With whom? That rich blonde lady? No, Frankie was right. Dude just came by to clear his conscience for all that money he's making.
Not Coach Ross.
My dad does the same thing to me all the time.
You told me your dad spends time with you.
He does. Sometimes. But that's just out of guilt. It makes him feel better. But the cool part is he always buys me whatever I want. I just don't like what comes after.
What comes after?
My dad goes off to someplace far away to make more money.
And what does your mom think of it?
She's the one who keeps telling him to go. Mrs. Danielle Stevens always enjoys the finer things in life.
Now stand up and walk around. Keep going. How do you feel?
What, with your dad?
No, I never met my father. My mom's a lot like yours. Likes expensive things, traveling.
Where's your mom now?
Well, after Hurricane Katrina, she sent me up here from New Orleans with my grandfather. He died, and my mom and her boyfriend moved to Mexico.
You don't have to look at her the whole time.
And
Keep
did they
going.
take you
You
with
don't have to
them?
look at her.
She told me the guy didn't like kids.
I think your mom and her boyfriend are big losers. Hey, do you want to come to my house for dinner? Our maid's a great cook.
I don't know. I'd have to ask.
Who? Allison? She'll be cool with it.
What about your mom?
Walk around the chair.
Louis, my parents do whatever I ask them. It's part of that whole spending time away from their daughter guilt thing. Come on, my mom's waiting outside for us.
Danny, I want you to have this. My mom gave it to me when I was 8. Something to remember me by.
Thanks.
Okay, stay there. Now, what have we done? Sit down for a second. What have we done, guys? What have we done, actors at home? Watch what we've done. We're coming in. We're talking the scene. You can do this on an audition. They'll love that. Close the door. Go, I'll get you next time, Tommy. Close the door. Don't go like that. Just really see it for the first time. Oh, hey, Danny, I didn't expect you there. See? Now you moved in, didn't you? Now you used the room. And you came in, and she kept talking, you kept talking. Then eventually, you put the bag down. But stand up. I wanted the bag over here because it's in between the two of you. See what I mean? So that you still don't feel comfortable enough to go right up to her. Then you sit there like this, and you get the ball. Throw the ball, Chloe. So you got the ball, and then eventually, you don't get it right away. Take your time. You finally, you talk, you look around, you get the ball, and then you look at the ball because that brings back memories. So you start thinking of those memories as you're talking. You don't have to look at her the whole time. Then you can go, oh, okay, then you can go like that a little bit. Then you can do this. You can get up and use the room. And you're walking around. Well, yeah, my mom and her boyfriend went away. See how I'm walking away? My mom and her boyfriend moved to Mexico. They didn't take me with them. See how I'm like feeling sorry for myself, kind of talking like this and not looking at her? And I can walk around the room with the football. Then eventually I can go, you know what? And I'm really nervous and I can go, Danny, I want you to have that, okay? My mom gave it to me when I was 8, when I scored those touchdowns, but I want you to have that. And then maybe you walk away and you forget your bag because you're so nervous. See what I mean? You can use the room like that, guys, on an audition just to do that. We do 3 specific things in my classes. 3 things when I teach actors, when I'm coaching them for auditions. You come in from somewhere that nobody else will. You bring something that makes sense in the scene. In this case, you can come in like that. Maybe you wear sneakers because they might get a little offended with the spikes, but they're rubber. You bring the bag in. See, you bring the bag in with your clothes, your actual clothes. You bring in the prop, the football. You got the football with you. The football represents what means a lot to you, doesn't it? But then it also, throw the ball, then it also represents what you can do of how you feel emotionally. Because you put the bag there because you don't feel quite like you can come up to her. You just learn it as an actor. This ball, it's just, how do I feel? It's like, yeah, they moved to Mexico. See what I'm doing? Anger, guys, they moved to Mexico without me. Then you start talking.
And
See?
they didn't take you with them?
See? And I go like that. What's the next line? They didn't take you with them. What's after that?
She told me the guy didn't like kids.
She told me the guy didn't.
So it's like this. They didn't take you with them? Go ahead.
And they didn't take you with them?
She told me the guy didn't like kids. See, you could turn away from that because you're embarrassed to tell her. You follow that? Now, this is kind of advanced. But so what? I want to show you guys what you could do with something like this. Then you can take the football and you can walk around like this. And you can do this. And then eventually, when you feel comfortable enough, you come back with the football. You come in like this. And you just place it there for her. I want you to have that because my mom gave that to me when I was 8 and stuff. And just wanted you to have it because I may not see you again. And then you go like this, right, kid? And then maybe you go, oh, I'm sorry. And then you go get the bag because maybe you forgot it. All right? Now, if you're in Let's say, sit down now. Let's say, throw him the ball, Chloe. Now, you guys at home, we're going to go through this. What if you're auditioning like most auditions and you can't move? Anybody been on an audition where there's a camera? The camera's right here. You're never looking at the camera, but you can't move, can you? So what can you do if the camera's right here? You have to sit there. You can still come into the shot. What, Al?
Show emotion through your eyes and your face.
Well, it's going to be through your eyes. But it's going to be like this. Here, stand up. So now you got you got this and everything, right? So you go like this. Stand over here, kid. Actually, back up a little. So you come in like this. Now, guys at home, you can come into the shot, but they're only going to put you on film from here up, from your chest up. That's the only thing you have. That's all you have. So you got to figure out a way to make choices with just this much being shot. Okay? What you do is you go like this. Come in like this maybe, and you go like this. See the camera's on you here? You go, I don't care, Tommy. We'll get you guys next time. I don't care what you say to me about that, Tommy. We'll get you. Oh, hey, Danny. See what I did? I still got me talking to them. As I'm talking to them, I sat down, which means what? I'm still coming into the frame of the camera, going like this. We'll get you guys next time. I'll tell you that right now. Oh, hey, Danny. Now, the director knows that you coming from someplace, but you have to show them in the shot itself. Do you see that? So you're walking into the shot. Try that. And then put the bag, this time not on the floor, but on your waist. On your what do you call it? Your legs. Your lap. But you go like that. Oh, hey, Danny. Now you use this bag. Stand back here for a second. You use this bag, guys. You use this bag because now that shows that you're not really comfortable. And as you get more and more comfortable and the camera's on you, it'll be probably from here up, then you start taking out the football maybe, and you can play with the ball. See? Then if you're feeling like nervous or something, you can just tap it a little bit. And then see what I'm doing? So I can do all that emotion, guys, with the bag and the ball right here. And then eventually I'm going to feel okay, and I can back up a little bit. Can also do this with emotion. If you're feeling like you don't want to talk because you're scared a little bit, because, well, my mom and, you can go like this, my mom and, to look away, my mom and her boyfriend moved to Mexico. They didn't take me with them.
They didn't take you with them?
No, they didn't take me with them. See what I'm doing? You can use the bag, you can use the ball. You can use the ball and the bag to show that you're not comfortable yet with her. And then you can say, you know what? I just wanted you to have this. You don't leave your seat. You hand it to her. The camera's still on you, and you can say your lines. See it? Try it briefly. I spent a lot of time on this because it's critical. All right? It's really makes a big difference when you're on camera, because most actors say, well, what can I do? I'm only sitting there. Here's what you can do. Watch. So he comes in. Come into that shot.
We'll get you again next time, Tommy. Shut up. Hey, Danny.
We smoked those losers.
Got that right, except for the cleaners. That catch you made in the end zone was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah.
Okay, now we can do this. Now we think of something else. Put the ball where you can't find it, and you have to search for it. See what I mean? Put it away a little bit. You don't know if you should bring it out to show it to her, so you're searching for it. Okay? Now come up back into the shot again. Come up there. Right there. All right, go.
Be quiet, Tommy. We'll get you guys again next time.
Now keep talking as you sit down into it so that they can see who you're talking to. Ready? Go ahead.
Shut up, Tommy. We'll get you guys again next time.
That's it. Now look at her.
Hey, Danny.
That's it. Atta boy.
We smoked those losers.
Got that?
Like this. Got that right. Took them to the cleaners.
Got that right. Took them to the cleaners.
Now next line.
That catch... No, sorry.
The catch you made in the end zone was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah, and so did Coach Ross. I saw him high-five Allison on the sidelines.
A lot of good it did. We still lost.
Okay, hold it. See what he was doing, guys? He's looking for the ball. He's looking for the ball the whole time, like he's looking for something to give her, so he's just not talking to her back and forth. See what I mean? It's not just dialogue back and forth, okay, let's just talk. He's trying to find something. I'm interested to see what he's trying to find. Then he finds the football. Now continue.
That catch you made in the end zone was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah, and so did Coach Ross. I saw him high-five Allison on the sidelines.
A lot of good it did. We still lost.
We'll smoke them again next time.
There isn't going to be next time. Not with Coach Ross dissing us like that.
Dissing us like what?
He abandoned us, Lewis, kicked us to the curb like leftover clothes in an estate sale.
It was time for him to go, Danny.
With whom? That rich blonde lady? No, Frankie was right. Dude just came by clear his conscience for all that money he's making.
Not Coach Ross.
My dad does the same thing to me all the time.
You told me your dad spends time with you.
He does.
Put the bag down. Keep going.
He does, sometimes. But that's just out of guilt. It makes him feel better. But the cool part is he always buys me whatever I want. I just don't like what comes after.
What comes after?
My dad goes off to someplace far away to make more money.
What does your mom think?
Good. You don't have to look at it the whole time. You can look around a little bit. Good.
Mrs.
Just like you would in real life.
Stevens always enjoys the finer things in life.
My mom's the same way.
Attaboy.
What, with your dad?
No, I never met my father.
Attaboy.
My mom's a lot like yours. Like expensive things, traveling.
Where's your mom now?
Well, after Hurricane Katrina, she sent me up here from New Orleans with my grandfather. He died, and my mom and her boyfriend moved to Mexico.
Okay.
And they didn't take you with them?
Okay.
She told me the guy didn't like kids.
I think your mom and her boyfriend are big losers. Hey, do you want to come to my house for dinner? Our maid's a great cook.
I don't know. I'd have to ask.
Who? Allison? She'll be cool with it.
What about your mom?
Lewis, my parents do whatever I ask them. It's part of that whole spending time away from their daughter guilt thing. Come on, my mom's waiting outside for us.
Here, Danny, I want you to have this. There's something to remember me by, if I don't see you.
Thanks.
All right. Good. See that, guys? What's the difference? You guys tell me. Class at home, I can't hear you, but go ahead. What's the difference? Alex.
It's a lot realer.
A lot realer. What does that mean?
Real.
It's a lot realer. I like that word. I'm going to use that. Okay, it's more real. It's more believable. Go ahead, Liz.
You can sense all the connections between every single line.
The connections between every single line. Because you've done the subtext. He did the subtext before. We've gone through the subtext. But you actually, this is critical, guys. This is what gets people callbacks in jobs. You use what you have. You have to understand that the props that you bring are a barrier. And when you put the bag down and you pick the ball up, when he felt like he didn't want to say anything, he looked at the ball, didn't he? Then he started to hit the ball a different way when he felt more comfortable. All that emotion that you work on in subtext comes through right here because you just saw him do that spontaneously, didn't you? And that, what else did you guys notice in that last take? Go ahead, Alex.
It's moment to moment.
More moment to moment. Why? Well, a little trick I can tell you guys. When you use activities like a ball or sneakers or things like that, you use activities because it takes you off the lines and you don't anticipate the next lines. It makes you go moment to moment because you really don't, it's hard to do two things at once, so you have to go moment to moment. What else?
He was using the space around him and he wasn't anticipating the line that was coming.
Exactly. Anything else? He used the space that he had. Now, again, you guys at home, you guys here, we spent a lot of time on this, but this is probably the most important part of this DVD. Because he can come in, like some actors do, just read, be fine, okay, great. Then he can come in and use the room. And when he was using the room, want to see that ball, please? When he was using the room, he could use the room and he was talking here and he was going like this and he was walking around like this. And he could walk around like this and he could just go, yeah. No, not Coach Ross. He wouldn't diss us like that. See, then you can move around and do that. You can use it like you would in real life. When in doubt, do it like you would in real life. But the trick is most of your auditions, 90% of your auditions are on tape. Isn't that right? About 90% of them. So you don't have that luxury of moving all around. But when you rehearse, guys, rehearse like that. Rehearse all that movement so that when you sit down, you're going to emotionally feel all that movement even though you're not moving around. It'll still come across in your acting, won't it? Because you've actually lived each moment. See how he changed all of his things when we went through that whole progression? We lived the whole moment. Now he was there like this. He did stuff he didn't even know he was doing. And that's because you used the football, you brought the props, you had the clothes, you had the shoes, you were the character. And guess what he gets because of that? A what? Job. I don't know about job. Again, there are no guarantees on jobs, but you get a callback. All we can do as actors is 100%. Put our work in, bring our props, do our stuff, come in with choices that nobody else will do. 3 choices. Football, talking to them, putting the bag down a certain way, giving it to her. 3 specific choices you make that other people won't make. That's what gets you the call back and possibly the job. All we can do as actors is give 110% and say, wow, that kid Mike was great. I love that audition. After that, it's out of our hands. But that's how you do it. Great job, kid. Okay, now we're going to do Danny's part, okay? And she can move around the room, but we saw that with Mike doing Big E. So we're just going to cut right to the important part if she's on film. So what we've done is Chloe, she's brought her bag, hasn't she? And she's cleaning her spikes on the audition. And now we've added that element, that cell phone. And I'll show you what we mean by that. So when the scene starts, go ahead, Chloe. She's on the phone. And she's on the phone doing what? Telling her mother, I'll be out in a second, Mom. Leave me alone. But you got to be real mean with her. Okay? So she's coming from where, guys? She's coming from someplace, isn't she? She's coming from someplace. Say that, Chloe. Say it to her.
Mom, I'll be out with you in a second.
No, meaner.
Jeez. Mom, I'll be out with you in a second. Jeez.
Right. Now, don't hang up. Keep talking to her so you can start the audition. Put the cell phone to your head like that. You're on the audition. You're on tape. Right? You're talking, right? So when they say action, you're talking to your mom. Go ahead, talk to your mom. And then say your line.
Hey, Danny.
Mom, I'll be out in a second. Jeez.
Go.
We smoked those losers.
Got that right. Took them to the cleaners. That catch you made in the end zone was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah, and so did Coach Ross. I saw him high-five Allison on the sidelines.
A lot of good it did. We still lost.
We'll smoke them again next time.
There isn't going to be a next time. Not with Coach Ross dissing us like that.
Dissing us like what?
Now the phone rings again, and it's your mom, and you got to pick it up. Let it ring. No, let it ring once. Let it ring twice. Start to feel it like an actor. Here it's ringing. Keep talking.
He abandoned us, Lewis. Kicked us to the curb, leftover clothes.
It keeps ringing.
State sale.
Keeps ringing. It's getting you aggravated.
Go, Danny.
Keeps ringing.
With whom? Hold on a second. Mom, I'll be out in a second.
Put the phone down. Right. Keep going. Talk.
With whom? That rich blonde lady? No, Frankie was right. Dude just came by clear his conscience for all that money he's making.
Not Coach Ross.
My dad does the same thing to me all the time.
Now put the spike away. You're done cleaning it. Okay?
You told me your dad spends time with you.
He does. Sometimes.
Now bring the bag up to your lap like you're ready to leave. Put it on your lap.
It makes him feel better. But the cool part is he always buys me whatever I want. I just don't like what comes after.
What comes after?
My dad goes off to someplace far away to make more money.
Here comes another call. It's ringing, but don't pick it up.
Think of it.
She's the one who keeps telling him to go.
You get aggravated. It's ringing.
Danielle Stevens always enjoys the finer things in life.
It's ringing. It keeps ringing.
The same way.
What, with your dad?
Let it ring. Don't answer it.
I never met my father. My mom's a lot like yours. Likes expensive things and traveling.
Where's your mom now?
Don't anticipate. Just wait for him. It keeps ringing. The phone's ringing. It's ringing. It's ringing. It's ringing.
She's
getting you aggravated. It's ringing.
To live with my grandfather. He died, and my mom and her boyfriend moved to Mexico.
Now search for it in your bag, but you can't find it. Keep trying to find it, but get aggravated. Keep going.
He told me the guy didn't like kids.
I think your mom and her boyfriend are big losers.
Keep going.
Hey, do you want to come to my house for dinner? Our maid's a
Now find the phone.
cook.
Go ahead. What's your line?
I don't know. I'd have to ask.
Don't answer it.
Who? Allison? She'll be cool with it.
What about your mom?
Lewis, my parents do whatever I ask them. It's part of that whole spending time away from their daughter guilt thing. Come on, my mom's waiting outside for us.
Now, before you leave, you pick up the phone. Pick up the phone like this.
Speaking of my mother...
Yeah, go like this. Oh, by the way, Mom, I'll be out in a minute.
By the way, Mother, I'll be out in a minute.
Exactly. Now, you can end the scene like that. Why? Because your mom bothered you through the whole scene, right? You picked it up once. You could pick it up twice, but you got to go like this. I'll be with you in a minute. You don't want him to hear. I'll be with you in a minute. Then you put it in your bag. See that, kids? See that, guys at home? You put it in your bag, and it's ringing, and it's aggravating, and now you can't find it. Then you finally find it. You finally find it, guys. You finally find that phone, and what do you do with it? You pick it up. Now you just invited him over to dinner, and your mom can't say anything because you figured out a way to get back at your mom, haven't you? And what did you do? Pick up the phone and go, oh, by the way, Mom, we'll be out in a minute. I'll be out in a minute. What are you really saying? What's the subtext?
We'll be out in a minute.
I'm out in a minute. You don't like this kid, but he's coming to dinner because I'm in charge, and you just thought of it. See what you do with a scene like that? Now you use the phone. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. Just take my direction. Now, guys at home, this is kind of advanced, everybody, but I might as well show it to you so you can see it. Then you can use that with, you look at Martin and Frankie. All their stuff is in here too with their subtext, and Martin and Frankie have where they're coming from, where they're going to, their event. All of that's in your workbooks. I just want to show you the two kids, and then you guys can do the rest of the stuff on your own. Anybody got any other comments on how to make this scene? Well, let's try it again. You guys understand what we're doing here? She's coming in. She's using it. What is she doing? She's cleaning her spikes. She's got the phone thing going on. Then at the end, what does she do? About in a minute, Ma, coming out. Let's go. Then you could even go like this. You could get out of the chair and start smiling like you know that you just got one up on your mom. Most actors aren't going to do that, are they? Some will. There's some really good actors, even your ages out there. There's some good kids around this country that can act. Okay, my job is to make you guys that I teach that good or better, if we can, because there's some good people out there. Don't ever think you're the best at something. Okay? Acknowledge you're good at something. Pat yourself on the back when you do the work, but don't get arrogant about anything. There's always somebody better, remember, isn't there? Unless you're Tiger Woods or people like that, then there is nobody better. But if most of the time there's always somebody better and somebody not as good. But just give 110%, and then you can walk away looking in the mirror and go, I did what I could. All right, so let's try it one more time. All right, just follow my direction. Ready, kid?
Hey,
No, wait. Oh, ready? Get going on that phone with Mom. Come on. Start yelling at her.
Mom, I'll be out in a second.
Tell her some stuff. Leave me alone, Mom. Go ahead.
Just leave me alone,
Start.
okay?
Hey, Danny.
Hold on 1 second, Mom. I'll leave you out in a second. We smoked those losers.
Got that right. Took him to the cleaners. That catch you made in the end zone was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah, and so did Coach Ross. I saw him high-five Allison on the sidelines.
Phone's ringing again.
Not a good it did.
Put it away. Hide her.
Lost.
We'll smoke him again next time.
There isn't going to be next time. Not with Coach Ross dissing us like that.
Dissing us like what?
He abandoned us, Lewis. Kicked us like curb. Leftover clothes in the estate sale.
That's right. It's ringing. You got to go get it. Don't find it yet. Don't find it. Keep going.
It was time for him to go.
Don't find it.
With whom? That rich blonde lady? No, Frankie was right.
Just talk normal, kid. Just talk normal. Go ahead.
Conscience for all that money he's making.
Keep finding it. Now get aggravated because the phone's there.
Ross.
My dad does the same thing
That's
to
it.
me
Keep
all
finding
the
it.
time.
You told me your dad spends time with you.
He does, sometimes, but that's just out of guilt. It makes him feel better. But the cool part is he always buys me whatever I want. I just don't like what comes after.
What comes after?
My dad goes off to someplace far away to make more money.
And what does your mom think of it?
She's the one who keeps telling me to go.
You found the phone.
Danielle
You found the
Stevens
phone.
enjoys the finer things
Now look
in
at it.
life.
Stare at it. Keep talking. Don't answer it. Let it ring. Keep going.
My mom's the same way.
What, with your dad?
Get aggravated.
No, I never met my father. My mom's the same. My mom's is like yours. Likes expensive things and traveling.
Where's your mom now?
Well, after Hurricane Katrina, she sent me up here from New Orleans with my grandfather. He died, and my mom and her boyfriend moved to Mexico.
And they didn't take you with them?
She told me the guy didn't like kids.
Answer the phone. Say, I'm coming. And then hang up.
Coming, okay?
Hang up. Keep going.
Wait, what'd you say?
She told me the guy didn't like kids.
I think your mom and her boyfriend are big losers. Hey, do you want to come to my house for dinner? Our maid's a great cook.
I don't know. I'd have to ask.
Who? Allison? She'll be cool with it.
What about your mom?
Louis, my parents do whatever I ask them. It's part of that whole spending time away from their daughter guilt thing. Come on, my mom's waiting outside for us. And speaking of my mother...
Call her.
Mother, I'll be out in a second. Thanks. Bye.
Beautiful. See what she did? Good job. Okay? Now, what did she do? Guys see that at home? What did she do? Did that make it... What was that scene like? Guys, what was it like? Anybody?
She made choices that no one else would make.
What else? Liz.
It was spontaneous. It was.
Was it believable?
Yeah. Yes, it was.
Absolutely believable. Was it believable to you as a reader?
Yeah.
Why was it believable?
Because it was moment to moment, and she sort of used what she had.
It seems like it's real. When in doubt, when you're acting, just be real. Acting isn't being acting. Acting is just talking normal. So how's it going? How you doing, Chloe? How's everything?
Good.
Good. Glad to see that. You got places to go after this? Where you headed? See how that's moment-to-moment spontaneous? That's all you do in acting. There's no acting in acting. Acting equals being real. See? And that's what you do. I think that was a wonderful job. Good for you guys. All right, listen. That pretty much ends our DVD series. That's the third part, how to audition. And this is what you do. Hopefully this has helped you guys. I want to thank my actors for helping me all day. They've done remarkably well. Thank you guys a lot. Clap for yourselves. Okay? And then what we're also going to do is just a quick recap. Turn to page 101 and 102 in the workbook you guys don't have. Well, you guys can turn to it because it might be helpful to you guys. This is tips. You can stay there. You guys just all stay right where you are. We're fine. This is just tips for parents and young actors. Keep this in mind. If it sounds too good to be true, what is it? It is too good to be true. What do I mean by that? Don't spend tons of money. Don't spend tons of money on the kids for modeling and all this and being a big star and all that. Find a good acting coach wherever you guys are. Take acting lessons if you're interested. Get decent headshots. There's a lot of reputable people that take headshots around the country. See what they have. Check their website out. That's what you can do. Now, I recommend, like on page 101, I recommend the following links to get stuff you need. SamuelFrench.com. It has all the stuff you would need on plays. It has agents in L.A., reputable agents in New York, wherever you're going to go. It has all types of agents for you. Commercial agents, theatrical agents, casting directors for soaps, commercials, films. It has plays, like I said, books on acting. I'm not the only teacher. There's a lot of good teachers out there. And there's books out there that you should read on acting. Always check the teachers by finding other teachers that could teach you something. Nobody knows everything. And if they say that they do, then go to somebody else. www.sag.org. That's our union that I've been in a little over 20 years now. Screen Actors Guild. That's where all actors union that you join. You can always go to their website and see what's going on. And then they post stuff that's being done under the union. Now you can do non-union too, guys, just so you learn. Get up on stage as much as you can. That's what you want to do. Then there's AFTRA for the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists. That's mainly for the soap operas and for soap operas and voiceovers on the radio. AEA is for the theatrical union in New York and all around the country. That's always a wonderful thing to do. If you can get into a play, that's AEA, do it. You get paid, it's equity, it's a union. Then IMDb.com. Internet Movie Database is a wonderful tool for everybody. Because if there's a producer in your town anywhere, or a director or writer, and they want to do something, if they've done stuff before, if it's legitimate stuff, it's on the IMDb. Now, if they're not on IMDb, that doesn't mean they're not trying to do something. And maybe they're just starting out. But IMDb is a good reference to see who's done what. Tell your parents about that. And never do anything online by yourself, guys. Let your parents know what you're doing so that you can check on these different things. Craigslist.com. You've heard of that, right, guys? What's on Craigslist? A number of different auditions. Most of them are not non-union, but there's some good non-union stuff out there. But let your parents check first. Simplyscripts.com is a free service where you can download any script you want. Doesn't cost you anything. That's a nice service to have. HollywoodReporter.com is all the media information out in Hollywood. Variety, another thing for all of what's going on in Hollywood. Backstage.com is in New York City for all the plays that are going on there and some other stuff. Film, and then Drama Logs in L.A. And then the books that I recommend on acting are right below there. The Art of Acting, Stella Adler. That was my teacher. She personally taught me, which I still smile. Okay, Sanford Meisner on acting. He was a great acting coach. Uta Hagen, there's a couple of books on her. She's wonderful. Judy Kerr and Micah Shurtleff. They're all really good acting teachers that have something good to say. So in closing, just remember, guys, I appreciate you guys going through this entire DVD. Look it over occasionally. Do the imagination exercises. Do the sense memory exercises. Practice reading with friends. Practice in the mirror if you have to, trying to cold read, which there's so much to get to that I couldn't get to. But cold reading, you always keep the page here, not up here, not over here. And you try to look down just to pick up a line. You don't look down and talk. Practice that in front of the mirror, which a lot of you guys have done. Be cordial. Oh, a nice tip too. When you go on an audition, look on there and say, when you walk into a casting director or a director or producer, I love this one. Say, they say, have any questions? You say, yeah, I have a question. How do you see the character? How do you see the character is a great question to ask. A director or a writer who wrote it loves to talk about their script. I love to talk about my stuff. Don't you guys all like talking about yourselves if I ask you? See, look at them all smiling. Isn't that true, Chloe? What if I ask you about your life? Do you want to tell me about it? Sure you do. Yeah. Do you want to talk about yourself? If I say, Mike, you tell me about your soccer. How long will you talk for? An hour and a half, but we're not going to let you. See what I mean? How do you see the character? What do you think of the character? Ask questions of the people, but make sure that they're real questions. Don't be fake. Be yourself. Be real. Don't go crazy dressing for the part. Dress like the character, but don't do crazy stuff. Don't bring anything that's offensive in there. No kinds of like fake guns or fake knife, anything like that. Because I've had people do that sometimes. Just use your head. Ask your parents before you bring props into anything. They know best. And that's pretty much it. So thank you guys for coming today. It was a lot of fun. Did you guys have fun?
Yes.
And take care. Bye-bye. All right, guys, let's hear it for yourself. Hi guys, welcome to part 4 of the DVD series. This is kind of a bonus feature I wanted to add to help you young actors apply the techniques we learned in the DVD series. What you are about to see is an actual movie scene from the screenplay Bakerstown. First thing you're going to see is the scene between Biggie and Danny, and that can be found on pages 85 through 88 in your screenplay and on 83 to 89 in your workbooks. After watching that, I also added Frankie's monologue. I know that's not in the workbook, we didn't go over it, but I wanted to add Frankie's monologue because I know that's on page 68 in the screenplay and 92 to 93 in the workbook. Because I know a lot of you guys out there go on auditions and they want to see monologues, right? All of us always should keep a comedy and a drama monologue in our pockets. So, he made a lot of choices. There's a lot of unique things going on in this monologue. I want you guys to take a look at it. Hopefully it can help you when you audition. Now, first thing I want to do is explain the different tools Mikey, Chloe, and Desmond used when they were preparing to audition and what they did before actually shooting the scene and the monologue. We'll go through this one section at a time of the actual scene between Biggie and Danny and then Frankie's monologue. I'll explain to you what tools these guys used. Hopefully this helps you guys understand the choices they made. Then we'll play the entire scene and monologue straight through. It should be a lot of fun. Okay? Let's get started. In this first section, I want you guys to pay attention to the following things. First, you'll notice that both Biggie and Danny are definitely coming from someplace. In Biggie's case, he just finished yelling at Tommy for dissing him after losing. And he just saw Martin leave with that rich lady, remember? He also was just ignored by Mrs. Stevens when he passed her on the football field. Now, this is stuff that he added, okay? The character added, or Mikey added. You can do that. It doesn't have to be literal. Biggie's emotionally coming from a strong place when the scene starts. The same applies to Danny. When the scene starts for her, she's on the phone having an argument with her mom, remember? She's taking her time in the locker room because she's still hoping she'll see Big E. Remember, she's coming from just losing the game and seeing Martin leave for good. Her mother's been on her back for the last 5 minutes. Both characters are definitely coming from someplace with a lot of emotion. Now let's go over the tools the actors use when preparing for this part of the scene. First Mikey, then Danny. Now the first thing he did was read the script. Then he read it a second time, highlighted Big E's name and dialogue. Chloe did the same thing for Danny. Then they both read through the script again and took script notes on the characters, just like we did in part 2 of the DVD series. Remember, guys? Then they both studied the character breakdown. That gave them ideas on who the characters were. Mikey then interviewed a kid at school who was very close to Big E in real life. Mikey went to the kid's house, spent a day with him. Chloe did the same thing with a girl from school that she was at that looked a lot like Danny and acted like Danny. They began to learn, guys, who the characters were, how they walked, how they talked, what kind of clothes they wore, foods they liked, hobbies, habits, things like that, who their friends were. Then they both went online. Remember we went over that before, going online? They looked up Hurricane Katrina, Father Baker, foster homes. Actually, Chloe looked up and found, this is pretty cool, girls can't play football. There was a big article on that. And it was about a girl who had played football with all the boys. So she learned a lot about what pressures a girl actually goes under when she's playing a male sport like that. They both then watched a lot of movies. Boys Town, The Sandlot, we talked about that. But Chloe actually watched Little Giants. There was a cool girl in there that was a lot like Danny. So Chloe didn't copy her. Remember I said not to copy. She took a few of the mannerisms from that kid. Then they both did the literary regression on the characters. All this, guys, helps them further understand how the characters walk, talk, what their history is, why they think the way they do. Now, in the beginning of the scene, you are about to see Mikey, who actually doesn't play football. He plays hockey in real life. So he dressed like he would after a hockey game and brought his own workout bag, which is very personal to him in the scene. Okay, so he brought that with the scene with Chloe. Brought up some good emotion. Chloe, who also doesn't play football, she plays soccer. So she dressed up like she would after soccer practice, using her own bag and her spikes. That was her own cell phone she used. And this made it more personal to her. Now, in an audition, guys, like I said before, you can bring your own personal items that have meaning to you. Chloe used her own cell phone, as I just mentioned. On an acting job, when you're actually working, they'll give you the props, but you may bring something personal once in a while. Or maybe put a photo in your pocket to bring that emotion that you need. Now again, let's get back to Mikey. He used the following emotional tools to get ready for the scene. He used his imagination to create a scenario in hockey, which I said he does excel at. Mikey imagined his favorite coach had just moved away. Actually, this happened to him. His favorite coach did move away. So he substituted the actual event of his coach leaving after the last game. He then thought about it several times, went into his room, relived that day emotionally a number of times. This made the scene in Bakerstown personal to him. He used substitution. Then he plugged his Little League coach in for Martin. Now, also, Mikey's best friend at the time was named Lisa. She was a hockey coach's daughter, his hockey coach's daughter. She's 13. Mikey was actually very sad that her and her dad moved away. So in the movie, when preparing for the character, Mikey substituted his friend Lisa for Danny. This helped him make the scene and the character of Danny more personal to him. He then imagined his arch rival had just beaten his hockey team. And the arch rival team captain was a punk, just like Tommy is in the screenplay. He just imagined that kid was in the scene, using both imagination and substitution. And then what Mikey did is he went through the scene emotionally when his hockey team had lost to their rivals. Now, losing the football game became much more personal to him. Why? Because he was feeling the real hockey loss emotionally when he was doing the scene with Chloe, as far as losing the game in football. Now, Chloe did a similar thing. She used her imagination by creating a scenario where her real soccer coach had taken a job for more money at a place far away. She then substituted an event when her best friend moved away as well. At that time, it was a young boy named Alan who played on her soccer team. Alan was transferring to another school, and Chloe wasn't happy. She did everything she could to try and get him and his family to stay. She even tried to convince her mother to let the kid, Alan, move into the house with them and live there while he was going to school. The emotion she felt is the same emotion Danny feels toward Big E when she is about to leave. Chloe went into her room and personalized the day her best friend Alan left. She let that emotion take her through different stages. She then recreated the day when her soccer coach moved away. She was now ready to plug in or substitute her real soccer coach for Martin and her real best friend Alan for Big E. Once she plugs it in, she forgets all about it and just does the scene, and the emotion comes out automatically. Now, you guys at home, You got to trust this. You got to trust that you did your homework and that you have real emotion from your past because you've actually felt it. Like Chloe and Mike, you have to trust the real emotions you felt when you were rehearsing. You got to trust that they'll still be there when you perform. You can't watch yourself. You just got to let it happen. You must trust, like we call it, the process. Okay? You must trust your homework. Now, the next step is actually to believe that you are Big E and Danny in the scene. Imagination, substitution. When you dress like them, when you start walking and talking like them, you're actually going to believe that you are them, which is kind of cool because you personalize the characters. Now it's time to let the work you've done carry you through the scene. Let's take a look at the first page and about a quarter of the scene between Big E and Danny.
Mom, that is so not Mom. I want to talk about it right now.
Hey, Danny.
We smoked those losers.
Got that right. We took them to the cleaners. That catch you made in the end zone, that was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah, and so did Coach Ross. I saw him high-five Allison on the sideline.
A lot of good it did. We still lost.
We'll smoke them again next time.
There isn't going to be a next time. Not if Coach Ross dissed us like that.
Dissed us like what?
He abandoned us, Lewis, kicked us to the curb like leftover clothes at an estate sale.
It was time for him to go, Danny.
With whom? That rich blonde lady? No, Frankie was right. Dude just came by clear his conscience for all that money he's making. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, guys. See how they were both coming from someplace? And how they were both using an activity? Big E was putting down his bag, and Danny's on the phone and cleaning her spikes. They both have objectives. Danny is to figure out a way, her objective is to figure out a way to keep seeing Big E. Big E's objective, he's there to protect her and make sure Danny will be okay after the loss. The urgency here is really big. We see that Danny's mom is waiting for her in the car. For Big E, he knows she's leaving now. And if he doesn't do something, he'll never see her again. The characters are trying to figure out a way to handle the problem. Now, in the next section, you'll see that Danny's on the phone with her mother, pretty much telling her she's about, she's done and she better get outside right now. She's very upset with her. Now, what Chloe did here was she used her imagination. She imagined she was hanging out with her real friend, Alan. Now, Alan's 2 years older than Chloe, and he comes from the inner city. So he had recently moved to the suburbs, and this is true. He's a good kid, but, he's got a little too streetwise for Chloe's real mom. But Chloe likes hanging with him and some of his friends after the soccer games. So she kind of feels sorry for the situation. So, she kind of personalized it with her friend Alan. So then she continued to use her imagination when working on the next part of the script, the part where Danny's character talks about her dad. Now, Chloe's real parents spent a lot of time with her. However, the girl Chloe studied at school, the girl who reminds her of Danny, this girl's dad is constantly traveling overseas. Chloe talked with this girl a lot, extensively, to get her better understanding of what a person like that feels like when her dad's never around. The girl's mom is constantly buying the most expensive things, that's what Chloe had said, that she can find. She's always complaining that her husband needs to make more money. So Chloe talked to the girl about all of this stuff. She then learned by talking to her that the girl plays her parents for all she can. The girl resents her parents for not spending all that time with her. You can understand that. So Chloe got a sense, she understood how the girl felt, and then she could bring on that emotion. And then when Chloe was hanging out with this girl, she also noticed how she would always be text messaging her dad when he traveled. It's like 20, 30, 40 times a day she was text messaging her dad, which kind of shows that the character's insecure. All right? So that's Chloe building up for this next part of the section you're going to see. This is what she was doing to get the performance. Now, switching back to Mikey, Mikey really liked his old soccer coach, his daughter. Her name was Lisa. Okay, Mikey understood how Lisa felt because her dad was always taking trips, with his business, because he had a separate business besides coaching, and he was always coaching only boys on the soccer team. He really had no time for his daughter. They had a live-in nanny who used to watch Lisa. This made her feel, obviously, neglected, right, guys? So Mikey made this part of the scene personal to him by plugging in his best friend, Lisa, for Danny. He used substitution. He made the situation personal for him. Then as we continue on, you'll see in the next section that Big E's mom is a lot like Danny's. Both enjoy the finer things in life. Let's take a look at this section.
Mom, I'll talk to you later. My dad does the same thing to me all the time.
You told me your dad spends time with you.
He does. Sometimes. That's just that guilt. It makes him feel better. But the cool part is he always buys me whatever I want. I just don't like what comes after.
What comes after?
My dad goes off to someplace far away to make more money.
What's your mom think of it?
She's the one who keeps telling him to go. Mrs. Danielle Stevens always enjoys the finer things in life.
Okay, now moving on. In this next section, Mikey was able to imagine his friend Lisa's real mom would be his mom in the scene. Lisa's mom was divorced from her dad and lived out of state. Now, Lisa's real mom was all about the money, as we said before, and she could care less about her daughter. Mikey had several conversations with his friend Lisa about her mom moving away and how it made her feel. Then he used his imagination and substituted Lisa's mom for Big E's mom in the movie scene. Having met Lisa's mom, Mikey was able to personalize and understand how it might feel to be abandoned like his friend was. Now, this helped him a lot when he was playing Big E. Now, Chloe, here's what Chloe did for this section. She talked with her soccer buddy, Alan. Originally, Alan's mom had left and moved away to Virginia. Alan was now living with his grandmother, and his father had also left when he was a little boy. So Chloe, by talking with her friend Alan, now understood what Big E might be going through. Having then met Alan's grandmother, Chloe knew it would be cool to invite him over for dinner because the grandmother was a good lady. She also knew her real mother wouldn't be too happy with it when she invited Alan over for dinner. Now let's take a look at that third section.
My mom's the same way.
With your dad?
No, I never met my father. My mom's all like yours. Likes expensive things, traveling.
Where's your mom now?
Well, after Hurricane Katrina, she sent me up here from New Orleans with my grandfather. He died, and my mom and her boyfriend moved to Mexico.
And they didn't take you with them?
She told me the guy didn't like kids.
I think your mom and your boyfriend are big losers. Hey, do you want to come to my house for dinner? Our maid's a great cook.
I don't know. I'd have to ask.
Who? Allison? She'll be cool with it.
But what about your mom?
Louis, my parents do whatever I ask them. It's part of that whole spending time away from their daughter guilt thing. Come on, my mom's waiting outside for us. And speaking of my mom... Hello, Mother dear. We will be out momentarily.
I got it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I got it. Go ahead.
Now, here's what we're going to do next. We're going to see the scene all the way through once, and then I'll join you guys back when we do the monologue for Frankie.
Mom, that is so not Mom. I want to talk about her right now.
Hey, Danny.
We smoked those losers.
Got that right. We took them to the cleaners. That catch you made in the end zone, that was awesome.
You really think so?
Yeah, and so did Coach Ross. I saw him high-five Allison on the sideline.
A lot of good it did. We still lost.
So smoke them again next time.
There isn't going to be a next time. Not if Coach Ross dissed us like that.
This was like what?
He abandoned us, Louis. Kicked us to the curb, like left our clothes at an estate sale.
Who's time for him to go, Danny?
With whom? That rich blonde lady? No, Frankie was right. Dude just came by clear his conscience for all that money he's making. Just hold on 1 second. Mom, I'll talk to you later. My dad does the same thing to me all the time.
You told me your dad spends time with you.
He does. Sometimes. That's just sad guilt. It makes him feel better. But the cool part is he always buys me whatever I want. I just don't like what comes after.
What comes after?
My dad goes off to someplace far away to make more money.
What's your mom think of it?
She's the one who keeps telling him to go. Mrs. Danielle Stevens always enjoys the finer things in life.
My mom's the same way.
With your dad?
No, I never met my father. My mom's all like yours. Likes expensive things, traveling.
Where's your mom now?
Well, after Hurricane Katrina, she sent me up here from New Orleans with my grandfather. He died, and my mom and her boyfriend moved to Mexico.
And they didn't take you with them?
She told me the guy didn't like kids.
I think your mom and your boyfriend are big losers. Hey, do you want to come to my house for dinner? Our maid's a great cook.
I don't know. I'd have to ask.
Who? Allison? She'll be cool with it.
But what about your mom?
Louis, my parents do whatever I ask them. It's part of that whole spending time away from their daughter guilt thing. Come on, my mom's waiting outside for us. And speaking of my mom... Hello, Mother dear. We will be out momentarily. I got it. Are you sure?
Yeah, I got it.
Great. Not bad, right, guys? That's how you do a scene. All right? That's what Mikey and Chloe did to build the characters to play that scene for Danny and Big E. You use the tools. Substitution, the imagination. You can use, I'll show you a little bit more later on animals and things like that. But let's get to Frankie's monologue. Okay? We hadn't gone over that in the DVD series, but you're going to see that next. Now, what Desmond did here was the following. He read through the script, went through it a second time, highlighting Frankie's name in dialogue. He then read it again and took the script notes, just like the other actors did for their characters. He then found a kid at the performing arts school where he goes to, and he interviewed him. The kid was a lot like the character of Frankie. His name was Jackie, actually. And Desmond found out that Jackie's dad, like Frankie's, was in prison. Jackie was also constantly hustling the other kids at school. He was always getting in trouble. By hanging with Jackie for a few days, Desmond was able to understand him better. He actually began to take on his mannerisms, walking and talking like him, and dressing like him. And what you're about to see with Desmond, he used his imagination and actually started thinking like Jackie. Desmond then went one step further, and this is pretty cool. He went to the local zoo, and he actually observed two lions staring down each other. With some direction, which I gave him, he actually recreated that stare down and that slow walk that those lions had from one of the lions, and he plugged it into the character of Frankie. And you'll see that in the monologue, the way he kind of stalks around, which I thought was a pretty good choice on his part. Now, his mom in real life is wonderful, Desmond's is. So he studied Jackie, who was just like the character of Frankie. When studying Jackie, he didn't have a mom. Desmond talked to Jackie a great deal about this. Now, once he understood how Jackie felt about it, Desmond plugged in these emotions into the character of Frankie. Because obviously Jackie didn't have a mom. So he just plugged that in. Then after visiting Jackie's dad actually in prison, they went there, Desmond finally understood the relationship that Jackie had with his dad. The two were best friends. They were tight. Doesn't matter if something happened with his dad. He didn't make any judgments on it. His dad and Jackie were really close, and Desmond started to see that. Desmond then met Jackie's real uncle. The guy's a wealthy businessman from New York City who would come down once in a while and visit with his nephew. Desmond saw how flashy this guy was, driving around in expensive cars, things like that. He would donate a few extra dollars, the kid used to say, to the local charities there or the local high school and give him a couple of bucks once in a while. Desmond said that this guy, Jackie really didn't take a liking to this guy, He kind of knew he was a phony. Actually, Desmond saw that as well. So as an actor, he substituted this flashy businessman for Martin. He understood how his friend at school felt by hanging with him. Then he simply plugged in all the work he had done about this wealthy businessman. He plugged that in for Martin. Now it was personal. Now in the monologue, Frankie has made it his way into the locker room. Okay, after practice. I changed it from the script, you guys, just to show you guys how he could actually utilize the room of a locker room. Okay, Frankie's coming from just getting hit with a football. He's coming from the kids laughing at him. He's really upset. He uses the locker room space to confront Martin, who is standing off screen there. Okay? Now in the monologue, like Desmond was, you guys are by yourselves. So Desmond performed this monologue by pretending Martin was over here in a specific place off to his left. He had his objective. He had his urgency. He had his event. He was coming from someplace. He had someplace to go. And then you'll see at the end of the monologue, Desmond imagined he and his best friend in real life, JJ, were going to watch their high school football game. Okay? And that's what Desmond did for his monologue. Personalized it, used the tools we had, imagination and substitution, and you'll see the performance. So let's take a look at the monologue.
You gonna kick my butt if I do? You come in here in your Stella Lincoln, hoping to buy you some peace of mind for all that money you're making, right? But I gotta hand it to you, Wall Street. What was your sport? Top of the line. Sweet. But let's not kid ourselves, okay? You don't really care about a bunch of misfit kids who just as soon steal your water to say hello. Showing up here and get $3,000 suit, charming your ladies, making your deals on the wild list the whole time. I guess that's okay, you know, man's gotta eat, right? And after you're gone tomorrow, you better believe we will survive. So why don't you go over to the church and donate a couple extra shekels, you know, to make yourself feel good. And then go back to your tall blonde and your cushy penthouse in New York City. Yo, Fat, you leaving?
Not bad, huh? Okay, now in conclusion, I know this is a lot of stuff, guys, but I just wanted to make sure you have it so you can start applying the techniques that I've taught you when you go on your auditions and when you're working. Let's just go back over it briefly. It'll take a couple more minutes. Now, the first thing you do when you get a script is what? You read it. Then you read it a second time. Then you highlight your character's name and their dialogue. Then you take down script notes and follow the rest of the steps for the 7 steps. After that, because you now know your character, you can start personalizing the scene and using the emotional tools that are available to you. Chloe, Mikey, and Desmond were able to interview someone close to the characters they were playing. And by using both their imagination and some substitution from their own lives, they were able to suspend their beliefs and imagine that they were actually the characters. Remember, they went through the 7 steps, guys. They understood how the real Big E, Danny, and Frankie might feel. Then they plugged in the characters they created into the scene. During the scene in the monologue, the actors went moment to moment. They listened and let the emotion take them through the scene. Remember the repeat listening exercise? Let the moment to moment take you through the scene after you've done your work. Big E also studied a lion at the zoo, being gentle with its cubs, and suddenly brought that in, a little movement to his character when he was talking to Danny. Because when you saw him sit down on the bench, he kind of used that. I showed him how to use that little softness of sitting down like an animal would, so to speak, to show his feelings that way. Chloe practiced being a bench. I know that sounds crazy, but she did. Because when going through the scene emotionally, this helped her on, remember a lot of those close-ups we had of Chloe? So she really couldn't move on close-ups like I taught you guys. On film close-ups, you're not able to move, so the emotion comes in the eyes. So I had her, she did some, became a bench. And Desmond watched the stare down between the 2 male lions that added to his character's monologue, which I mentioned before. The cell phone and some other personal items each of the actors brought, this allowed these guys to feel more comfortable in these different environments. All 3 actors, and this one's pretty good too, all 3 actors listened to music before their scene was shot. Mikey listened to a song he and his friend Lisa used to listen to when they hung out together. That brought back the emotion of how he really felt about his friend Lisa. And that's great in bringing up emotion that you can use in the scene. Chloe listened to a song that reminded her of Alan. And that, again, it brought it back to a happier time. And Des listened to a song he and Jackie listened to while visiting Jackie's dad in prison. And that made it more personal to him, and the emotion came quicker. Now, because of their work efforts, all 3 actors felt that they were a lot more focused and emotionally available when their scenes started. Now, I hope this extra footage helps you young actors out there in building a character. And on your auditions as well. Now, I know this is a lot to take in, so take your time with it. Watch 1 DVD at a time. Go back to it later. Have fun. Have a good time with all of this. Remember, acting has to be fun. Work hard, have a good time with it, and good luck, kids.